Chapter 461 Courage. Correct answer. Umbrella's statement undoubtedly touched upon some real interests. But the key is that the company itself is quite stubborn and doesn't care about moral kidnapping and public opinion pressure at all. So although there are many voices from all over the world, but for the time being, there has not been any large-scale protests. It's just that Lin Shurqin reminded that there are some dark undercurrents behind the scenes. But Wang Yi obviously doesn't care about this at all. No one dares to appeal to Ingsan and Camel, which really need to be appealed. Persia has been making trouble for a while. But that's also because of foreign funding. Many problems are here, and they need to be dealt with and faced. You can't solve any problems just by talking. With this wave of introduction, the surroundings of the sweeper have also sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Just like the emergence of smartphones directly led to many products such as mobile phone films, mobile phone cases, mobile phone holders, selfie sticks, etc. Now the sweeper robot has entered this aspect. Appearance, function, maintenance, waxing, labeling, etc. have all emerged one after another because of this episode. It seems to have become a new industry in an instant. Even the original car beauty shop has started to change its decoration and become a mechanical beauty shop. However, after all, it has been a short time since it appeared, and it is still in the initial stage of exploration. But the potential for the future is already here. With the example of robots, the maintenance of artificial prosthesis has also been targeted in advance. Although Umbrella has not officially released information related to prostheses, there are still many smart people who are preparing for these in advance. And the heat on the internet has once again been replaced by the voice of calling for the sale of prostheses quickly. No matter what the current situation of calling for prostheses outside, Wang Yi continued to complete some of his own corrections in an orderly manner. After sitting cross-legged on the soft water bed for a night, Wang Yi also opened his eyes and summarized today's modifications and gains. Spread out his palms. As the magic crystals in the personal space bloomed, different groups of twisted energy groups emerged and rotated in the air one after another. And each group was a change of the purest magic of different properties. The combination of body and soul. The two aspects are indeed complementary. As the hands closed, the suspended energy groups also dissipated one after another. Wang Yi couldn't help but smile. It felt pretty good. With my own improvement, I felt that my soul was also sublimating synchronously. A feeling and realm that was completely different from the legend. It was not the demigod that I read in the classics. The other world court that I traveled through had a demigod temple knight of the physical department. In several confrontations, the opponent's realm and soul did give people a sense of oppression above the legend. But if it weren't for the set of artifacts handed down from the temple ancestors that were too turtle LS and too skinny, relying on overclocking and the diversity of magic, they could have been caught and turned into a powerful death knight. It's a pity that the records of the gods only exist in rumors, and the miracles have not been seen for many years. If it weren't for the existence of the inherited artifact, I would have suspected that the so-called master of the court didn't exist at all. Without the accumulated inheritance information, the subsequent path can only be explored slowly by oneself. But what is certain is that the way he is promoted is not the way of demigod. After coming back for so long, Wang Yi can clearly feel the improvement of his realm by combining the knowledge of both sides and gradually integrating them. He doesn't care whether he will go astray. The road ahead is made by people. And he has an overclocking plugin, plus the global human database. So the route he has planned is definitely feasible. This is the harvest of this attempt. His body passively entered the legendary realm. Now the data of 100 million places has begun to be uploaded gradually. And it is enough to explore for a while. Boss. Lin Shurqin found that Wang Yi had finished his practice and began to ask for instructions. Well, what's the matter? At present, the production of ordinary prosthetics can keep up. But even if we open all the hospitals we acquired in Mexico, Kangaroo in Japan, I'm afraid the efficiency will be far behind. Should we open the brain-computer debugging methods and instruments to all medical institutions? As Palai becomes more and more perfect, with the multiple blessings of skeletons and robots, the production efficiency in all aspects can be said to change day by day. But several products of Umbrella themselves need to be fully rolled out. And with the full power of factories and OEM factories in other places, there will be no problem with materials and accessories. It will be too much to further subdivide it into offline sales and installation of prosthetics. So offline sales chose some partners, like Mr. Chin. For prosthetics, if you want to choose, it is best to cooperate with medical institutions. It doesn't matter. The surface technology related to brain computers is supposed to be opened up for them to study. With the parameters revealed this time, they can almost complete some communication equipment with vengeful spirits. Wang doesn't care about this. Look at Jing Guanyu, who collected more than 20 with great difficulty. And they all became his own? Even the person himself was involved. Moreover, some ideas of their equipment can also bring a lot of inspiration to Wang. So naturally he is happy for them to learn. Besides, I have become stronger again, with the completion of the mage towers in various places. Especially the mage towers in the cracks in Congo. Soon, the major mage towers will be able to complete resonance with the abyss as the medium. If it weren't for the additional expenditure of developing the abyss now, the silver hoarded could be used to build towers everywhere. Each tower can directly complete the linkage in spatial positioning, forming the functions of transmission and resonance. Fortunately, it is a pleasant surprise that Shaori hoarded a lot of silver, which greatly alleviated the gap. Understood. I will sell these instruments at a good price, and I believe they are willing to buy them. Magnetic resonance imaging. Darwin robot. Which one is not expensive? The equipment that can be used for brain-computer debugging here can naturally make a lot of money. After all, it was very expensive to take out so much money to recruit testers in one go. While Umbrella has a strong ability to attract money, it also spends money quickly. In a top biological research institute, 3 patients wearing mechanical prostheses are lying among a group of instruments, undergoing various tests. Umbrella did not restrict patients from cooperating with other laboratories to complete the test, because they knew that restrictions would be useless and might bring danger to patients. After putting the possible covert actions directly on the surface, considering various objections and cost issues, they might choose to spend money to invite volunteers to cooperate with the experiment. Of course, in name, they would definitely not say that they were studying the secrets of brain-computer interaction, but wanted to observe the safety after surgery and the impact on the body. But in reality, it would not be so simple. It's incredible. Although Umbrella's chip technology is indeed strong enough, and the 2 nanometers technology is unique in the world, this is not a problem of technology. Even the principle is still a little incomprehensible. There is silver in it, and obviously magic is used. Is it the soul? In front of the window, a white coat looking at the situation inside also looked a little heavy on his face. Umbrella's chip technology is undoubtedly the best now. Although other wafer factories have survived with ASML's extreme ultraviolet lithography machine and various financial support, they have some orders. But companies such as Nvidia have also placed the latest batch of 2 nanometers process chip foundry orders with Umbrella. Businessmen will only make choices that are beneficial to themselves. If the secret of this brain computer can be found, and the process is really not feasible, then ask Umbrella to help build it. And even if it doesn't work, in fact, relying on the extreme ultraviolet lithography machine, other wafer factories can theoretically force it out without considering the yield rate. But the cost will be quite high. But the problem now is that looking at their papers, there are actual examples here, but it's hard to understand the principles. It's not that Umbrella has hidden too much, but now their papers can only be interpreted when they are proficient in physics, biology, magic numbers, and semiconductors at the same time. This is indeed a bit difficult. A group of people must meet and discuss together. It will probably take a while just to understand the principles. And there are only so many volunteers in total. We can't do much destructive testing on these brain-computer linkage chips. Another researcher couldn't help but sigh. Although Umbrella has not reached the limit of that kind of brain computer, and has not reached the virtual world or something, but this operation can extend too many possibilities. In the future, it is completely possible to directly control drones, airplanes, or program input with brain computer. The time for transmitting nerves from the human brain to the hand for movement, and then controlling mechanical feedback can be saved. This is brain-computer linkage. This is a miracle. Umbrella has enough miracles. First, find a way to interpret this clearly. Hey, invite more volunteers and pay more. When will Mastery have an open class? I'll find a way to get a chance. This magic number will become more and more difficult later. However, just when they were trying to decipher the interpretation, a piece of news suddenly appeared, which made them feel a little confused. Considering the efficiency of prosthetic installation, in addition to the original designated hospitals, we plan to sell some brain-computer debugging equipment, which can be accompanied by instructions and training. Interested hospitals can apply to our company and send specialists to learn control. The sudden announcement from Umbrella was a shock. This time, Umbrella's robots and prosthetics inexplicably had fewer extreme oppositions. In fact, The main reason was that Pyongyang had stopped working. New York had just been invaded by the abyss and eaten mushrooms. Now they were busy with opening the floodgates to stabilize the economy. They really had no time to provoke Umbrella. Everything had to wait until the new boss took office. Now they just had to clean up the mess. So there would only be some harmless attacks from new angles, which had no effect at all. Speaking of coveting brain-computer technology, let alone to Pyongyang, there would be all kinds of people. But after developing such a powerful technology, Umbrella generously published a lot of principles in journals, which was already very frank. At least other companies could not explain it in such detail, as it was all trade secrets. Major laboratories have also invited many volunteers to cooperate in some experiments and tests, although they all said that they were observing the subsequent impact on the body. In fact, they all wanted to have a deeper understanding of the operating principle of this brain-computer interface. It's just that there are too many areas involved at the same time. This is a combination of Umbrella's own many innovative technologies. But what they never expected was that when they racked their brains to invite these volunteers to participate in the experiment and wanted to peek into the secrets, Umbrella was straightforward. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Umbrella is a righteous man, the light of humanity. Thanks to Umbrella's overall view, Umbrella has created another miracle. When Umbrella officially announced that it was ready to sell brain-computer debugging equipment and was willing to conduct relevant training, media around the world, without any bumps, all gave quite high evaluations and good reviews all the way. The internet is also full of various praises. This is almost never seen when other Umbrella products came out. This company is really too difficult to deal with. It doesn't accept moral kidnapping or forced coercion at all. There is a feeling of you can only take what I give you. Originally, when brain-computer technology appeared, it happened that Pyongyang's family was in a mess, without anyone taking the lead. No one thought of forcing Umbrella to make the slightest compromise. They could only study secretly. But who would have thought that they would announce it like this? It feels like the installation of prosthetic limbs is too complicated. Leave it to you. In fact, Umbrella already has many medical institutions of its own, including Mexico, Kangaroo, and Japan. If it is capital that makes money normally, it will immediately become a rare commodity and be sold in limited quantities. So it can be sold at a sky-high price. It is not tiring and the profit is high. This is a monopoly of only one company. I don't have the production capacity. Is it not possible? People with demand and money will definitely beg to grab this quota. Line up obediently, and let others slaughter them. It can be said that this is the model that standard businessmen subconsciously think in their hearts. What's the point of increasing production capacity by yourself? It's tiring and self-defeating. If you don't make easy high profits, you are stupid? Disabled people? What does disabled people have to do with us businessmen? All we care about is goods and profits. Just like those sky-high priced drugs. Except for a few. Is the production capacity really small? Actually not. Most small molecule drugs can actually have a very high production capacity. The reason why they actively reduce their production capacity is that they only target the population with the maximum profit. Even if the price is 10 times cheaper, there may be 10 times more patients buying it, and the profit remains unchanged. They will still choose to sell it at 10 times the price. Because it's easy. The measurement of human life is just numbers. But Umbrella once again broke their cognition. Even at the risk of leaking its own technology, it directly sells this money-making machine to the outside world and trains. Although Umbrella has never accepted moral kidnapping, it is also quite cold and cruel when it takes action. Bombing and killing are all head-on when facing the nuclear threat of Gaul. But from the sale of their medicines, culture media, vaccines, and other medical supplies, to the sale of brain-computer debugging equipment this time, it actually reflects the kind of humanistic care under this cold enterprise. This point is far beyond most companies and groups. After so many confrontations, I actually understand a little bit. If you really use moral kidnapping to coerce Umbrella, they will just start to put on the hat and do it. But if you talk to them normally and in an equal manner, you can often get some benefits and goodwill from them. But unfortunately, the hegemonic status and nature of Pyongyang itself means that they can't treat them with a low profile. Now if Pyongyang suddenly lowers his posture and comes to you, except for some idiots, most people's first thought is, do you want to hurt me? Umbrella's brain-computer debugging equipment is not cheap. It is much more expensive than prostheses and robots. The whole instrument looks like an MRI machine, with a bed. It can transmit and test different brain wave signals for each person, and complete the copying of the chip after calibration. so that there is a hat that can directly control the prosthesis later. Such a debugging instrument costs up to tens of millions of US dollars. But even so, it is still in short supply. Top hospitals in various countries are scrambling to buy it, as well as major research institutions. Umbrella has made it clear that they want to train us. So why don't we hide it? Yes, I want to learn. Although the technology is undoubtedly in the hands of Umbrella, it is probably difficult for latecomers to surpass it. But understanding the principles behind it may help us find some inspiration and direction from other places. Brain computer can be said to involve too many aspects of application. Now Red Queen Plus is very smart, but it still needs language and text interaction. If all the technologies of brain computer are mature, and the debugging of brain waves and instruments is completed, we may not need to say anything in the future to activate Red Queen Plus, and then complete a whole set of complex operations. Moreover, the communication between people has formed language, actions, expressions, and text. It can be adapted to most places. But in fact, many emotions and thoughts cannot be expressed through these external expressions alone, or they are misinterpreted by others after being expressed. If the brain computer is strong enough, it is very likely to accomplish this directly. However, after Umbrella's training began, all parties gradually understood that this connection could only be a connection of surface consciousness. It is a current expression of meaning. If it is used to describe it, it can detect lies, but cannot read minds. The deepest thoughts in the heart cannot be expressed in it. But even so, as Umbrella's training unfolded, the researchers still felt the power of this technology. Creating a virtual world in the future is really not just talk. At present, our debugging equipment uses a dedicated brain-computer chip similar to prosthetics. At the same time, we are also studying a more general brain-computer chip. But this design is still a bit complicated. At present, we have only cooperated with the World Company and achieved certain results. You can look forward to it. At the end of the class, Umbrella also put a small Easter egg. Cooperate with the World Company? Are they really preparing to make gains? Only a certain big country was reminded by Wang Yi in advance. And they didn't feel too surprised when Umbrella started training, and brain-computer chip debugging devices were introduced all over the world. While Wang Yi was completing his initial DNA debugging plan in South Korea, he also slowly led to some changes in the New World Company. The great Onmyoji played games in the human world, so the organization didn't find it strange. After Wang Yi showed that kind of truly inhuman power, the organization would no longer think about the hero saving the beauty. He just told Jin Guangyu to find a way to get more information. Jin Guangyao, who had already turned into Wang Yi's shape, didn't know what expression to use to respond to the organization's order except nodding. Smiling? Master, Jin Junyang has eliminated all those who knew his identity. Jin Guangyu stood behind Wang Yi respectfully and said okay to ask for instructions. Li Qing's noisy words made Jin Junyang give up his last weakness and directly killed his boss and related people. Song Xinran almost died, and it was because of Wang Yi's intervention that he saved his life. Now it has become a situation that Wang Yi controls Jin Guangyu and completely controls the sect power of the New World, while Jin Junyang, who is unaware of this, controls the secular power of the New World. Although Jin Junyang has become the president of the New World, his heart is still more inclined to justice. At this time, he took ruthless action to become the president's purpose, wanting to use his own steering to guide this force. The underground order itself is also indispensable, but he can find a way to improve it. Also because he has newly mastered the secular power of the New World. So the information about the blood sacrifice incident on the cruise ship was also known by Jin Junliang. This made him feel quite shocked. And at the same time, he also felt that this person was unreliable, and began to slowly enter the rhythm that Wang Yi had originally prepared. Before the new speaker on the Pyongyang side appeared, Nangali suddenly exposed a shocking scandal. This scandal was immediately seized by the party headed by Allen, and it was constantly magnified and criticized. Finally completed the counterattack. Before the Pyongyang completed the change, the person in charge of South Goryeo actually completed the change in such a dramatic scene. This sudden situation caught the Pyongyang off guard. Their current focus is still on the cleanup of the New York invasion and the financial rectification, and they don't have much energy to worry about it. But they still spoke up and expressed some opinions. And the newly promoted An also expressed his loyalty to the Pyongyang according to the standard process. The short-term popularity even suppressed the relevant news about Umbrella. In a top-floor sky villa with a very elegant environment, the decoration style makes it look more like a winery. And this is one of the places where Jin Guangyu receives guests. Wang Yi and Tucker are also here at this time. Two beautiful women with gorgeous and graceful figures are serving Wang Yi fruits. While there is nothing around Jin Guangyao and Tucker, both of them seem to be sitting upright in front of Wang Yi, not daring to offend. Aren't you here to see him for something? Don't mind me. Wang Yi took a bite of the peeled grape and said casually. Or do you want me to step aside? Tucker waved his hands repeatedly. No. 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 How could I ask you to step aside? I just saw that you were enjoying yourself, and I was afraid of disturbing you by making a sound. Tucker, a 2-meter-tall man, seemed quite reserved in front of Wang Yi. After witnessing this man's magic with his own eyes, he now only dared to half sit on the sofa. Haha. What kind of enjoyment is this? Tell me. Don't mind. I'm a little curious too. Pushing the beauties on both sides away. Wang Yi sat up straight and put on a listening expression. This made Tucker laugh dryly and turned back to Jin Guangyao and said, Has Jin Huisho recovered from his injuries during this period? Of course. Mr. Quan's ability is really beyond words. And I am convinced. Jin Guangyao said with a smile. How could it be bad? He turned into a ghost directly and saved decades of detours. Then, I wonder what Kim thinks about what happened recently. The 4 stars all felt a little caught off guard. Tucker said solemnly. South Korea is also the back garden of the organization. And the degree of control is very high. The 4 stars and other chaebols have to look at their faces. In theory, the change of the person in charge is definitely in their hands. But the scandal that suddenly broke out this time was still unexpected. Because it was really too ugly. There was not much use for subsequent remedies. Such a big thing. Of course I have already learned about it. And the person who stepped down was also sent by us. The scandal that broke out this time also involved one of our branches. And the loss was not small. Jin Guangyao also showed a solemn look on his face. Of course, he also knew that this was Jin Juliang's doing. However, this was a choice made by Jin Juliang himself in secret. And he did not report it to him. So he could naturally pretend that he was unaware. Tucker nodded upon seeing this. And then said solemnly, So, I suspect there is a traitor among our own people. Because Jin Huisho also suffered heavy losses this time. So it is definitely not you. And of course, it cannot be Mr. Quan. So I came here to discuss whether to set up a charter to find the traitor. And I would like to ask you two to use special methods now their organization has not yet popularized the equipment that can detect spirits, let alone other places. So it should be no problem to use spirits to investigate a few designated locations at night. This is also the reason why he came to the door. There are only these 2 people in the world who can do this. Want to use this method to directly target the new leader. This may be a bit difficult. Tsinghua also has some special layouts. And talismans are also posted at key locations. Jin Guangyao looked serious and gave suggestions. After the two discussed for a long time, Wang Yi asked with some curiosity. Didn't the official statement express loyalty to the Pyongyang before? In fact, it doesn't matter who is the leader. Right? Seeing Wang Yi's curiosity, Tucker also began to explain patiently. The Lashan base is here, and whoever takes the position will naturally have to go around to Pyongyang. But the interests of the organization here will not be damaged. Some leaders will want to fight against the chaebols. And this one is. And it is super difficult to deal with. He insists on his own principles, and doesn't look like a politician at all. Tucker looked a little headache. He really didn't know why such a person could come up. Wang Yi nodded. And then said thoughtfully, Is that so? Then, is it possible that Umbrella is involved? They even took action against me last time. Wang Yi's casual remark made Tucker stunned. And then, he looked enlightened. It seems to be very likely. Although the kidnapping was directed and acted by the organization. The reason they made this choice was that they knew that several Umbrella instructors had arrived in South Korea. With Umbrella's means, it is not difficult to investigate the incident 2 years ago. So that's it. Haha. Thank you, Mr. Quan, for your reminder. I understand. Then I have some important things to do. So I'll take my leave first. During this period, Jean will keep a low profile and not get involved because of that branch church. I understand. After saying that, Tucker said goodbye and left in a hurry. He should have gone to report the situation. Yes, I was suspicious at the beginning. Hee hee. Seeing the Neon has made good gains. They want to do the same in South Korea. The previous person in charge turned to us completely. And now this one is indeed a bit ambiguous. It must be Umbrella's trick. How to do it? South Korea. It's not the first or second time that the leader of Lee has been assassinated. Just send him off. It's a good time to test some new toys. since he is cooperating with Umbrella. Will Umbrella arrange for the instructor to protect him? Humph. If they do, it's fine. If the assassination fails and the instructor is exposed, we can also use other means to attack and pull him down. On the other hand, On, who had just taken office and had a lot of things to do, still found time to secretly arrive at a safe house in his busy schedule and met with Jin Junliang here. Why did you ask me to come here at this time? It's very dangerous, On said in a deep voice. At first, he didn't trust this partner because he had lost to the New World before. But later he found out that the other party really wanted to change South Korea. Just chose different means and different ways. In addition to the information provided, the two parties, who held each other's handles, also began to cooperate. So far, the progress has been very smooth. Although the two have different ideas, and the other party has different ideas from all, at least they are consistent in the general direction. On still attaches great importance to this partner. Something big has happened. Those people behind me think you may want to cooperate with Umbrella and are ready to get rid of you, Jin Junliang said anxiously. Because it is a serious matter. He can only come in person for this matter. Umbrella? On was also a little confused. Why did I cooperate with Umbrella? And obviously the other party did not. The organization's ability is probably stronger than you think. If it weren't for the fact that the person behind me has rarely appeared recently due to physical problems, I have mastered the operation of all secular things, and things would not be so simple. Then, what suggestions do you have? On calmed down at this time and asked, okay. I'm afraid that only Umbrella can protect you in their hands. But, our overall choice is to lean towards to Pyongyang. If this matter is exposed, I'm afraid I can't bear it. On's view on this matter is still farther than Jin Junliang. The entire upper echelons of South Korea are dogs of Pyongyang. And he knows this very well. He never thought of rebelling against Pyongyang when he came to power, but just wanted to quietly improve people's lives and suppress the chaebol. If he became an enemy of Pyongyang, he would fall in a minute. But now, we have no choice but to go all out. Jin Junliang knew that he was not a member of Umbrella, and now he had to face the pressure of the organization suddenly. So he had no choice but to choose to fully turn to Umbrella, which was capable of fighting against it. Now this was a matter of life and death. Chapter 462 Hot Insider Information Not Us. What? He announced his itinerary to go directly to Umbrella's South Korea headquarters? Is this not even a show? Holding the encrypted phone, Tucker said in surprise. The organization decided to take direct action against the person in charge, and even communicated with Long Shan about this matter. In fact, the internal division of Pyongyang was quite strong. The military contractors of the military-industrial complex had great power, and the interests of the organization were not equal to the interests of Pyongyang. Now it is because the pressure from Umbrella is too great that they have a deeper cooperation to a greater extent. Originally, for them, killing the imperial envoy and reporting later would happen from time to time. Even the overseas garrisons can be influenced by them in the first place. Whether it is an official action or a private action depends on the final progress and notification. Although the hero saving the beauty of Master Quan was wrong before. But that is not a problem of their ability. But they directly posted the task for authenticity and handed it to the mercenary team to do. So there will naturally be some discrepancies. Otherwise, let alone Master Quan, even if they fight Umbrella head-on, they will definitely win in the end. But they can't afford that kind of loss. Of course, Master Quan's strength is beyond cognition, which is also one of the reasons. But it is not the main reason. And this time, they don't need to care about it and go all out. Then there is no one in South Korea that they can't kill. Methods, plans, and influences can be comprehensively considered. And then some choices can be made. And even if they fail, it's okay. Just to force out Umbrella's traces. And then use the means they are good at to spread the rumor that the person in charge has become Umbrella's lackey. And directly force the other party to step down. This is not the first time they have done this in South Korea. This is their own ranch, and they can win with any operation. But they didn't expect that the person in charge, who just took office, didn't care about the gossip at all, and didn't deal with the mess left behind first, and went to visit Umbrella's headquarters in South Korea openly. This time was a bit unexpected. Shouldn't it be done secretly? In this way, if the action is taken at this time, it is reasonable for Umbrella to intervene. Of course we have to protect the guests who are coming to visit. There is nothing wrong with that. Immediately, build up momentum and question why he is doing this. Whether he is going to surrender for the back garden, even if it is against the person in charge. It is simple and easy to build up momentum. In an instant, all kinds of news about the new person in charge of South Korea being a surrender is spread like wildfire. Major media, as well as information on the internet, short videos, and forums all went viral. As if On, who had just taken office, had done something extremely evil. Faced with this sudden surge of condemnation, On's office did not ignore it, but held a press conference as soon as possible to express the meaning of this visit. A spokesperson from On's office directly explained, "We have seen some rumors on the internet. Everyone should have some misunderstandings. This is a very normal visit." And the reporters, who had been thirsty for a long time, caught the loophole in the wording at the first time. "Visit? This is our boss. Why use the word visit?" The reporter's words were sharp, and his expression was very excited. He didn't expect to find such a big loophole. He made a fortune this time. It's not wrong. It's a visit. Although it may be more direct. It's the fact, the spokesperson said in a flat tone. But these words directly aroused the indignation of the reporters on the scene. Not only the reporters, but also the people watching the live broadcast were unbelievable. It seemed that the roar of the demonstrators waiting outside could be heard at the scene. And the spokesperson also stood here quietly with no expression. Immediately afterwards, a reporter asked, "This must be explained? As our great Goryeo speaker, is he going to bow to a company like Umbrella?" But at this point, the spokesperson showed a mocking smile and said, "Are you still living in a dream? Don't you know what our economic lifeline is? Do you know that Umbrella has completely blocked all our industries and cut them off from the top? Do you know how long we have been in deficit? I don't know. You don't know at all." As he spoke, the spokesperson took out a document and kept turning his head left and right and said, "This one was given to me by the speaker. It is a proposal that the previous speaker has already started to prepare. The content is simply shocking. Even more shocking than the previous scandal. After suddenly taking out this kind of thing, the scene couldn't help but seem a little quiet for a while." Looking at the document in the spokesperson's hand, "I don't know what it is. The matter of preparing to start opening up 3 special industries is still confidential for the time being. And it is not something these reporters can understand." But Tucker, who is also paying attention here, secretly said that it is not good. He didn't expect that this On would be so tough and throw out such a thing directly. You have to know that the discussion at the beginning was actually a meeting between the top authorities and the top chaebols. If it is implemented slowly, how to promote the sausage cutting with a knife requires methods and methods. Just like they are now prohibited by law. But it is getting looser, and even has some indulgence in it. When you get used to it slowly, and start to push the bottom line step by step, it will be much simpler. But this kind of thing can't be thrown out in one breath. Especially the people of South Korea have a sensitive heart, with 2 extremes of inferiority and self-esteem. They are extremely face-conscious, and can easily be aroused by extreme emotions. Such people are easy to manipulate. But they are also easy to cause big trouble. If they hadn't announced that they would visit Umbrella, Tucker would have arranged some accidents to interrupt the press conference directly. But it is obvious that after Umbrella has started to enter the game, some means need to be cautious. Now it was originally a press conference to show swords in question. But it turned out to be a platform for the other party to reveal explosive news. And it was with the help of their own promotion. This is really shooting themselves in the foot. After the spokesperson briefly summarized the contents of the document on how to gradually open up South Korea's special industries, how to attract international tourists by flirting, and how to lick and please to Pyongyang. This made the faces of the people watching the live broadcast twisted. No matter what the real situation in South Korea is, or how high the crime rate is, at least they have always been a developed country that claims to be a civilized society. It doesn't matter how dirty they are in private, or how dark the movies are. But now the spokesperson of the office of the person in charge directly brought up the plan that would make them feel ashamed in front of reporters from all over the world. People are really confused. This is unacceptable to most people. We have 1 million trainees. And there are only dozens of groups debuting every year. If the plan succeeds in the future, the number of these 1 million trainees will increase exponentially. If they fail to debut, they will also have the destination arranged in this document. Do you want it to be like this? Being able to become On's spokesperson. His position is of course completely consistent with his. Before he went on stage, On was actively running around to stop this. And this time, he directly brought it up. It's just playing the sympathy card. What does this have to do with Umbrella? Our current situation is all thanks to Umbrella. He took away our income and our job opportunities. In this situation, there is still a reporter who stood up. And this scene seems familiar. Since entering the WTO, Rabbit has always been a pursuer. From the clothes and shoes at the beginning to various heavy machine tools, drones, and solar energy later, the technical attributes are increasing. And the profits are also increasing. But in fact, from the beginning, these high-end technologies are in the hands of developed countries. These developed countries are not pseudo-developed countries like South America, which entered the ranks of developed countries in a short period of time by relying on a single resource industry. But those countries with their own unique skills and technologies. They have always relied on their own advantages to obtain high profits, so as to meet domestic expenses and needs, without their own strong breadwinners. Even if they are lucky enough to become developed countries, they cannot last long. Such as South America, such as Nauru, which sells guano. The reason why Rabbit is called the crusher of developed countries is that every time Rabbit overcomes a technical barrier, it will deprive a high-profit project of its profit margin by relying on its own advantages. In fact, the most obvious example is to take home appliances as an example. The price of home appliances at the wage level 20 years ago was actually more expensive than it is now. This is because the relevant technology has been gradually overcome in China and can be popularized to everyone. Otherwise, if we don't choose to catch up, we can still only rely on making clothes and shoes to buy foreign products. Even at that time, because there was no competition, they could even raise the price even higher. Things like freeloading TV and freeloading computers will continue to this day. It's just that the population of Rabbit is too large. Even if the improvement speed is fast enough, many people may still not feel it, and may even think it is natural. In fact, this is not natural. The economy of another populous country next door was better than that of Rabbit before, and the resources were actually more abundant. Theoretically, if productivity does not explode, all people in Rabbit will live the life of developed countries. That doesn't mean that people in developed countries now eat dirt, but at least their lives will not be as comfortable as they are now. This is also the reason why Rabbit often attracts inexplicable hostility. This is why Japan turned against Umbrella, because the breadwinners of Japan were directly wiped out by Umbrella. The same is true for South Korea. It just didn't choose to turn against Umbrella before, but continued or went a step further to fully turn to Daemalong. It even did not hesitate to release those control projects. To a certain extent, this is indeed a solution to the problem. But it was really embarrassing to be brought up by the newly promoted people. It was equivalent to repeatedly hitting the ground. Originally, although this matter was broadcast live worldwide, most of the attention was paid to South Korea's own people. But after the content was explained, domestic netizens who were curious immediately began to call their friends. Hurry up. Here. There's a big melon. I'm dying of laughter. Hack. Come on. Everyone. The Korean has taken off his pants. I never thought that the old lady who stepped down before would play so wildly. Come on. It's exciting. Eat melon. Eat a big melon. Then various short videos edited by TT began to ferment, and the information spread quickly. In fact, there are many places in the world with such services, such as Las Vegas. But this is quite funny when it comes to Koreans. Under this reversal, the heat naturally rises rapidly. There's the example of Japan before. In fact, even if the South Korean leader goes to visit, it is normal. Now it is really a matter of life and death. After learning that the organization behind the scenes wanted to take extreme measures, Ahn chose a more extreme way. In fact, this is not a suitable choice for politicians. This kind of scandal is directly announced to the world, which can be said to affect the national dignity of South Korea. Lost face. But Ahn's personality is different from that of ordinary politicians. He dared to do what others dared not do. For a moment, Ahn was temporarily under the global spotlight. This made Tucker almost bite his teeth. He had a lot of cards in his hand to play, and it can be said that there were several options for the opponent's death. But now that it has come to this point, there is no way to continue. Damn. We should really arrange a biochemical crisis here. Tucker's eyes flashed coldly. However, Neon chose to surrender to Umbrella, and was attacked by them, and was caught with a little braid, and even led to the Abyss invasion of New York. Although the South Korean organization here does not care much about their life and death, it is not prepared to do such a thing. It is too obvious, and it will be confirmed without evidence. The longer the interval, the better. How long is it now? However, the next moment, Tucker received an encrypted call. Are you crazy? Didn't I say not to use biochemical means? Even if you are angry, you must keep calm. Tucker, who received this call, couldn't help but look a little confused. What the hell is this? What's going on? A biohazard crisis? It wasn't you who did it. The person on the other end of the phone was also a little surprised. The organization was called by the authorities and scolded. They didn't know if they were clean or not. They were confirming it now. Of course. Am I crazy? Tucker also felt quite aggrieved. Although he had been transformed and injected with a lot of hormones, he had finally climbed to this position. So he would not go crazy easily. Trouble. Something happened in Busan. The other side couldn't help but sigh, and then quickly explained it to Tucker. Tucker is the person in charge of the operation on the South Korean side. Now he must cooperate and must be informed. Busan? Where is the source? Tucker was shocked at first, but then he was relieved. There are garrisons in Busan, and there are South Korean legions. There is no big problem. In the Pyongyang garrison base, there is a mutant version. Tucker was silent for a while, and then said with a little expectation, "That's not a big deal. The garrison base should be easily extinguished, but there will be some losses. It may be more serious at night. It should be fine." Right. But it seems that something is wrong with him being scolded so much. Well, the situation is a bit serious. The ammunition depot exploded. Tucker opened his mouth, and then looked up at the sky in silence. If the source is controlled, then it's actually nothing. In theory, a rock can solve the problem. But now it seems that it was deliberately planned. Damn! Umbrella! You are so vicious. But then, he looked back and found that even their own people were doubting their own people. So what would the outside world think? Evidence? Last time, they didn't leave any conclusive evidence. If it was really Umbrella who did it, would they leave evidence? Besides, even now, Tucker dare not guarantee that it was not done by someone in the organization. It may even be intentional to notify him, just to make him act better. What do you want me to do now? Be prepared and cooperate with South Korea's quick response team to deal with any possible biochemical crisis. Make sure to kill it at the source. Be more active, and then use your actions to wash away the relationship. There is still the South Korea army in Busan, so it's not a big problem. Defend Seoul. Hearing this, Tucker couldn't help but look bitter. Okay, I'll try my best. For a moment, Tucker also felt a huge pressure. At this time, the press conference was completely a non-issue. The Biochemical Crisis Organization didn't care about the release at all, because after creating chaos, they could benefit from it if they were prepared in advance. This is the power of the organization. If the abyss hadn't been caught off guard last time, causing global economic shocks, the organization would still be able to reap the benefits. But no matter what, this title of public enemy of mankind is absolutely unacceptable. If we are really bitten, we need to throw at least Mitsubishi-level meat like the first Tokyo incident to solve the problem. We have always been controlled by the Chaebols, and this time Umbrella defeated the Chaebols. So this is also our chance to break through. There will be no good end if we keep following them. Look at Neon. Although I hate them, who can be sure that their end is not our future? The spokesman spoke with emotion. Now, he doesn't know what happened in Busan. Not to mention him. Even On, the person in charge, doesn't know. After all, although Busan is in South Korea, it has always been the territory of Pyongyang. Even the command of South Korea itself is in their hands. It is impossible for them to know clearly what happened in their territory in the first place. However, the news of the explosion of the ammunition depot is about to be reported. As a person came up and whispered a few words to the spokesperson, he said angrily, "As far as I know, there was a violent explosion at the Pyongyang station in Busan. Strange green clouds were floating, and the residents around smelled a foul odor. But they didn't say anything now. Last year, there was an anthrax leak in their biological laboratory in Busan. What if it is a biological crisis this time? Pyongyang's biochemical experiments in South Korea are all open and above board. There was a leak last year, although it was not the K virus. Anthrax is also a very troublesome thing. According to Pyongyang's own explanation, it doesn't matter even if it leaks. The loss is not great. Well, of course not. It's not in Pyongyang's homeland. And the only ones who are hurt are the South Koreans. It's also common for carcinogens to exceed the standard near the garrison base, which doesn't matter to them. The spokesperson was actually just complaining a few words. But after saying this, Tucker, who was connecting with the South Korean Quick Reaction Force, was numb all over. Hack, what are you messing with? Then he quickly picked up the tablet and started sliding. It's not that he doesn't have a holographic bracelet, but he won't wear it when he's on a mission. When the tablet switched to the photo outside the Pyongyang garrison barracks, Tucker felt a little helpless. I don't know what the explosion inside ignited. The billowing black smoke was mixed with some green things, which looked very evil. And it has a very strong pungent smell. If only. If that's the case, it's actually nothing for Pyongyang. It can be easily suppressed on its own territory. What are you thinking about in the colony? Anyway, the official announcement will be made that it is harmless. Most toxins will not kill people immediately. Not to mention that they are diluted so much. As for some subsequent diseases, that's because you are not in good health. What does it have to do with me? Pyongyang? But now the damn thing is that a biochemical crisis broke out in the garrison. Although the news I got now has been almost suppressed, due to a series of problems such as the explosion of the ammunition depot. The entire Busan garrison is now paralyzed. If there is no follow-up, it's okay. But if mutant zombies appear in other places in South Korea, then they really have to bear this huge black pot. There is no way. Neon did it themselves. And even most people now think so. It's just that their fists are hard enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so anxious to meet with a quick reaction force. Everyone, it's time to test our results. We must suppress possible infections as soon as possible. Open your eyes wide. Jeju, the largest island in South Korea, is also a popular tourist destination. The entire island has a large number of volcanoes and lava caves formed by volcanic activity. Many caves have been developed into tourist attractions, but some are not open to the public. However, the fact that these lava caves are not open to the public does not mean that they will not be used. For example, some unique and dangerous laboratories may appear in such places. Even the research on anthrax is open and above board. If it is so covert, it is naturally more dangerous. This one is one of the many high-risk laboratories in South Korea. The research content is also a mix of K-virus, spirit, and alien creatures. Because of the tragedy in New York, the laboratory temporarily sealed the flesh and blood of alien creatures before finding a suitable method. The main research area recently is the combination of soul fragments and K-virus infected bodies. Some infected bodies that obviously have intelligence and can learn independently have been cultivated. There are ordinary ones, mutant ones, and even individuals affected by human intervention. Stop what you are doing and broadcast an emergency notice. The Busan garrison has suffered a biological attack, with heavy casualties. Although the situation has been controlled, this kind of man-made accident requires strict prevention in all places. The laboratory has opened the second-level protection standard. Hearing this notice, many laboratory staff were a little surprised. What are you preparing for? Didn't we set it? The organization won't mess with our laboratory. It seems that the biological crises in various places are more or less related to us. It seems that the staff who can predict this don't care much. And the broadcast has to emphasize it again. This is not our doing. This is the most troublesome part. Even if it may be a secret group within the organization, we must be on high alert. Do you understand? We can't let anything slip. Got it. Got it. The alien flesh and blood are all sealed. We don't have many mutated experimental subjects, and the precautions have long been foolproof, although it has entered the second-level protection state. In fact, for the people in the laboratory, they don't feel any difference. The laboratory had a very high level of confidentiality and protection in the past, and it would not have any contact with the outside world. It is almost the same now. In a separate laboratory, an Indian experimenter put on gloves and asked his colleagues, "What's the situation? Is this brain-computer chip useful?" In the center of the laboratory, there was an umbrella brain-computer debugging device. Even though the network was completely disconnected and the signal was shielded very tightly, they boldly started to use it. Lying on this brain-computer debugging device was a K-virus infected body with its whole body bound. It's perfect. It can be confirmed that the brain-computer debugging of ordinary infected bodies is chaotic and disordered, and it has no effect. But for the intelligent body with soul fragments integrated, it has a regular debugging reaction. A researcher who was recording something in front of the machine had a look of admiration on his face. Looking at the tightly bound infected body in front of him, there was a sense of fanaticism in his eyes. This brain-computer debugging device is really great. Although its main purpose is to debug prosthetic limbs, we are also able to make certain modifications in addition to the brain-computer connection function. Now, because the two sides do not have a common language, we are trying to express our meaning purely in the form of signals in the reverse direction. So far, The effect is good? Hearing this, the Indian researcher couldn't help but smile and said, then there is a foundation for controllable biological weapons. Yes, although Yemen also conducted controllable tests at the beginning. The key itself would be infected, and the controllability was too low. Now, as long as multiple chips are implanted and self-destruct bombs are used, we can make them understand the meaning of this, so as to gradually tame them and use them for our own benefit. This kind of achievement must be ranked among the top in all laboratories. At the beginning, a laboratory completed the soldier transformation plan, and with the artificial organs of Umbrella, it spent a lot of money to create a group of powerful transformed soldiers. Now that prosthetics have appeared, there may be mechanized transformation. But how much does it cost to transform soldiers? They are also human beings. You have to pay them. And the treatment must be higher. You also have to pay attention to the success rate. And there are various trainings. There is no easier way than the infected body. Although we are just starting to try the most common infected bodies. As the progress progresses, those mutants and the transformed bodies with human participation can be completed slowly. Moreover, mechanical prosthetics can also be used on these individuals at will, which can completely break the limits of the human body and bring down the price. Our experiments are the future. However, at this time, accompanied by a slight tremor of the earth, the lights in the laboratory flickered, as if the power was unstable. Jeju has many volcanoes, so it is normal to have small earthquakes occasionally. There is a completely independent power supply here, so there is no need to worry about any accidents. However, I always feel that there is something wrong with this earthquake. Chapter 463 Opening Deterioration. Busan is one of the important bases of the South Korean Army, but it mainly provides a port for the 7th Fleet of the South Korean Army. In addition, it also provides some dangerous biochemical experimental sites. The experimental sites are very straightforward on the surface, and can be found on the internet. The headquarters of the South Korean Army, and even the Pacific Army Command, are all in Yongsan District, Seoul, South Korea, and are called Yongsan Base. Just like Yokosuka to contain Tokyo, it is directly placed here in Yongsan Base, Seoul, and it is no different from holding the back of South Korea. This is also the reason why South Korea's leaders must be honest no matter how strong they are. When it comes to garrison bases, many people's first impression may be that they are heavily guarded, trained every day, and shouting loudly. But in fact, the Yongsan Base itself is not just like this. The 2 million square meters of Yongsan Base is divided into the North Camp and the South Camp. In addition to the family area, commercial area and other living areas, the main facilities of the Leisure Planning Command are restaurants, indoor and outdoor sports fields, swimming pools, golf courses, reward associations, etc. In addition to the internal leisure facilities, the east side of Yongsan Base is the Itaewon Business District, with Western-style shops and nightclubs. There are less than 30,000 garrisons in total, but they have such a full range of services. If the treatment of the beautiful garrisons is to be graded, Neon and South Korea are naturally at the top. The modern version of the concession. In daily life, the beautiful soldiers on duty live a real life of superiority here, and even show off the number of their female companions as a competition. The reason why South Korea sold a large number of its own mixed-race children was also largely due to this trend. On weekdays, Yongsan Base and the nearby business district are full of a commercial and entertainment atmosphere, and there is no such serious feeling at all. But today is still a little different. The sudden attack on Busan still sounded the alarm for Yongsan Base. In terms of the number of garrisons alone, it is obvious that the number of people in Yongsan Base is still much larger, and the Yongsan Base is mainly ground combat personnel. So the assembly started immediately. It was evening, when the soldiers were out for fun. But now they suddenly received an order to return to the camp and raise the alert level to level 2, which really caused dissatisfaction among these arrogant soldiers. A strong man who had already started drinking around the stage in the bar complained to his partner next to him after receiving the order. Shit! This is my holiday. I'm on vacation. I had an appointment. Damn it! I've been holding it in for a long time. A partner next to him, who was also quickly tidying up his clothes, sighed now. What can I do? The sudden level 2 alert is likely to mean that zombies have appeared or may appear somewhere. But the danger should not be great. Otherwise it would not be only level 2. This man was obviously an old hand. Although he would not tell them these things immediately, he still keenly smelled a hint of danger. In the past, apart from some exercises and training, they really didn't need to be on guard against anything. It was obviously more effective to deter their own dogs and make them obedient. Because whether to stir up a dispute here is most likely decided by them. And the East is not warlike. Only after the zombie crisis appeared, some exercises and training against zombies were carried out repeatedly. And the incident in Tokyo in Japan was said to be extremely disgusting and bloody when it was cleaned up. The aircraft carrier and the soldiers who fled later also explained the situation at that time. It was very troublesome. In addition, Japan had another larger outbreak later, which also affected South Korea and Damiai. Although South Korea was okay and almost suppressed it before it was their turn to go out. Damiai suffered heavy losses in the mainland, second only to Japan. This time, it won't come again. Right? It's only been a short time. It's zombies again. And the Abyss invasion again. This world will be over sooner or later. Let's go! At the critical moment, the base is safer. Yeah. The strongman who was reminded that he had no intention of playing left. And now he left with his companions. Unlike the soldiers of a certain big country, who bring a sense of security wherever they go. The beautiful soldiers are really notorious. They and even their families have a modern version of extraterritoriality in South Korea. Statistics show that there are more than 400 criminal cases per year. In fact, 2 soldiers' families killed a South Korean college student just to make a bet on whether he dared to kill someone. Afterwards, one was acquitted due to insufficient evidence, and the other was sentenced to 1.5 years. These are still family members. The soldiers are naturally celestial dragons. Along the way, except for some nightclub women with revealing clothes showing flattering smiles, some other local residents avoided them. After arriving on the street, you can also see other soldiers who come out to relax in groups of 3 or 2. And many of them naturally gather together. The number of people gradually increased. And one of the soldiers said to everyone mysteriously, "Do you know what happened?" Many people had complaints and some curiosity about this. The strongman who had been reminded by his companions immediately said, as if he had copied the answer, "It must be related to zombies." Right? I can't tell. You really guessed it right. It is related to zombies. As soon as this came out, the strongman who answered couldn't help but show a smug look. The Busan base suffered a biological attack. After the insider broke the news, it immediately shocked the group of people. FXX? Are those people crazy? They attacked our base? They should all be hanged on the streetlights. Those damn chaebols don't care about our lives. They paid us to work for them. But they came to mess with us. The crowd was really excited and indignant. And the reaction was no different from that of others. They subconsciously thought that it was done by the people of that organization. Family members know their own business. As soldiers stationed abroad, their duties are completely different from those of soldiers in the East. They get paid to do things. So they have seen a lot of things. Although there is no evidence on the Japanese side. They all think that they did it. Anyway, there are many rumors about this kind of thing passed down, by word of mouth, by their predecessors. Even the imperial envoy was killed. What else are they afraid of? In other words, the treatment here is good. And they can live freely and happily. And the income is not bad. They have also received some benefits. So they will not say anything. But now they are poisoning us directly. It's really abominable. I'm not sure about this. It's said that Umbrella did it. The insider said vaguely. Hey, it's Umbrella again. If they have the ability, they should make an official announcement. Everything is Umbrella's doing. Why don't they just say that the last invasion of the Abyss was also done? Anyway, they have money to pay. If you don't have the ability, don't pretend to be a big shot. Anyway, I don't want to fight Umbrella. The battle in which the Gallic Foreign Legion was expelled, the one-sided massacre, really made them have PTSD. They don't want to be plowed by electromagnetic guns like this. There is no trace of the body. Moreover, Umbrella has always been keen on investigating the source of zombies. They caught the tail in the last Tokyo incident and gave okay reminder. As a result, they didn't listen to their reminders and caused the tragedy. Now they are blaming others again. They really treat everyone as idiots. We are not stupid. No matter what. Since we are still here, we have to follow orders. I hope they won't attack us. Not really. If they attack us, Seoul will be in chaos. Just as they were complaining and walking towards the base, the insider showed a strange expression on his face and said, "Yes, if something really happens, Seoul will probably be in chaos." Just as he finished speaking, his face was covered with blue veins, and the veins were visibly black. The skin became a little blue and tight in the black area. The eyeballs were quickly filled with bloodshot and turned red. Opened his mouth, and a stream of hot air came out of his mouth. But before Soul, you will be in chaos first. This thing spoke in a very rational tone, and you could see the white-hot air like high temperature when he opened his mouth. The next moment, he pounced on the soldier in front and bit his neck fiercely. Puff. Blood spurted. On the top floor of a nearby shopping mall. With the air twisting, Cheng Shui's body appeared on the edge, blowing the strong wind from the high-rise. Looking at the chaos spreading below, while chewing gum, he said indifferently to the air next to him, "It happened in your hometown. You won't feel sad, right?" After Cheng Shui finished speaking, the air twisted again, and Song Jinyan came out of invisibility, also wearing the same tight combat suit, which looked a bit sexy because of his figure. But above this curvy and hot figure, there is a cold face, looking at the chaos below with indifference. It's time to reshape this rotten place. Let's go and send their commander on his way. Let's split up and deal with the backup. The control of this grass-headed god is also limited by the distance, which is really a bit troublesome. Cheng Shui scratched her hair and sighed helplessly. Then she quickly stood on the edge of the building and jumped forward. Halfway through the leap, her whole body twisted and returned to the invisible state. Song Jinyan didn't say much after seeing this, and rushed in another direction. The grass-headed god, who had completed his work before, also emerged from the body of the mutant zombie, and quickly flew to her side. It was her order, so why should I be sad? Ziz. The air twisted, and Song Jinyan also entered invisibility again, including infrared all-round invisibility. You really dared to do any experiment. Above Jeju Island, Wang Yi, standing on the bone dragon, flipped through the information in the holographic projection in his hand with a look of relish on his face. The organization's laboratories are actually treasures, and they will make some strange things. The one in Tokyo found a way to strengthen. And here came a combination of zombies and spirits. Because they are bold, they can always play different tricks. This laboratory has been discovered for a while, and the reason is that the other party has transported some corpses of abyss monsters. However, for the time being, the corpses are sealed in liquid helium and frozen. It seems that they want to study the combination of K-virus plus Soul plus abyss monster. Anyway, the boldness in this information really makes Wang Yi amazed. But it is precisely because of this kind of unrestrained and fantastic ideas that it has brought Wang Yi a lot of inspiration. He himself has a systematic study of magic, and has his own understanding and views on magic. But the Earth is still in the initial wild period. Some ideas will feel funny, but some can make people's eyes light up, which is really a treasure. Look, after a casual study, the combination of grass-headed gods plus zombies is completed. It can even directly complete the combination of vengeful spirit employees plus zombies. But if they are killed, they may be injured. So it is more practical for the vengeful spirit employees to control the grass-headed gods to control zombies. Now look, the effect is quite good. After reading the last bit of information, Wang Yi also turned off the holographic projection. Now with the support of satellite signals, Wang Yi only needs to find the location of the laboratory, and then find a way to sneak in and add a physical connection to read the information remotely. With a physical connection, this laboratory is obviously impossible to block Lin Shurqin's attack. It is not a big problem to make them unaware of the abnormality in the short term. As for the long term, this laboratory has no long term. So why consider so much? The results of the laboratory's research were used, so the blame was naturally on them. Let's go. Let's go back and see the different scenery. Wow, where did the zombies come from? Or mutants? Pa the mechanical arm punched a zombie that pounced on it, and Li Qing's face was full of fear. And Jin Junliang, who was next to him, got into the car under the cover of the bodyguards, and shouted to him, "Hurry up! There are so many people around here. Once there are too many infected bodies, they can't escape." This is the one from Seoul University. Li Qing shook the flesh and blood on the mechanical arm with disgust, then quickly got into the car and said, "This thing won't be transmitted through the air, right? According to the current research information, it won't. But there shouldn't be any wounds on the body. The last Neon 1 entered the incubation period through a minor wound. The possibility of transmission can be regarded as rabies virus. But if the number of viruses is too large, it will immediately break out." Jin Junliang used to be an undercover agent, so he would learn some knowledge specifically. As he spoke, he also hurriedly took out a bottle of disinfectant and sprayed it on Li Qing's mechanical arm. The choking smell made both of them cough uncontrollably. "Ahem. What the HL? How come you have this thing? It's better to be prepared. It's dark now, and there's no sun. Otherwise, there's no need to disinfect. These viruses will die in the light. The driver in front and the bodyguard in the passenger seat also seemed very nervous. He drove on the street with very sophisticated driving skills. From time to time, he entered the sidewalk to avoid the car accident in front. He completely ignored the scratches and kept bumping along the way with his powerful performance. I've said how good it is to change to the tracker, which is much more flexible. Li Qing complained. Now Jin Junliang is the chairman of New World. So his car naturally needs to be more majestic. So he has never changed his car. But fortunately, the power of his car is still here, and he can crash out occasionally when it is blocked. Otherwise it would have been stuck in the middle of the road. The direction of infection is behind them, which should be the Yongsan district. The road is full of running and panicked people. And there are vehicles that are constantly blocking the road. There are not many people who have excellent car performance and driving skills. And many of them are stuck in the middle of the road. The remaining younger brother and bodyguard on the co-pilot seat looked back from time to time. They reacted quickly and had already driven a distance. But even so, they could still see the more chaotic scene behind them. And their ears were filled with all kinds of screams. Unlike the people around who were like headless flies, the direction behind was a feast for infected bodies. At that time, the figure who jumped a few meters from the street and rushed into the second floor of the roadside and smashed the glass was undoubtedly not a human. This made Jin Junliang, who was still hot-blooded, see the situation through the rear window, and his eyes were full of blood. Then he clenched his fist and hit the chair fiercely. Damn it! That damn organization is so ruthless. It turned out that they were the ones who released the neon virus. Here, he unexpectedly gained power and took charge of the secular business of the New World. And he also had a certain connection with the organization and knew some of the layout of South Korea. With this identity, he successfully hooked up with On and provided some evidence from the past to get the previous president out of office and help On take the position. Although the two of them also had different ideas, they were still consistent in the general direction and were natural allies. After learning that the organization wanted to get rid of On, he also took the risk to remind him. And the two decided to fight to the death. Join Umbrella. Only then did he directly and publicly announce that he would visit Umbrella's headquarters in South Korea. And there was also that press conference. This is the general. At the same time, it gave Umbrella a suitable opportunity to intervene. But they were exposing all kinds of information here. And they did not hesitate to report that the previous president was going to open up special industries and treat South Korea as a place for entertainment to death, which was a great shame in the international community. The next moment, the virus suddenly appeared, at least in Jin Junliang's view. This was the organization's move to overturn the table in order to destroy their desperate plan. But just like what they did, the organization could not do anything about them for the time being. And they felt powerless because the organization did it so absolutely, so cruel, or a mutated virus. And it came from the Yongshan district. What does this mean? Will the Great Beauty Garrison not help? Although it has not spread as many points as Neon, the mutant virus itself is dangerous enough. And the difficulty is far beyond that of ordinary viruses. If it is a single point outbreak in other places, it is actually okay. No matter how mutated it is still flesh and blood. And it can be quickly pacified with the help of the quick reaction force. But the Temo Yongshan base is not under the jurisdiction of South Korea. Who knows where it came from? At this time, a helicopter quickly passed through the air. And several figures jumped directly from the helicopter and landed on the top of a car. These people's clothes made Li Qing and Jin Junliang look familiar. The member of the organization who helped them deal with a group of mercenaries before looked like this. They were sturdy and more than 2 meters tall, wearing thick combat uniforms and looked like armored brown bears. And each of them was holding a Gatling gun in his hand and carrying a box of bullets on his back. No wonder they crushed the roofs of cars as soon as they came down. Are you not satisfied with the infected bodies? Are you still coming to slaughter them? But the next moment, a big man with a big speaker and speakers on his back shouted, "Don't panic. Stay calm. Don't create more infected bodies. Hide nearby. We will restrict them. Although it seems that they are here to save people. But looking at the blood flowing out of the cab that was crushed by them, it doesn't seem convincing." Li Yunqi was born with a golden key in South Korea. Although her parents are not the top few, they are also the top ones after them. Her father is a director of Hyundai Heavy Industries, and her mother is a direct descendant of the Zheng family. Hyundai Group was a behemoth that surpassed the 4-star group in the past. But because of the problems within the Zheng family, it has now fallen apart. But Hyundai Heavy Industries still has a pivotal position. Li Yunqi can undoubtedly be regarded as a chaste daughter. She has no worries about food and clothing since she was a child, and can get almost anything she wants. Although Li Yunhee is currently studying at Seoul National University, it is clear that university is just a platform for her to socialize and maintain relationships. And she does not need to really learn anything. After that, it is just a matter of course to continue to enter the Ivy League to expand her network. Her parents both graduated from the University of Pennsylvania, so she will definitely enter the University of Pennsylvania to complete her subsequent studies. At this time, sitting in the car, looking at the long queue in front of her, looking back through the rear window at the riots approaching from behind, she looked quite anxious. What's going on? Zombies? Those damn pretty guys. At this time, Li Yunhee did not even maintain her image, and her beautiful face was full of anger. She is a student at Seoul National University. Although it was summer vacation when Seoul National University happened, she was not in school and did not experience it. But later, someone was arranged to live in her dormitory, which made her very dissatisfied. It was only later that she learned that it was mastery that she calmed down a little. In the end, you can hide on the first day, but you can't hide on the 15th. I never expected that the biochemical crisis would break out again. It must be the work of those pretty guys again. Miss, let's go. The car can't move. The driver in front was still loyal to his duty, although he was also very scared. He tried to stay calm and reminded Li Yunqi okay. The car was stuck in the middle of the road and couldn't move at all. Although Li Yunqi had a bad temper, she knew the importance of this situation and got out of the car with a sullen face. Many people made similar choices at this time. The streets and roads were full of people like headless flies. Some hid in nearby houses, and some were closing shops. There was also a Mercedes-Benz next to it that relied on its own power to force its way onto the sidewalk and show off its driving skills. Miss, let's go. Yes. Li Yunqi took off her high heels, broke her heels without any care, and then quickly put them on, trotting behind the driver. And at this moment, a helicopter flew over in the sky, and several figures fell from the sky and landed on several cars. They directly stopped the cars, and the car that Li Yunqi had in front of was one of the landing points. Looking at the completely sunken roof, Li Yunqi also felt a chill rushing to the top of his head. If I had come out a little later, wouldn't I have been trampled to death? At this time, hearing the guy with the loudspeaker shouting that everyone should not panic, and seeing the person who was trampled to death in the cab under his feet, Li Yunqi always felt that it was a bit subtle, and subconsciously took a picture of the scene in front of him with the bracelet. Hide in the store or car nearby. Try to reduce the chance of infection, and leave the rest to us. The strong man who spoke shouted like thunder, and raised the Gatling gun in his hand and fired directly into the distance. The roaring gunshot sounded, accompanied by the continuous and dense ejection of SH/LS, making the scene instantly filled with a smell of gunpowder. Many people screamed, but more people calmed down. Looking back, those infected bodies were instantly beaten into meat paste under this barrage. What vital points? What central nervous system? With this caliber of machine gun bullets, anywhere is a vital point. The spreading trend of the infected bodies behind was immediately curbed, although the survivors would inevitably be injured in the process. It is certain that if they did not shoot, they would not be able to survive in the face of the fierce mutant infected bodies. It was just that under the hands of these people who said they would protect them. The attitude of not hesitating at all when shooting still made people feel a little scared. Even though they knew that this was the correct operation, they still felt a sense of fear and palpitations in the eyes of the people next to them. Then, accompanied by a roar, 2 more helicopters arrived quickly. However, this time no one jumped down, but lowered the rappelling rope, and fully armed quick response team members came down from above, cooperating with the 5 turret-like figures to assist. In addition, some ammunition boxes were dropped as supplies for them. Soon, one of the helicopters continued to fly quickly towards the inside, leaving one behind to assist with machine guns. Seeing that the battle situation in front of them had temporarily stabilized, Jin Junyang and Li Qing also found an opportunity to get out of the car. Now their car can no longer move and is stuck on the side of the road. Li Yunqi? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in class now? Li Qing said to his cousin in a strange way. It's already so late. Are you still here to catch me skipping class? Li Yunqi was also a little surprised to meet her cousin. She vaguely knew that although her cousin had a big business, He did some shameful things, and didn't have many friends. Well, follow me. Or my aunt will blame me. Li Qing also made a request directly, and took out his phone to inquire about the current situation. They didn't leave here immediately because they were not sure about the situation ahead after temporarily stabilizing. If it spreads to multiple points, it would be better to go blindly than here. Of course, it would be best if a helicopter came to pick people up. New World has its own helicopter, and he wants to dispatch it. Okay, got it. After asking roughly, he called Jin Junliang and the 2 remaining brothers in his family and said, "There is a helicopter that can be used. Let's go to the top floor of Maoming building and wait. The current outbreak of infection is mainly in Busan and Yongsan. It may come from the garrison base, so don't expect that group of soldiers to do anything. Hurry up." In this way, Jin Junliang, Li Qing and Li Yinchi, plus 3 drivers and brothers, quickly shuttled through the crowd and ran towards a building across the street behind. Although the distance is no more than 100 meters, the crowds along the way and the crashed vehicles make it dense and slow to walk. The key is that Maoming building is also a landmark building nearby. At this time, many people subconsciously walk towards the building, either fleeing to the underground parking lot of the building, or trying to squeeze into this large shopping mall. The few people who just squeezed across the road saw that the electronic door of the building close at hand began to slowly lower, and a large group of security personnel inside were holding the door to prevent people outside from entering. This caused a group of people to block the door, and the crowd was excited. The actions of the building are not difficult to understand. After all, it is a zombie infection, and they are worried about letting in the ones that should not be let in. But for the people outside, they don't think about whether they understand or not. Li Qing even took out his pistol and prepared to shoot. But obviously someone was one step faster than him. Duh. The automatic rifle shot directly broke the glass above the building, and several men who looked like big and beautiful soldiers rushed over. "Open the door, or I will kill you." The ferocious expressions of several people really made the people around them consciously disperse and make way for them. Big and beautiful soldiers don't have a good reputation. It's just that these guys didn't fight against the zombies, but came here to take refuge together, which makes people feel a little subtle. Chapter 464 Man-Made Disaster Control. As the soldiers in front of him raised their guns to clear the way, Li Qing immediately led everyone to rush in through the open door. The mechanical arm in his hand could separate the crowd with a flick of his hand. The obviously enhanced mechanical arm shape also made people dare to be angry, but not to speak. But just after they and many people nearby came in, the group of soldiers who came in front seemed to find that something was wrong and quickly fired a warning shot into the sky. Seeing that no one stopped them, they immediately started shooting. Several people fell in a pool of blood. If Li Qing hadn't seen the bad situation and pulled everyone away in advance, I'm afraid their group would have been affected. The direct firing scared the crowd away. In addition to the blood and mess left at the door, most people retreated outside with horror. There were also people who fell to the ground and groaned continuously. No one dared to say anything. "Close the door. Whoever comes in will be shot to death." The faces of the handsome soldiers were grim, and it was clear from the fact that they pulled the trigger without hesitation that they were not just talking. Do you really think the handsome soldiers are as great as they are in the posed photos? In fact, it is quite the opposite. They are just doing things for money, and are essentially no different from mercenaries. Obviously, these soldiers also had concerns about the security personnel of the building before. They must open the door to let themselves in before entering. But after they come in, they can't let so many people in. The security captain who was standing beside them timidly also became energetic, straightened his back, and hurriedly continued to give orders. The falling iron door continued to fall, reflecting the complex expressions of fear and anger of the people outside. Under the threat of guns, no one dared to rush in again. When the door was about to close, a mutant-infected body rushed out from the corner of the street. With a speed that completely surpassed human beings, he jumped directly onto the top of a truck, looked directly at the crowd gathered here, and then jumped down, jumping on the blocked road with the help of various roofs, howling and rushing over. This movement directly scared the terrified crowd outside and began to scatter. Some people who were closest to the building also tried their best to crawl in before they were locked up, but they were greeted by only a burst of bullets. "Hurry up and drag all the bodies away. Don't get stuck in the door." Seeing that the infected bodies had already appeared, the soldiers who had finally escaped before also showed a look of fear on their faces, and shouted fiercely. The gun barrels in their hands still had the smell of gunpowder. "Hurry. Drag them away. Didn't you hear it? You bunch of rubbish?" The security captain also stood aside and scolded the other security guards. Let them drag the bodies of those who were shot in a hurry. There were a few who were still alive after being shot, but they were hit by rifle bullets and were not treated in time, so they probably wouldn't last long. I hid inside, but it didn't make much sense. As the bodies were cleared, the door was successfully closed, blocking the outside. This Maoming building itself is a high-end place selling luxury goods. Although the metal door outside is not very strong, it is at least much stronger than those iron mesh doors. As the gates slowly fell and closed, the small group of soldiers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Li Qing and his companions quietly moved away. And then Li Qing complained in a low voice. Shit! Are they from the Yongsan base? They just ran away and hid with us. Don't they control the zombies? What's the point of spending so much money on them every year? Just to shoot civilians? Li Yunqi, who had been secretly recording videos with a holographic bracelet, rolled her eyes and said, Is this the first time I've met them? When have these guys ever been reliable? However, Jin Junyang said calmly, under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be the case. But the incident broke out from the Yongsan district. It is very likely that they suffered the first wave of impact and dispersed without preparation. Jin Junyang was not trying to whitewash them. He was able to work with On to do it. He still loves South Korea and really wants to make changes. He was just analyzing the current severity. Now it seems that the Yongshan base is really likely to be ruined. Don't worry too much. We are different from Japan. Although we don't have wartime command, we have a complete system, with our own plan to deal with zombies. We will get support soon, Jin Junyang reminded quietly, and then continued to pull everyone back. South Korea has more than 500,000 active troops and more than 500,000 reserve troops, and almost all of them will serve in the military. This is indeed not comparable to Japan. Whether it is the responsibility of the people or the speed of subsequent remediation, some expectations can still be given. Japan has already made 2 proofs before, and it will be more fully prepared. If the source did not happen in Yongsan district this time, we would have no right to interfere and would have suppressed it long ago. A group of guys who are more likely to cause trouble than to do good. Jin Junyang couldn't help but sigh, and then began to look around for the elevator. They still had to go to the top floor to wait for the helicopter. This Maoming building itself is a high-end commercial consumption place. It is a surrounding structure with both escalators and direct elevators, and many luxury stores. However, the original splendor can no longer be seen in this situation. A large number of shops have closed their doors. According to the common sense of zombie prevention, when encountering a crisis, they should close their doors and wait for rescue. This not only protects themselves, but also reduces the possibility of being infected and adding trouble. At this time, both the escalator and the elevator seemed to have been locked. A large number of people gathered in the lobby on the first floor, and a small number of people were directly climbing up the escalator that was out of service as stairs. Let's go. We will climb too. The helicopter is coming. It's dangerous to climb the escalator after the power outage. Li Yunqi is a student after all, and couldn't help saying, We have to climb even if it's dangerous. What time is it? Their small group of people set off together, and immediately attracted the attention of many other people who had escaped to avoid it. And then, they all climbed with panic. It was fine when a few people climbed, but just when Li Qing and his group arrived on the second floor, because of the swarming crowd, one of the escalators seemed to have broken tracks, and the people on it all slid down. It made a loud noise, and the metal gear structure under the elevator caused many people to be bruised and bloody, and they screamed in pain. Bang! It seems that because of the violent movement inside, the lowered security door was hit hard from the outside, and an obvious dent appeared on the not very thick metal plate. This made the beautiful soldiers, who were relieved, change their faces, looked at the chaotic crowd with a bad face, and immediately fired a volley of bullets. Shut up. Whoever shouts will be killed. No one can go upstairs now. While saying this, he quickly winked at his companions, and they began to climb up from another undamaged staircase. The banging sound outside became more and more frequent. Various dents continued to appear on the door. This made the soldiers' steps faster and faster. Li Qing and others who had already arrived on the second floor also changed their faces, and then quickly ran towards the elevator on the third floor. Li Qing looked at his little cousin with a bad look. You are possessed by a crow's mouth. The soldiers are coming up. Don't conflict with them. Jin Junyang thought more. If there was a command, this group of people might not be so dangerous. But judging from the fact that they fired without hesitation, their spirits were also quite tense. and they didn't know what had happened. Now, whether it was active or passive, they should have lost contact with the headquarters. In this case, this group of scattered soldiers will be more dangerous. Now Jin Junyang is a little worried that they also came to the roof together, and there might be a conflict at that time. The number of people that a helicopter can take away is limited, and the new world can't be a transport helicopter. Looking at them like this, there is a high possibility that they will be robbed directly at that time. But now, let's get to the roof first. Although they also have a few pistols. But if a conflict really occurs, even a preemptive sneak attack will be useless. De Pyongyang's equipment is still nothing to say, unless you can shoot every shot in the head instantly. And after De Pyongyang's soldiers hurriedly went upstairs, the deterrence of their previous shooting gradually decreased, and immediately people nearby continued to walk towards another elevator. Someone started, and immediately swarmed in again. Slow down. Slow down. It's going to collapse again. Go down. Don't have so many people. Someone shouted. But it was useless. A security guard pulled out a rubber roller and hit it. But under the threat of the metal door deforming more and more seriously, and making a creaking sound with the frame, no one would give in. Then, without any surprise, the remaining elevators also collapsed. The continuous sliding of the elevators completely cut off the connection between the first floor and the second floor. The security captain hurriedly reopened the direct elevator. However, it was meaningless. Someone had been watching him for a long time. As soon as the elevator door opened, people on the first floor swarmed in like zombies. The elevator was overweight, and the elevator door was stuck. It was impossible to go up. A mess. Jin Junyang looked back at the downstairs, and couldn't help sighing. Is this what he wanted to change? In fact, if this group of soldiers relied on their own deterrence to command and restore order from the beginning, most people would be able to go upstairs slowly. With so many people staying on the first floor, when they really come in, they will all turn into zombies and pose a new threat. But obviously, their shooting only added to the chaos. But in this chaos, who can remain calm and rational enough? Myself? I can't do it either. The street was already a mess at this time. It was obvious that the quick response force that arrived first and the 5 modified super soldiers could not change anything. When the snowball rolled, their firefighting ability was obviously weakened. Just like the fire in the room. It was easy to extinguish the source at the beginning. But as it spread and the temperature rose, it was powerless to save the situation after it exploded. The cost will increase exponentially. The incident took place in Yosan district, which they could not reach. They missed the golden best time. Although it was not completely eroded, it was obvious that the damage had spread greatly. That is to say, as Jin Junyang said, the number of South Korea's own armaments was still good, and it paid great attention to ground forces. In addition to the appearance of armed helicopters one after another, armored vehicles also began to quickly come to the streets. Roadblocks and interceptions were also set up everywhere. At the same time, the emergency broadcast kept reminding people of precautions during biochemical crisis. Find a safe place nearby. Try to hide indoors. Close the doors and windows. And don't make any noise. Because there are so many people who have received training and served in the military. The speed of South Korea to control the situation is much faster than the first Tokyo incident. At present, there is no phenomenon of continued erosion and spread. But there is some momentum of containment. At this time, Aun's face was also livid as he listened to various reports. If the incident had not occurred in Yosan district, this kind of thing would not have happened at all. And it would have been controlled just after the outbreak. It happened to be when the press conference began to reveal the news. And this timing was too clever. This is a group of lunatics. Sure enough, they don't care about the life and death of South Koreans at all. It must be controlled. It must be trapped in Yosan district and 81 business district. At all costs. Fortunately, there was an example of Tokyo in front. After having reference and psychological expectations, combined with the military literacy of military training, the self-rescue of the infected area was not bad. Fewer people are infected, which also means that it can be easier to suppress and face fewer infected bodies. These are all complementary. That is to say, this time it is a mutant virus. If it is a normal version, it will not cause any waves at all. But even so, An and all his subordinates still feel a sense of common hatred. The explosion at the Busan base before was probably not a good thing. And relevant news came from there. Busan also showed signs of infection. However, because they were alerted by the explosion, they reacted quickly and put out the source, which was the Busan base. As a result, they knew what happened, But they didn't even communicate. They caught themselves off guard. If they had been informed in advance, there would not be such a big loss. This made On's hands tremble unconsciously. What are we in your eyes? And this encounter has made him really determined. Under the control of De Pyongyang, there is no future at all. They just treat us as a bridgehead. Now that the border line has been determined, and the UN General Assembly has recognized both sides at the same time. In fact, even if De Pyongyang is no longer there is no need to worry too much about security issues. Not to mention that they were not weak. The East would not want to see chaos here either. Add to that Umbrella's words. There is no problem at all. Not to mention that On has made up his mind. The metal door on the first floor of Maoming building is already in tatters. The most severely deformed part has been torn open. And the infected bodies surging wildly outside can be seen. They keep struggling to pull inside. The mutants squeeze frantically, not caring at all that their flesh and blood were hung on the sharp edges of the metal door. And their bodies were covered in blood, coupled with the hideous faces and roars. The crowd finally collapsed and screamed in despair. Go and stop them! Stop! Stop! They are coming in. They are going to die. We will all die. Haha. The abyss will protect me. It will protect me. As the gap became larger and larger, the first infected body rushed in, which also meant the complete failure of defense. Some people also tried to resist. If they were facing ordinary infected bodies, they could still make use of the advantages of the terrain and the narrow gap if they could eliminate their fear. However, facing mutants, it was meaningless. Several strong men mustered up their courage to rush out, but they were ripped open by a few claws. And then, their throats were bitten, and blood spurted out. There were more and more enemies, and they had no chance of resistance with bare hands. Li Qing and the other soldiers, who had already reached the 5th floor, also had solemn faces when they saw the miserable situation below. They could still buy some time below, but those things would come up sooner or later. With that kind of bounce and that kind of strength, they were enough to climb up along the damaged escalator. Hurry up. We're almost there. There are still 2 floors. Li Qing and the others were physically fit, but Miss Li Yinchi was already a little out of breath after running to the 5th floor in one breath. But fortunately, she nodded and didn't complain after hearing what they said. The soldiers who came up from another elevator were already ahead of them, and were about to surpass them. At this time, both sides ignored each other and continued to go up. Jin Junyang was also a little anxious that this group of people would rush to the top floor of the building and then close the door, which was definitely possible. Driven by this sense of crisis, they almost came to the 7th floor in no particular order, and then ran towards the open-air platform outside. However, at this time, ding, the elevator sounded. The direct elevator on the 1st floor that was stuck finally came up successfully. But as the elevator door opened, several bloody security uniforms turned their heads and looked over here. Their pale eyes and black veins on their faces looked so hideous. Then they roared and rushed out at an astonishing speed. First, several other survivors who had arrived on this floor were thrown to the ground. At the same time, 2 mutants ran quickly towards Li Qing and his team. Shit! Bang! Li Qing and his team took out their pistols and started shooting continuously. The lethality of bullets to the human body was still there, although the mutants were very fast. It was difficult to accurately hit the head, but after being shot too many times, they still fell to the ground quickly and twitched constantly. However, the hijacking nature of the K-virus caused the first group of people who were bitten to begin twitching all over. The mutant that was constantly eating also changed its target and rushed towards them. This made Li Qing look at the soldiers not far away. These things can be solved with just 1 round of bullets, and they are not unstoppable. But the soldiers took a look and continued to charge towards the rooftop without stopping. After going out, they obviously closed the door and locked it. The top floor of Maoming building is their floor. Half of it is inside the mall, and half is the open-air platform outside. The open-air platform can also be regarded as a tourist attraction, and there is also a place for helicopters to land. They can easily see the outside scene through the tempered glass. This made Li Qing curse directly. And then, he could only shoot and retreat. They couldn't carry many extra bullets in their pistols. It's not a war. How could they need so many bullets on weekdays? As a result, it is obviously not enough here now. But at this time, the continuous sound of strafing penetrated the glass on the top floor, and the visible barrage instantly tore the infected bodies that came up along the elevator and began to spread. Then several drones flew in from the breach, and after cleaning up the upper part, they quickly flew downstairs. While firing, They also broadcasted the sound. Our company has received a request from the authorities to clean up and obtained authorization to fire. All survivors are requested to squat with both hands on their heads to facilitate identification and locking. Although it was an electronic mechanical sound, it brought a full sense of security. It's Umbrella. Okay. Okay. We know. Accept the inspection. Right. The several beautiful soldiers, who ran away and locked the door before were followed by 2 drones, stood aside immediately, and then started to take off their clothes directly. Li Yunqi's hair stood up next to him, and she quickly covered her eyes and whispered to curse perverts. If you curse perverts, don't peek through your fingers. But these guys have good figures, and they have training on weekdays. After being safe, Li Qing now watched the excitement and lit a cigarette with the lighter on the mechanical arm's fingers. It can be lit as long as you think about it. This thing is really convenient. Then, Li Yunqi made a sound of cut and kicked him. I know. It should be the incident when Neon was inspected. This incident was not spread here. This is not the first time. Li Yunqi was quite surprised when he heard this. It's not the first time. These arrogant guys are so cooperative. They have to cooperate. Umbrella will not indulge them. Li Yunqi's eyes widened. Although her family conditions are quite good, she can be regarded as a chaebol daughter. But she has a sense of fear for De Pyongyang. She is very disgusted with these soldiers and hates De Pyongyang. But she is really afraid. They were angry about their recklessness in the mall before, but they also felt a little resigned and taken for granted. It seems that De Pyongyang soldiers should be like this, and it has been deeply rooted. However, now they find that this group of terrifying soldiers are honestly accepting inspections like lambs. It's terrible. Is this Umbrella? After all the beautiful soldiers were gone, the drone in the sky made another sound. There was a delay just now. I'm sorry. You misunderstood. We are not going to check, but ask you to come together to clean up the scene. Please wear your equipment and don't be so perverted. After this electronic sound was issued, the faces of several soldiers on the scene froze. Hack. Date your sister? Who doesn't know that you have 20,000 satellites in the sky? You think it's home Wi-Fi. But they are willing to take off their clothes. So now they are naturally wearing them silently. In short, these drones did not show much hostility. Fortunately, sure enough, Umbrella is still professional in dealing with zombies. In fact, this is also Umbrella itself avoiding suspicion. After all, there were several instructors here. If the drones were well prepared, it would indeed be suspected of acting. The current situation is that these are all drones protecting Umbrella's factory in South Korea, and they are all registered. It is only because of satellite linkage and Red Queen group control that the current effect can be achieved. Now Umbrella, that is, drones from various factories near Seoul, are out in full force, plus a few at the headquarters. The number is limited, so the cooperation of ground forces is still needed. The Yongsan base of De Pyongyang is useless. The command center was wiped out. Chung Shui took action, and no one survived. And they were eliminated quickly from top to bottom in sequence. Now the highest-ranking officers in the Yongsan base are a group of captains. In this case, it is natural to reorganize the scattered soldiers of De Pyongyang and Nangali's own ground team. And just at this time, accompanied by a sound of propellers, a helicopter flew over from the air. It was the helicopter of New World Company. But after coming over, I found that there were already 2 people on the helicopter besides the pilot. It was Wang Yi and Jin Guangyo. Their identities are naturally the priority earlier. Oh, I didn't know there were other people. After the helicopter stopped, Wang Yi glanced outside lightly, and Jin Juliang's face changed slightly. And then he lowered his head and said, Uncle, Mr. Quan, I didn't expect you to be here too. It's not a military helicopter. Ordinary helicopters can't really take many people. President, you guys go up. It's safe here now. Umbrella has taken over. We just have to wait here. One of the 3 drivers and younger brother said. Jin Guangyo also nodded indifferently. Well, let's do it. Junliang and Li Qing come up. Well, you are Mr. Li's daughter. Come up too. The big and beautiful soldier, who had been kidnapped by 2 drones, and was changing clothes next to him, could only look at the helicopter with envy at this time. I knew that these people had pistols before, but I didn't expect that a helicopter would come to pick them up directly. If they were not kidnapped, we could leave. As for the identity of the people above, what does it have to do with them? Have you tasted Saigon Iron Fist? But now they can only watch being kidnapped by Umbrella's drone. If it were any other force, they, the big and beautiful soldiers, would be able to hold their chests high. But facing Umbrella, they really can't stand up. They really know how to shoot. Let's collect some information now. You can choose the part you can answer. Okay. The beautiful captain put on her protective gear again and answered okay carefully when facing the drone's question. Is the source the Longshan base? Our previous detection range is suspected to be gradually spreading out from the Longshan base. We want to confirm the source. The obvious facts are here. And the soldier did not deny it. He nodded helplessly and said, yes. We received a notice to enter the alert state. And it broke out not long after. And then we lost contact with the command. Facing the infected body that came out of nowhere. We can only tactically avoid it first. In fact, the captain has answered very carefully. And what he said are things that cannot be concealed at all. But even so, it is still silently recorded by the drone as one of the supporting materials. At the beginning, the spokesperson of South Korea officially announced the secrets of the previous term. The strange courage to directly develop the tertiary industry also made many people eat melons. As a result, who would have thought that it was still live? And it took a sharp turn for the worse in an instant. First, the spokesperson at the live press conference got some news and angrily denounced the explosion of the Busan military camp, which was suspected to be contaminated and might cause a biochemical crisis. Then his mouth was like a blessing. And South Korea also followed in the footsteps of Japan, almost watching the live broadcast directly, watching the chaos in Seoul. Fortunately, Japan has had many accidents, and all countries now have very good defense mechanisms, almost the same as wartime reactions, as long as it is not the latent type with multiple outbreaks. The problem is not bad, even though the outbreak site was in Yongsan, which caused South Korea to fail to react in the first time. It still completed the control with relatively good results afterwards, and the scene was cleaned up quickly. Not to mention that Japan has multiple outbreaks for the second time, even if the impact on Tokyo port is much smaller than the first time. However, among them, there are umbrella drones. Although the number is small, the tracking, guidance, and command capabilities still quickly mobilize South Korea's ground forces to carry out extremely efficient control of the infected body. In terms of efficiency, it is many times higher than South Korea itself. After all, the infected body is not observed by radar. At this time, Umbrella's drones and Red Queen's big data retrieval capabilities are much stronger. Umbrella is professional in dealing with zombies. However, although South Korea is still cleaning and controlling, De Pyongyang was the first to speak. And the content of the speech is a bit weird. South Korea has no command. It cannot be handed over to Umbrella. We will immediately arrange to take over the command for the subsequent cleaning. This is a declaration of sovereignty. Chapter 465 Contrast Delay. Does De Pyongyang care about the life and death of his dog? Of course he cares, because it will bring benefits to himself. But when it goes against his own interests, they abandon it so ruthlessly. This has happened many times. It's just that De Pyongyang's animal husbandry is too strong, which makes some people selectively forget, or think that they are special and different. When abandoning Neon, he was so ruthless and did not hesitate. Not to mention the multiple outbreaks of biochemical crisis. He also had to take the blame, share the food, and kill him afterwards. Nan Goryeo, obviously, will not be treated specially. There were indeed some minor problems this time, but it was not caused by us, either the organization's people or Umbrella. No matter what the situation of the biochemical crisis is, since you have sent out military forces to suppress it, you must be controlled by De Pyongyang. Even if there seems to be a problem in Longshan and the command level has been wiped out, we still have to wait for our instructions. Now, because of the loss of contact with the Yongsan command post, we can treat it as an emergency and forgive the past. But you must obey our command next. This time, our De Pyongyang garrison suffered heavy losses, and you did not take good care of them. So you must give certain compensation afterwards, and give an explanation to the families of the deceased. De Pyongyang's official statement also reached South Korea and quickly spread. The usual high-handed tone and indifferent attitude. The incident happened at the two garrisons in Busan and Yongsan, but De Pyongyang acted as a victim. This is almost the same as the previous incident in Japan, when De Pyongyang was affected. And the situation is different this time. Last time, the first source was indeed Japan. This time, the source is the De Pyongyang garrison. Even after the problem in Busan, they did not inform South Korea in the first time, resulting in a lack of sufficient vigilance. As a result, not only did they not inform and remind, but Yongsan had problems again. Because of the special nature of the Yongsan base, South Korea itself could not react immediately. It was typical that it was dragged down by Pyongyang, which caused such a huge loss in the future. Now the official announcement is to blame South Korea for compensation? It makes people feel that this is not modern. But this is indeed modern. Being able to have extraterritoriality with South Korea and enjoy the same life as the former concession may be something that many people dare not even think about. No. It should be those who are well protected who dare not think about it. But in other parts of the world, this seems to be taken for granted. However, what South Korea cannot accept is, obviously with the information support of Umbrella, relying on the terrifying satellite and drone linkage, the problem of detection and exploration was perfectly solved, and the most efficient intelligence support and command were provided. But Pyongyang was anxious at this time, and said that he could not listen to Umbrella's command, but had to listen to them. Ordinary people may not feel how efficient Umbrella is, but the soldiers of South Korea really felt a silky smoothness. How to go, where to fight, the approximate number of enemies, and what preparations to make. Even the approximate angle of the machine gun can be told. Just empty your brain and follow orders completely. It is fundamentally different from the many exercises they have participated in. Even in modern battlefields, command and information support are extremely important. The number of people is here. The influence is here. This can be regarded as a real street battle. It can be said that just one command, Umbrella, directly convinced the participating soldiers of South Korea, who were not strong to begin with. All along, their exercises have been about how to cooperate with the Pyongyang, and how to be arrogant in front of the Pyongyang. This time, someone tailored it for them, making them feel their presence and value. This is so rare for South Korea, which keeps switching between inferiority and self-esteem. It can be said that the special strategy directly made this group of soldiers who accepted the command have a good impression of Umbrella. But now the Pyongyang is going to take over the command? Umbrella did not express any opinion on this. It was just a cleaning mission. If you don't mind it yourself, how could we mind it? We respect the choices of all parties. We will not participate in the command operation next, but we will still assist in some cleanup. Umbrella directly withdrew from the command connection and handed it over to Nangali and to Pyongyang to solve. The two sides had their original agreement. This request seemed overbearing, but it was reasonable. But after a command team urgently dispatched by Pyongyang from Yokosuka arrived, the battlefield, which had been controlled and began to enter the cleanup work, was hit by complications again. Several places were ambushed by infected bodies, and this group of cunning infected bodies almost broke through a gap. This made the people in the Pyongyang command team who arrived confused. Can they also ambush? How is it possible? This is a manifestation of wisdom. After all, the Pyongyang's command team is not a good for nothing. After the biochemical crisis became a problem in front of them, they had simulated military exercises many times, with many supporting plans, and they actually looked good. There are both ordinary infected bodies and special infected bodies, but many of these are tailor-made for the dullness and chaos of the infected. For example, helicopters make sounds to attract them and let them concentrate, make sounds to test and try to see if there are any in the building, etc. The efficiency is actually very good. It was used into Pyongyang's own homeland. Even if it spreads accidentally and the scene is corrupt, it can solve the problem as easily as cutting rotten meat. But this time, the command was taken over in the front, and it was fine. After all, the situation has been controlled. The rest is to clean up and show off. But taking over this show is showing off. They know internally. Oh, we are ambushed. These infected bodies are not right. But the people outside don't care so much. Good guy. Umbrella has done everything from the beginning. It can be said that it has been perfectly wrapped dumplings. If it weren't for you coming, it might have been over. But the result is good. The meat that was delivered to your mouth. You didn't catch it, since Pyongyang dared to say so. He was also prepared and confident. But the reality taught them a lesson. What is the plan cannot catch up with the change. Because of the live broadcast of Umbrella's drone, the ridicule from all over the world cannot help but swarm in. He took over the command with a solemn oath. But the result is this? What a waste! The authorities of Damei also found that the situation was not good. In order to make up for it, they could only say that the zombies had changed. Through the filming, we can see that this is a premeditated ambush by them. They have become intelligent. This is a new difference. Not our problem. Although they can cover up to a certain extent and let their remotely raised lackeys start to clean up. But the specific situation can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. What's going on? Isn't this the best thing in your laboratory? You didn't do it. In the Jeju Lava Laboratory. The person in charge was a little confused when he heard the questioning. They received the information that something went wrong in South Korea, and then turned on the alert state, almost isolated from the world. In addition, Jeju is across the sea from South Korea, so it was just a mentality of watching the show. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. However, the iron fist of reality taught them a good lesson. The zombies of Temo used the technology of our laboratory. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This technology requires instruments to collect soul fragments, and various related tests to cooperate. It can be said that the possibility of other places coincidentally colliding is very low. But we have also handed over the information to the organization. Maybe. However, before he could explain, the earthquake-like tremor appeared again. The lights of the entire laboratory flickered, and his wired phone was directly disconnected. Only a busy tone was heard. This made the person in charge stunned for a while, and secretly thought it was not good. He directly picked up the intercom, and said seriously, "Raise the alert level." "We may." But before the voice fell, rumble. The ceiling of the laboratory was drilled directly by a drill. After the drill bit landed, the original blades on the drill bit exploded directly like a fragmentation grenade, killing all the people nearby. The next moment, the drill bit opened to reveal a passage connecting to the top. And then a stream of people came in. Everyone was wearing combat uniforms, like those in science fiction movies. The combat uniforms that had appeared once in Africa, plus the icons on them, made the person in charge, who was looking at the situation outside through the explosion-proof glass, look ashen and cold in his heart. It was Umbrella. Give up resistance. You will enjoy the treatment of prisoners. Otherwise you will be killed without mercy. A man without a hood and with a cold face came in from behind, which made the person in charge, who saw it clearly, squat on the ground with his hands on his head. It was an Umbrella instructor. "It's over. It's all over." All this was Umbrella's conspiracy. They didn't know when they knew the location of the laboratory, and they found a way to physically connect to the internet and steal the data here. The biochemical crisis outside was caused by Umbrella, because he knew that he didn't do it. After reverse deduction, he could naturally get a result close to the truth. However, it is meaningless for him to know. Everyone, even the people in the organization, will think that this is their own fault. He will bear the blame. Moreover, there is a high probability that he will be silenced. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but secretly look up at those people, hoping that he was overthinking. "Huh? You want to resist?" The instructor locked the person in charge at a glance, shot him in the head with a confused expression, and then warned the other researchers. "This is the end of resistance." Explosive. When the Pyongyang took over the command, he made a mess and was embarrassed. Umbrella followed the clues and found the source of the infection. A secret biological laboratory on Jeju Island. The whole invasion process was recorded. The personnel, equipment, instruments, and various infected bodies in the laboratory were recorded and exposed one by one. It's unbelievable that the instrument we just sold actually appeared here. Each of our debuggers has a destination, a code, and a contract, so we can definitely find it out. The March recorder recorded the Umbrella brain computer debugger in front of him, and then he directly followed the instrument to find the number behind it. It was obvious that the number had been cleared. It doesn't matter. Our brain computer debugging equipment still has internal codes, and we will immediately send technicians to the units that purchased it to broadcast the whole process live. They can't make another one. It's impossible to frame them. When the time comes, the evidence will be as strong as a mountain. The voice from the video was decisive, as if it represented Umbrella's determination to investigate. Then, there were a large number of test subjects nearby. Those zombies who were locked up and could read books by themselves. And those infected bodies that obviously had a certain degree of intelligence. Undoubtedly completed the hammer that this laboratory controlled everything behind the scenes. Although we don't know what means they used. They did breed zombies with intelligence. But the main reason we were able to find this laboratory this time is because they have alien flesh and blood and detected magic fluctuations. Yes, you heard it right. Even after the invasion in New York, there are still some people who don't give up. They are really crazy. The camera kept moving forward with the soldiers, and kept pressing out one researcher after another, and interrogated them on the spot. "Where is the alien flesh and blood? We got a warning, and it has been sealed." "I don't know where it is sealed," someone else asked. "At the bottom. It is frozen with liquid helium." "I'm just a researcher." I participated in the whole process of the research of this intelligent zombie. I know everything. But I didn't poison it. I didn't know they would be so crazy. Me too. I'm just doing research here. My family is controlled by the organization. I can't do anything. Now I'm caught by you. It's all over. All kinds of voices came out of the mouths of this group of captured collapsed researchers. It was really shocking. Through their scattered information, everyone was able to piece together the situation of the entire laboratory. This is a secret laboratory of an organization that has been studying the K virus for a long time. After Umbrella proposed the concept of magic, they began to study magic. And through Umbrella's data and Master Yi's magic numbers, they made some strange instruments and completed the intelligent transformation of zombies. After the zombies become intelligent, they attempted to use Umbrella's brain-computer technology to control the zombies and form cheap and efficient biological weapons. And this biological attack was just a test of theirs. The effect was surprisingly good, because most of the information was true. After the splicing similar to montage, it directly implanted an inherent impression in all the people who paid attention to it, which was simply ironclad evidence. The various viewers who had been eating melons in front of the live broadcast were also extremely shocked at this time. How mad! They're even researching the intelligence of zombies? Sure enough, they're just asking for trouble. Zombies are already troublesome. And it's only now that we have experience that we can control casualties. And some people want to make it more difficult. New York has been hit by a hydrogen bomb. And they haven't learned their lesson yet? Oh my god. Shaoshiba is really unlucky. It seems that the last biochemical infection at Seoul University was probably caused by this laboratory. Yeah. I thought it was just a biochemical crisis. I was mentally prepared after so many incidents. But it might even turn into an abyss invasion. Fortunately, it didn't develop further. Who can stand having a master like this? I almost ate mushrooms. For all the shocking comments, Umbrella had no response at all. It just let it ferment naturally. Occasionally, Lin Shirchin would guide it a little bit. And the rest didn't need to be taken care of. After completing the control and management of the laboratory, the Umbrella warrior who recorded and filmed all the way also spoke up. Each of us has a full video of the entry process, which can be submitted as evidence. However, the next investigation is not within the scope of our company's authority. What does the General Assembly say? What does the Security Council say? Give an answer. We can help seal and guard it for free for a week at most. Now, the problem is kicked out directly. And it is really impossible to avoid it. And Su Nangaoli's representative in the General Assembly directly proposed a motion to conduct a thorough investigation. It was passed by a high vote in the General Assembly, and then vetoed by De Pyongyang in the Security Council. The General Assembly itself has no binding force. The Security Council is the place where forced intervention can be carried out in legal terms. However, it is obvious that De Pyongyang has no meaning if he does not nod. This matter has been taken over by Umbrella and is no longer the first seen. With Umbrella's technology, it will be difficult to detect if some disguises are carried out. So we oppose tracing the source. After De Pyongyang voted against it, he rarely explained it. This time it was really not us. But this time, Umbrella had a marching recorder throughout the route. And it was multi-angle and multi-directional. There were also many witnesses at the scene, which was already conclusive evidence. The facts are not important. What is important is what the key person thinks. The guilty look of De Pyongyang itself explains everything. Even their own people subconsciously suspected them. Plus the hard evidence here. And the voting pattern. It doesn't matter whether to check or not. All parties have tacitly accepted what De Pyongyang did. And along with it, it is equivalent to the bad things that Neon did before. It was you who did it. And then you cried thief and asked for compensation. In the end, it attracted the Abyss monster. You deserve it. But the problem is that after De Pyongyang vetoed it, the matter was actually left unresolved. Knowing it is knowing. But you really can't do anything to them. And no one has the ability to do anything to them. Blue Star's tyrant. Even if you know it was him who did it. What does it matter? De Pyongyang has done a lot of bad things. It's just that this time it involves a biochemical incident. To put it bluntly, these days it still depends on fists. But, because this time De Pyongyang is targeting South Korea. And the target before was also Neon. They are all his younger brothers. Even if it is a consensus reached by other allies to share Neon. This kind of thing will naturally keep other allies in mind. If he does this to his own dog, what else can he not do? Anyway, it is correct to blame De Pyongyang for things that cannot be found. If everyone is blamed, there may be some innocent people And if we blame one person, every other person, there will definitely be some people who are missed. At a press conference of Pyongyang, a reporter from South Korea also asked a sharp question. If Pyongyang opposes tracing the source, will you still ask for compensation from South Korea? Although he hesitated on tracing the source, the spokesperson was quite fast at this time. Of course, our garrison sacrificed for South Korea. Shouldn't we compensate? However, this matter will not start until the new speaker is in place. And perhaps the new speaker will have a different opinion at that time. The spokesperson first decisively affirmed this view, but then gave a little hope and buffer. Maybe the new speaker will grant amnesty to the world after taking office? Then, neither Japan nor South Korea will need to compensate. After the invasion of the New York abyss, it can be said that the election of that special internet celebrity is a foregone conclusion. At least from some of his past words and deeds, the possibility of giving up is very small. But just as Pyongyang wants to see, as long as they leave a little chance and give some possibilities, there will always be some people who have some illusions and think that Pyongyang's daddy still loves them. Even if the knife is on her neck, Pyongyang will still say, "No, I'm not threatening you, and I won't hurt you." After starting to stab, she will also say, "It doesn't hurt." Take a deep breath. Now that South Korea has suddenly encountered this zombie crisis, those who oppose on in South Korea have taken the opportunity to stir up trouble and make all kinds of weird remarks. Think about it. Even a place like a certain big country can raise a group of people remotely, let alone South Korea. You have to know that South Korea has been dominated by the second devils since its inception. Not to mention Pyongyang. There are even a lot of pro-Japanese people. After various rhythms came out, the voices inside South Korea became more exaggerated. They are here to protect us. If something like this happens, it is actually right to compensate them. Even if you hire someone to clean your house, you still have to pay for the medical expenses if you get hurt. They did help a little this time. You see. Video. Then some of Tucker's reinforcement teams began to appear, jumping from helicopters and shooting at infected bodies. There were even shots of them standing on top of cars, like reefs, and shooting continuously, until they ran out of ammunition and food, and were thrown to the ground by the swarming infected bodies, forming a tragic mountain. These scenes, combined with some tragic BGM, still have a great visual impact. In addition, after some boxing masters in South Korea began to take action, they directly detonated the contradictions within. In fact, South Korea's own problems are bigger than Japan's. When Umbrella's new technology appeared and swept across the world, Japan was almost beaten to death. But South Korea was actually worse. Japan does have a 260% national debt ratio. But in fact, Japan has always been like a bug, with its own national debt circling inside. Before the full explosion, it really didn't cause much impact on them for the time being. And inflation and other data were all under control. It was only because they suffered two zombie crises, capital hunting, and Umbrella took away the guy who made them a living that they had no choice but to make a choice. If Japan's automobile industry can still maintain its original unchanged income, then they can still continue to resist. But the style of South Korea is a bit weird. Everyone has always liked to shout about how great the houses of a certain big country are. But in fact, compared with South Korea, it is still in the primary school stage. The resident debt ratio of a certain big country is about 50% to 60%. Pyongyang is more than 70%. And South Korea is 150%. This is not Japan's national debt. It really affects the resident debt of individuals. Because of the monopoly of the South Korean chaebol, the South Koreans like to play finance with high leverage under complete blockage. For example, the panic selling of the big beautiful stock was caused by a South Korean. There are also currency speculation, house speculation, etc. In particular, South Korean real estate even has a legal Ponzi scheme called full rental, a method that makes people's scalps explode. This is a policy that the tenant pays 50% to 70% of the house price to the landlord, and then can live for free for 2 years. After the time is up, the landlord will return the deposit in full. It sounds like a very strange policy, as if even a fool would not do this. But in fact, this thing is very popular in South Korea, because of various reasons such as studying and working. South Koreans often change their residences, and renting a house is obviously more convenient. And the key is that for full rental, South Korea Bank has also launched low-interest related loans. It is equivalent to not having to pay money yourself, just paying 2 years of interest, which is much cheaper than the monthly rent of renting a house. This will naturally be very popular. If the landlord only has this one house or a few houses, the risk itself is actually controllable. Because there is a house here, there is no need to worry about the landlord running away. But the problem is that, as mentioned earlier, South Koreans like to take a gamble with high leverage. So usually the landlord will directly use the deposit to continue to take out a loan to buy a house, and then use the deposit paid by the next tenant to pay the deposit that the previous tenant needs to return, and then continue to accumulate and so on. There are many landlords who own hundreds of houses. Because there will be new tenants after the lease is terminated, he does not need to spend much money to keep rolling, and the extra money will continue to buy. This is a kind of leverage that makes people feel angry. It is no longer walking on a tightrope, but walking on the hairline. When South Korea real estate has reached a super high level, it is still operating more exaggerated and radical means than the initial boom of Japan. Just thinking about it can give me goosebumps. In this way, South Korea's terrible 150% household debt ratio is naturally understandable. And if there is a thunder here, South Korea will face more tragic consequences than Japan at the beginning. Originally, relying on the genius idea of full rental, which is like drinking poison to quench thirst, South Korea has indeed been renewed for a long time. If there is no accident, it will not be a problem to resist for a few more years. But the fatal thing is that the biochemical crisis in Seoul has completely broken this fragile balance. Although the biochemical crisis in Seoul this time was caused by Umbrella and the regular army of South Korea, the real damage was not great. The loss was much smaller than the first port in Tokyo. But even so, the confidence thing was undoubtedly impacted. And in the full rental mode, once the confidence is problematic, it will naturally explode in advance. Chapter 466. Adding insult to injury: new technology. Because Japan has already withstood 2 waves of zombie crisis, a wave of capital hunting, and the sanctions imposed by Umbrella and Pyongyang, it is still lingering. So after South Korea suffered a zombie incident that was far less serious than Japan, although it was relatively a big deal, the adaptability of people around the world has been greatly enhanced. It is far less shocking than when the zombies first appeared. Many people did not think what would happen to South Korea. Just like earthquake disasters in some other countries, they would not care much after a day or two of broadcasting, and the countries provided some support. The New York invasion and the second wave of Japan were much more serious, and there were not many reports on the reconstruction work afterwards. Even because of the global spread caused by the second biochemical crisis in Japan, many places have also experienced small-scale situations. For this kind of disease threat that needs to be transmitted through blood and is so obvious after infection, the acceptance capacity is actually quite strong. You will feel fear if you have not experienced it. But it is actually like this after seeing it many times. Zombies? That's it? As long as it doesn't happen to me, I'll just eat some melons. Because Umbrella helped South Korea and handled it well. I really didn't think it would cause much trouble for the country. It's far less serious than Japan and Pyongyang. Not to mention the invasion of New York by Pyongyang and the biochemical crisis that was second only to Japan. Even the first Tokyo was far less serious. At most it was a little more serious than the one at Seoul University. You have already fought it. You should have experience. However, the reality is far beyond everyone's expectations. The subsequent handling and disaster relief in South Korea was actually quite smooth. Japan and Pyongyang haven't solved the tail end of their own problems yet, and South Korea has dealt with it. But then Pyongyang didn't even start asking for compensation, and South Korea was hit by many thunders in an instant. Because of this crisis and the compensation threatened by Pyongyang, a small number of people lacked confidence in the future and took action, becoming the first domino to pry South Korea's high leverage. The next moment, the thunder of renting all houses that makes people feel scalp exploding was detonated in a chain. Not to mention a certain big country. Even Japan did not dare to play so much at the beginning. But South Korea has piled up so much leverage, and has continued to do so until now. Just like the financial speculator who used high leverage to speculate on Chinese stocks in the big beautiful stock market, and eventually caused the big beautiful stock market crash due to forced liquidation. The rest is a series of explosions. Everyone has formed a consensus and expectation. Those landlords who rent out all their houses, and continue to rely on the deposit of the next tenant to carry out a circular relay, suddenly found that the sweet renting of houses was not so sweet. The debt ratio of 150% is enough to destroy all resistance. And almost no one can bear it. A financial storm swept across South Korea in an instant. After the storm started, it would only lead to greater panic. And the greater panic would continue to accelerate. A chain reaction was completely formed, spiraling downward. Originally, South Korea's banks not only lent money to South Korea's landlords, but also lent money to tenants because of the full rent. So they reaped double happiness in one breath. But the happier we were before, the greater the bitter fruit we are suffering now. It can be expected that this will be a disaster even more terrible than the financial crisis in South Korea in the last century. First, the landlord's funds are cut off, and they cannot repay the tenants' deposits. The tenants' deposits are borrowed from their own loans, and they cannot repay the bank debts. The banks cannot recover the money for the house from the landlords or the deposits from the tenants. It is a double pain. If it were just like this, it would be fine. South Korea could just learn from Japan and start printing money directly. The authorities would continue to borrow from themselves. Although it was a bit painful and the losses were huge after the flood, they could still survive. But South Korea is not the only one who is going to die. When the scandal happened in their previous term, there were actually financial tycoons watching their every move. Pyongyang was also suffering after being affected by the second zombies in Japan and the invasion of New York. Now they are trying their best to stabilize their own finances and have taken many measures. Originally, they thought that the scandal of the South Korean leader might be an opportunity, so they would naturally make some preparations and keep an eye on it. After that, he announced that he would visit Umbrella, which raised this attention to a higher level. Then we saw the biochemical crisis. A total collapse. Although the speed of the collapse caught these experienced tycoons off guard, since they had already noticed it in advance and began to tentatively prepare for it, they did not hesitate to pounce on the internal thunder of South Korea and bite it hard. South Korea has little domestic demand and almost no risk resistance, and it is strongly bound to the international community. Facing this kind of fighting, it is simply powerless to fight back and directly repeat the original financial crisis. No, it should be more terrible than the original financial crisis, because the people of South Korea found that the big chaebols such as the 4 stars were also thinking about actively saving the market. Although they failed and lost in the end, they still took action. But this time, adding insult to injury, attacking from both inside and outside. Double happiness. All the bulk resources are in the hands of the chaebols. In the parallel world, Future On also asked the chaebols to save the market. But this time, after seeing that there was no hope, the chaebols chose to preserve their own interests and try to take advantage of the geographical advantages in this chaos to get a share of the pie. At the very least, they had to preserve themselves and reduce their losses in this turmoil. They had already been funded by Wall Street, and everything was done with the goal of preserving themselves as the first priority. Lucen said that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Now, under the cold manipulation of the chaebols, the first problem is food. The prices of various foods and food raw materials have skyrocketed. Once this consensus and momentum emerge, there will inevitably be a buying spree and bank runs, which will further worsen and aggravate the severity of the situation. Food prices change 3 times a day. At this time, the South Koreans also reacted. In fact, humans themselves are much more terrifying than zombies. The Han River Bridge immediately began to queue up, and the real flying man On looked at the data in front of him, and a trace of sadness appeared on his face. It's my fault. I was too radical. I didn't expect them to be so crazy. But then he sighed and ordered, "Help me to meet with the representatives of the chaebols. I will treat them to tea." Now, only those entrenched chaebols can temporarily stabilize the situation and at least guarantee the price of food. Maybe I shouldn't be so tough. Thinking of his dead best friend, On couldn't help but sigh. If it were you, what would you choose? Maybe. I'm really not suitable. But at this time, his secretary reported to him, "Okay, Mr. Boss, a representative from Umbrella wants to see you." This made On stunned. Umbrella? At the beginning, he had made the decision to fully turn to Umbrella. But before he started to implement it, he was beaten into the current situation by a combination of punches from the opposite side. The current situation is no longer something that Umbrella can solve. There are not many places where Umbrella has a say in commodities. This is not their strong point. Even if they have, it is only in special areas such as silver mines. For things like food, they still depend on the faces of the 4 major grain traders. What's more, in South Korea, the chaebols still control all aspects of this. It can be said that they can't resist the opponent's combination of punches at all, and can only kneel down and beg for mercy. This is the reason and confidence for them to make such an extreme choice. However, the representative of Umbrella took the initiative to come, and he must meet him for both emotional and rational reasons. It's not just a matter of the opponent's strength and status. The assistance alone has provided great help. In terms of feedback, if there is no umbrella's command, because of the spread of the infected body and the untimely treatment, the loss will double, which is the ideal state. At a brightly lit dinner in Pyongyang, the guests are talking to each other politely, although they are all well dressed. If you know their identities, you can clearly see that this group is a notorious international speculator. Every time Pyongyang enters the harvest tide and relies on raising interest rates to push many places around the world to the limit, they will go out with torches to set fires everywhere, plunder a lot of wealth, and acquire various high-quality assets at a low price. However, there are some differences. There are several Asian representatives with South Korean style in this group of people. They obviously get a lot of attention and become the center of the banquet. They are very proud. This situation is rare. It's really delicious. It turns out that you have to harvest an economy of this size to make such a profit. Cheers to our victory. Haha. If it weren't for the cooperation of friends, we wouldn't be so smooth. Yes, the preparation time is too short. And South Korea is also prepared. It's still a bit difficult to bite hard. A group of people gave high praise to the representatives of South Korea. No, it's all for the organization. We just hope that this small request can be passed. Although they have made great contributions, these South Koreans are still very humble. This time, they are desperate. Of course, they can see the shortcomings and problems of South Korea. In fact, they can help to fight against it this time. Because the incident happened too suddenly, and this group of people are not fully prepared. But they lack confidence in the future. In this situation, they made a desperate choice. In fact, whether or not they were invested by Wall Street godfathers, at least their base is still in South Korea. And the core of employees, senior management, and management all started in South Korea. Doing this kind of thing has a significant impact on their foundation. This is not just a matter of money and interests. People are the ones who do things. And the final implementation will be down to each individual who executes. But they still made such a choice. And naturally they also have greater ambitions. Without sufficient interests, it is not worth it for them to take such risks. That is, the chaebols headed by the 4 stars want to make up for their biggest shortcoming now. Force. When the chaebols of South Korea were first created, they were created by the boss, who has always been blackened in the movie. But the other party originally wanted to use the chaebols as dogs tied with chains. And they were suppressed when he was in office. Because South Korea was a military commander at the time. No one dared to get angry. Later, the chaebols gradually grew bigger. But because they were suppressed too hard, there would occasionally be situations similar to all in on. In their eyes, this was a threat. If a strong man with high status, power and prestige appeared one day, he might still give them a fatal blow. They definitely didn't want to experience that situation again. That's why South Korea has always had the blue house curse. And they even guard against their own people. And there is a way to solve the problem once and for all. Umbrella perfectly explained a new possibility to them. That is to take the force into their own hands. Similar to the military contractors of Pyongyang. Or even more thorough than the military contractors of Pyongyang. Even if they can't get it all in one go, at least they get the authorization to form their own armed forces. And they can configure heavy armored firepower. The reasons are all thought out. In order to prepare for biochemical crises, and even abyss invasions more quickly. If they can get the support of the organization, it is quite possible to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That's why they work so hard. Haha. Of course we will support you. I think the organization as a whole will also consider it. After all, no one will dislike the combat power that is completely in their hands. A mustache man with gold-rimmed glasses had a smiling face. Force is the cornerstone. They have always known it. So Pyongyang will have a military contractor that is too big to be removed. However, every involvement on the Pyongyang side is quite troublesome. And they are watching everywhere. If a small trumpet can be released on the South Korean side, it is actually a very good choice. They have advanced equipment for equipment. And they have support for support. When you are dissatisfied with something, just give a hint and let it go to bite people crazily. After this time, there is no possibility of Nan Gaoli's refusal. However, this power must not be entirely in the hands of the dog. They must have enough restraints and checks to ensure that they are obedient. But at this moment, someone suddenly came over and whispered in the ear of the banquet organizer for a while, which immediately made his face gloomy. The people next to him also knew that something bad was going to happen when they saw this. And someone frowned and said, What's going on? Is it Umbrella? Of course they had a prediction about Umbrella. After all, the South Korean guy was obviously going to visit him at the beginning. They have always suspected that the other party's rise to power may be related to Umbrella. And the biochemical crisis this time was unclear. Well, although it is still suspected that it was done by their own people, Umbrella is also very suspicious. They have no advantage in commodities related to people's livelihood, especially food. But they also have a great influence on Pakistan. Do they want to use Pakistan's food? But distant water cannot quench near thirst. And there is no time for temporary preparations to transport it over. Besides, when we arrive in South Korea, we have to use the channels of our partners. Several people talk to each other. It is indeed Umbrella. The banquet organizer sighed, and then said in a somewhat unpleasant tone, "They didn't say food, but they have signed a memorandum of understanding on maintaining public security, and are about to start in-depth public security-related cooperation. Like Neon, they used Umbrella's drones to bypass our relevant clauses. Nangali has little autonomy and is restricted by Pyongyang in all aspects. But at the same time, Pyongyang will not intervene too much in their internal public security management, which is too troublesome and cumbersome. It is equivalent to Umbrella bypassing military-related restrictions and going directly in the direction of police use. Small caliber, few people hired, reasonable, and nothing to say." Sure enough, his tail is exposed. He was sent by Umbrella. The information that brought down the predecessor was also obtained by Umbrella. Now that you find that you can't suppress the situation, are you going to quickly finalize it while you still have the power? It is a bit troublesome. But since it has been signed, it can be cancelled. Continue to increase the hype about food. I want to make their bread sell for 500,000. Look, he can't even buy food and can't eat enough. How can he promote this agreement? Remember to organize a relief meal in your name. Don't starve to death. You should also disperse some of the conflicts above your heads. After that, someone else came to report that there was new news. In addition to the cooperation in maintaining public security, ON also signed a medical-related cooperation with Umbrella. In the future, the emergency work of South Korea will be handed over to Umbrella's trauma team, and Umbrella will be allowed to acquire South Korea Hospital. Public security and medical care are already two major areas. It turns out that they are directly contracted to Umbrella. In fact, this kind of thing is not uncommon in the West. For example, the sky-high price of ambulances and firefighting is often contracted to private companies. It is rare for Umbrella to take over a country in one go. Not to mention two major projects. These two seemingly ordinary decisions can be said to have great say in South Korea once they are successfully implemented. Even more thorough than Japan. After the disclosure of the all-round cooperation project between South Korea and Umbrella, Pyongyang jumped up and down. But it was limited to public security cooperation and medical cooperation, which made Pyongyang, who had many checks and balances, have no good excuses for a while. Now the Yongsan and Busan bases are paralyzed, and they can't even pose any real threat. What's worse is that Pyongyang wanted to take another step, and the international speculators and hedge funds under his command are also hunting South Korea. And their greed is ugly. When it comes to interests, they have already used all their tricks, and it is really difficult to increase the targeting. Oh, it turns out that they have been pushed to the wall. What else can we do to them? For a while, apart from a few verbal threats, there was nothing we could do. This is a bit embarrassing. But Pyongyang has always done things like this. Didn't he just stab you a few times? He hasn't stabbed you to death yet. So how dare you resist? We are very disappointed with South Korea's hasty decision, which is contrary to the values of the civilized world. The Pyongyang spokesperson started to accuse them directly. However, before Nangali responded, Umbrella made an official announcement. We maintain public order and promote medical treatment. Do you mean that we are uncivilized? Good fellow. Pyongyang was originally targeting Nangali, but Umbrella jumped out to take the blame and directly messed with the person. Now Umbrella's rescue robots are still moving bricks in the ruins of Pyongyang, New York. And various useful production capacities in the battery sector have also increased. Humanitarianism is indeed very authentic. In addition, the most critical thing is that the opponent's fist is strong enough, which makes it difficult for Pyongyang, who is currently the deputy speaker, to respond for the time being. But the voting results have come out, and the new speaker who is about to take office has spoken on a special website at this time. We say uncivilized is uncivilized. Civilization is defined by us. And when I take office, I will make Pyongyang great again. Since Kangaroo and Gaul were defeated one after another, and Umbrella showed its own hideousness. De Pyongyang rarely made such a tough statement against Umbrella. But this time, the soon-to-be-appointed leader with super high popularity once again showed the strength of De Pyongyang. Not to mention, he gained a lot of support after speaking like this. That's right. We are the beacon of civilization. Civilization is defined by us. But Umbrella didn't mean to spoil De Pyongyang. Let's have a verbal fight. We have enough ammunition in our hands. Swish. Some videos from the previous rescue work in South Korea were played. De Pyongyang actually played a lot of pictures of their transformed warriors fighting against the zombie tide to portray a kind of tragic grandeur. Many of South Korea's own spiritual De Pyongyang, as well as spiritual people from other places, left a lot of comments under such similar videos. It's worthy of being a beacon of civilization. This is De Pyongyang's responsibility. Touched. They paid with their lives. The hope of mankind. World police. While these voices were still lingering in the ears, Umbrella's new video was a slap in the face. The videos released by De Pyongyang must have been carefully selected. The Umbrella videos were not so elaborate. The drone videos, the videos uploaded by others, and the videos taken by the rich girl were all released at once. The first one was a scene where a heavily armored soldier descended from the sky and crushed a car, crushing the people inside to death. As soon as it came out, it caused an uproar. That's it? But immediately, professionals came to clean it up. This is an accident. A helpless act. Yes, they all died in the battle later. And no one knew that they would be trampled to death when they fell down. They are so cruel to post these videos. This is provocation. Then, this group of transformed soldiers shot at the infected bodies and the crowd together. And the scene of pulling the trigger without hesitation was so cruel. They are so cruel. Do you know the threat of the infected bodies? This must be done. They are the ones who pulled the trigger the most distressed. Do you know what it means to kill the Virgin Mary first in the end times? After that, a few soldiers who left the team shot at the building, forcing them not to close the door and go in. Immediately afterwards, there were a lot of excuses and praises. This is responsibility. They are stopping those selfish guys from closing the door and preparing to accept more refugees. You are worthy of being called De Pyongyang. I admire you. In comparison, those security guards are like clowns. Then, the scene of De Pyongyang entering and shooting at the crowd came out, which made the group of people who started praising her feel like they had taken advantage of her. Damn, you plotted against me. But there are still people who bite the bullet and say, this is decisiveness. Yes, after all, it is a zombie crisis. We must consider whether there are infected people in the crowd. It takes courage to shoot. I admire you. The initial washing was at least based on some basis, but it was still washing at this time. And it immediately started to have a counterproductive effect. A large number of indignant remarks came in after the scenes of shooting at the people in the elevator, running away, and even rushing out and locking the door after reaching the top floor were presented one by one. Even those spirited De Pyongyang couldn't wash it anymore, so they could only force a few words. Sometimes running away is also a kind of courage. They are actually in pain. Warriors, don't define a group by individual cases. You must know how to think independently. Then their warriors stripped naked for inspection. Especially after the drone said delay, which instantly caused laughter all over the internet. Then, there was the comparison between Umbrella's efficiency in command and the heavy losses suffered by the ambush after De Pyongyang took over. It can be said that all kinds of information appeared in all directions, and there was no way to avoid it at all. Press De Pyongyang's face on the ground. Let the soon-to-be-in-charge person keep jumping up and down in a certain special, even speaking without restraint. What's the point of signing these with South Korea? The food prices in South Korea are so high now. You will kill them. In fact, South Korea's foundation itself will not fall into food shortage immediately. It can be said that this food shortage is completely man-made. This person in charge is so outspoken that he undoubtedly tore off their fig leaf. The great beauty is so profit-driven, and not as civilized as it seems. For the sake of profit, they don't care even if they create a food tragedy. This actually makes many people who can understand it feel cold. But at this time, Umbrella also issued its latest announcement. At present, our company has developed a synthetic machine that converts carbon dioxide and water into carbohydrates. Although it doesn't taste good, it can fill the stomach. From now on, humans will say goodbye to hunger. Chapter 467 Technology Overwhelms Reverse Harvest. Umbrella's sudden announcement can be said to have shocked the world, and even made people feel incredible. Theoretically, Plants synthesize carbohydrates through carbon dioxide and water to form most of the food today. Both meat and vegetarian food can be sourced from this. Just like the flagella of many bacteria can have a more efficient structure than aircraft engines, humans themselves are still lacking in this aspect. Theoretically, it can be achieved, and it is even possible to complete some operations in the laboratory. But when it comes to use and large-scale practical application, there is still a long way to go. Besides, at present, there are still benefits to promote the advancement of technology. Traditional grain merchants will suppress and resist similar new technologies. And when various materials are abundant, there is no such urgency at present. And there is a lack of economic benefits. The investment in this experiment will also be relatively small. After all, even if it is researched, what's the problem? Let's not talk about whether there are defects in artificial synthesis. Let's talk about people's acceptance. Can the taste exceed the crops that are currently selected? The current staple food is not just starch. Can it be completely simulated? What is the cost? Will it be profitable or loss-making? At least the forces that have the ability to research this will not have a food crisis, while those with a food crisis cannot have the ability to research, which is a contradiction in itself. As a result, when South Korea just entered the period of raising food prices, this side directly took out such a heavy thing? It was simply shocking. Although synthetic starch is currently less invested in related fields and is not an imminent problem, but the food problem has always been a serious problem for Blue Star. Africa, South America and other places are still full of hunger, since Umbrella dared to say so. And at this critical time, it should not be a small-scale solution. But can it really be mass-produced? And Umbrella also officially released some parameters and made the schematics openly. In essence, the principle is very simple, and the difficulty is just the process of realization. As for the combination of ordinary pure carbon dioxide and pure water, we have actually already made a breakthrough, but we have not announced it accordingly because of the difficulty of popularization. In the demonstration video, the projection of the Red Queen also gave a related explanation of OK. In fact, this thing is a very common ability that Wang Yi has in the other world. Food making and water making are not things that are formed out of thin air. Water making is to extract moisture from the air, similar to a high-efficiency dehumidifier. Food making is the combination of carbon dioxide and water. The principle is simple, and it can be easily reproduced with the help of magic. What needs to be changed is to use electricity to complete the conversion operation in this lazy environment. So the first pure food-making machine has long been gathering dust in Wang Yi's magician tower. The subsequent work was taken out and thrown to Lin Shurqin and the hired research team to tinker with. And the direction of tinkering is to enable the instrument to filter out toxic pollutants such as sulfur and phosphorus at a low cost, and extend the instrument life, production capacity and controllability. To put it bluntly, it is the various breakthrough elements of commercialization. After all, first of all, food itself is not a very expensive thing, but the demand is huge. So burning coal for this thing alone is obviously not advisable. The best way is similar to binding a thermal power station. 1 ton of coal burning can produce 2 or 3 tons of carbon dioxide. If water is added, it is equivalent to burning a ton of coal to produce several tons of food. It's just that there are usually a lot of impurities in coal. For example, a certain coal-producing country likes to import foreign coal because of the problem of impurities, and the cost of processing is not as good as importing. Lin Shurqin cooperated with the research team to tackle this aspect. Now Umbrella's machine can directly hit the thermal power station, while solving the problem of exhaust gas emissions and treating synthetic food as a byproduct. With the release of Umbrella's schematics and structural diagrams, and the on-site demonstration model, it can be said that the world is shocked. Damn! It really solved the famine problem. Now food can be regarded as dug out. In addition to the industrial mass-produced version, our company has also launched the corresponding home version and outdoor portable version, which mainly absorbs carbon dioxide traveling in the air and works with solar energy. But the efficiency is slower, and the machine cost is more expensive. In fact, the difficulty of making this portable version is much lower than that of the mass-produced version. Just like seawater desalination, it is not difficult for one person to tinker with a set of desalination equipment by himself. But it is quite difficult to supply the whole city to complete the hydraulic construction. In addition, we also have seasoning packages matched according to nutrition for sale. Artificially synthesized starch itself is not only unpalatable, but also has a single nutrition. We have added various vitamins and trace elements, as well as some proteins, to the seasoning package. Mix them according to the proportion, and they can be eaten for a long time to maintain personal needs. At the same time, according to the different amount of exercise, there are 7 different combinations from physical version to weight loss version. Everyone can make a rough judgment based on their daily exercise. Seeing Umbrella's serious introduction, everyone gradually understood that this was something Umbrella had prepared long ago. No wonder it has a huge influence on Pakistan. But it mainly wants some minerals. The farm has only been assigned some tasks of planting medicinal herbs, and has not reached out for food. Good guy. This is going to kill the 4 major grain merchants with one punch. In fact, the problem can be seen from the nutrition powder package proposed by Umbrella later. Although it seems that the synthesized things are very simple, there are infinite possibilities after having this foundation. From 0 to 1, the follow-up is purely improved. Take the synthetic carbohydrates produced by Umbrella and start to make magic changes. This thing is not delicious. Can't it be made into feed for livestock? Directly entering the feed industry will not beat people to the point of not knowing the North. You must know that even if the nutrition package that Umbrella took out later looks inconspicuous, it actually has a very high technical content. This is much more awesome than those single protein powders and the like. Although these may require the use of other materials, they are also destined to be threats. But no matter what the 4 major grain merchants and some related stakeholders think, at least this announcement by Umbrella is still a breakthrough that will benefit future generations. Once it is fully rolled out, it will really eliminate hunger, as Umbrella itself said. Take a data example. The annual corn production is about 1 billion tons, which is the highest yielding staple food. 700 million tons of rice, 700 million tons of wheat, and 300 million tons of soybeans. It looks like a huge number, but the annual coal consumption is 8 billion tons. Let's not talk about the conversion of all coal consumption. Even if only 1/10 of the coal consumption waste gas is used, the carbohydrates that can be synthesized are far more than the total global grain production. In fact, the total global grain production is more than enough to feed everyone. But businessmen are profit-seeking. After the 4 major grain merchants control the upstream and downstream industrial chains of major grains, they are purely serving their interests. For example, Pakistan finally eliminated hunger in the past. But because the 4 major grain merchants control the planting of some high economic crops for export, and in turn imported beautiful grains, they made a lot of money back and forth. But let the people of Pakistan, the world's granary, not have enough food. Food is essential, and it involves the core of survival. Theoretically, the price of food can increase 10-fold, 100-fold, or 1,000-fold in a short period of time, let alone large-scale disasters. Even if you are stuck on the highway and starving, if a guy next to you sells a box of instant noodles for 50 yuan, you will definitely pay without hesitation. South Korea at this time has entered such a scene. With the chaebol controlling commodities, it is easy for ordinary people to even have a meal. But all this was solved by the machine launched by Umbrella. It doesn't matter if it tastes bad, as long as you can survive. This is truly relying on technology to crush everything. No matter how fancy or fierce your operation is, it can be broken by one force. Although it takes time for Umbrella to arrive in South Korea. But the problem is that South Korea itself is not really short of food, but lacks confidence. Now Umbrella's official announcement has made up for the confidence. The urgent matter was solved directly. Mr. Boss, the chaebols have agreed to attend your tea party. On's secretary came forward and said to him, when Umbrella announced their new achievements and had begun to ship the finished products of synthetic carbohydrates and the supporting manufacturing machines to South Korea. The chaebols who had been refusing and ignoring On's invitation began to quickly bow their heads and turn around and come to the appointment. They began to dare to control it, because they had pressed the vital point. And the boss had to bow his head and had no choice. But now that they have a choice, they will also have their own concerns and fears. Now that the boss and Umbrella are together, assassination is definitely out of the question. And with Umbrella's strength, other options are quite limited. You have to know that South Korea is so embarrassed now. And it is also closely related to Umbrella's sweeping away their livelihood skills. They are technically superior in all aspects. And there are still many factories in South Korea, plus those drones that have begun patrolling on duty. Now it's the turn of the chaebols to have no choice. After hearing what the secretary said, On couldn't help but laugh while sitting behind his desk. He smiled brightly, with a sense of relief, looking at the photo of his best friend on his desk. On couldn't help but wipe it inside, talking to himself in front of the photo. Did you see it? Those arrogant guys bowed their heads. Then he sighed and looked out the window. But I don't know if my choice is right. At least for now. This wolf-eating tiger still has its own bottom line, which is much better than those dirty chables. On is also wary of Umbrella and has a deep worry. But this is the best choice that can be made at present, because he found that there is no other way. The improvement of Mexico and Brazil shows that the terrible company has its own bottom line while making profits. At least it is more reliable than De Pyongyang. He and both All and On were born in poor conditions. On's parents came from the north, and All's ancestral home was in a big country in the east. They had poor conditions since childhood. In the classic South Korea, they had few choices. All only attended a vocational high school. However, in addition to the 1-in-a-million route of university and idol in South Korea, there is another theoretically more difficult opportunity. That is, the judicial examination that does not look at diplomas. Although All took the exam 7 times, he finally passed it. Both of them can be said to have started from this. It's just that in the process they found that studying law could not save South Korea. So, All went to the court and successfully won the election, even when he was impeached in the face of a crazy counterattack. And although he compromised with the Chaebol because of the deep-rooted Chaebol, but Wu essentially wanted to improve the environment of the entire South Korea. For example, he was more interested in strengthening South Korea's own initiative, and would show goodwill to the east, and even met with its northern neighbors. In addition, he could not accept that the second devils who defected to Japan lived a good life, while the descendants who fought against the invaders were poor. So he introduced a bill for a thorough investigation. Those second devils, who had received the Japanese emperor's funding, and the descendants of the second devils, who relied on this to start a business, needed to be liquidated. When facing Daemalong, he also proposed to the northern neighbors that the development of nuclear weapons was for self-protection, and they should be given a more relaxed environment and not be so tight, which made Daemalong a little embarrassed. He was even considering taking back his own command. But it was a pity that he offended too many people at the same time. Nangali was like a long-term serious illness that could not be cured. After a few strong medicines, it suffered a serious backlash. Nangali, which was in a state of irreversible decline, could not be changed by him alone, and finally had to choose to commit suicide in despair. After the next and the next came to power, they cancelled the bill to track down the traitors, and most of the other efforts were also overturned. I don't know whether this choice is good or bad this time. Maybe I will cause more trouble and become a sinner nailed to the pillar of shame. But I want to try. After putting the photos back, On got up and walked outside. It was time to meet the group of high-ranking Chaebols. When On started to argue with the Nangali Chaebols, Wang Yi encountered something that was a little speechless. How did she get in? Wang Yi pointed at Li Yunhee among the beauties, and said to Jean Guanya next to him, Li Yunhee is pretty, but she is a young lady, so she is a bit out of place among the trainees and girl group members. However, with Wang Yi's current status, let alone the daughter of a Chaebol, even if he likes the wife of a Chaebol or even the wife of Oldine, Jean Guanyo and Tucker will find a way to bring her here. But he remembered that he should not have made such a request. Hey, I came here by myself. Li Yunhee saw that Wang Yi found her at a glance, but she came out happily. The trainees and girl group members next to him were also a little restrained at this time. They knew that this was a young lady who should not be provoked, and she could ban them with just one sentence. At this time, they all took a step back to highlight Li Yunhee. It seems that Mr. Quan is too charming. The last time he met, the little girl couldn't forget him, and fell in love at first sight. Tucker next to him also laughed at this time. But now Tucker's appearance has changed again. He cut off one hand, and replaced it with a reinforced mechanical arm. He didn't cut it off himself, but his hand was scratched when he participated in the mission together this time. The blood flow rate of the human body is quite fast. Normal people may not be able to react if they hesitate. But Tucker is also cruel. After being scratched, he completed the wrist cutting without any hesitation. Later, he simply underwent a comprehensive transformation. Now all of Tucker's hormones have to be maintained by external input. He has no interest in women, but he is very keen on becoming stronger. After replacing the mechanical arm, he feels stronger, and then he can accept some more powerful and extraordinary modifications of the organization. Hearing Tucker's words, Wang Yi was also a little speechless. What love at first sight? Just lust at the sight of beauty. Wang Yi looked at the young lady and felt a little funny. He could smell the smell of the other party's hormones, and he was indeed not wrong. But they only met once on the helicopter. The suspension bridge effect plus the good appearance of his skin and the chain reaction caused by the blessing of status. This is normal. But he sent himself as a gift directly, which can only show that the other party is bold and has strong action. Wang Yi has some impression of this guy. He lived in her dormitory when he was isolated at Seoul University. It can be considered as a fate. But it's not used in this way. And at this time, Lin Shirqing's voice came from Wang Yi's headset. Boss, there has been a preliminary discussion over there. It is estimated that Hyundai Heavy Industries will be thrown out to take the blame. Good guy. Every time the organization is self-protective, it is the lackeys who get hurt. But think about it. Although Hyundai was a giant in the past, it was scattered after the internal struggle of the Zheng family. Now the 4-star is the leader. Recently, there is a trend of regathering. It seems normal to suppress it and throw it out. The most important thing is that Hyundai has also purchased Umbrella's brain computer debugging equipment in order to study whether it can be linked with other machines. This can explain the origin of the brain computer debugging device in the laboratory. Perfect. At the beginning, the South Korean chaebols were unscrupulous and even took basic necessities and cooperated with international speculators to complete a series of operations. They were also confident. They believed that the ON authorities would compromise because there was no solution. To put it bluntly, even if ON could bypass the 4 major grain traders and get grain from other places, there would still be problems in the subsequent distribution. The feeling that the world and the sky were in the same force made the South Korean chaebols think that they had become the protagonists. The international chaebols had to coax them. The ON authorities also needed to bow their heads. And the organization also threw out an olive branch. In this case, they almost foresaw compromise, foresaw their own armed forces, and became a powerful company like Umbrella. But the beautiful dream didn't last long, and everything was defeated by the new technology proposed by Umbrella. It can be said that they were beaten to pieces without any ability to fight back. In fact, Umbrella's support could not arrive so quickly. Whether it was finished products or equipment, they were still on the way to sea transportation. But this can regain confidence. As long as there is confidence, many problems can be solved. Moreover, even if any other party assists, they still have the final say in this piece of land in South Korea. Even if the Godfather arranges people to come, they have to cooperate. The only exception is Umbrella. Before the battery, Umbrella actually had its own factory in South Korea, and acquired the battery factory under the 4-star group. Later, Umbrella also built a lot of related industries in South Korea, including semiconductor business, because many of them were directly acquired from the defeated businesses of the 4-star group. South Korea itself was happy to keep the factory. But it is also in this situation that it is reasonable for Umbrella to equip its own factory with its own security guards. It has always been quite regular, and did not make people feel any difference. It was not until the zombies broke out in many aspects of Japan some time ago that Umbrella dispatched drones, which made many people feel uneasy, knowing that the security guards of Umbrella's factories might also have such equipment. It's just that Umbrella has always respected the laws and customs of various places, and has turned a deaf ear to the outside world. If they don't come to provoke me, I don't care about anything at all. So I just relaxed my vigilance a little. When the Seoul Yongsan base began to have problems this time, Umbrella's security drones began to attack and cooperate. And then people knew the horror of this fully intelligent control. In the past, Umbrella still had shortcomings such as satellites and signals. If you want to do this, you need to rely on local networks or communication service providers. But now more than 20,000 satellites in the sky support Umbrella's global network system. The high-efficiency performance of these drones was immediately reflected. Even if they are all light firepower, there is a huge sense of deterrence. At least after South Korea and Umbrella signed a relevant agreement on public security maintenance and granted authorization, there is really no way to play any tricks with Umbrella on the land of South Korea. They already have the power to deal with public security. The ability to collect evidence is also very strong, with the subsequent humanitarian support of food and machines. Now that the immediate problems are gone, the chaebols will need to worry about the impending backlash, helping foreign speculators to deal with their own company in times of crisis. This kind of thing can give the authorities enough excuses and reasons to deal with them. With this momentum, the chaebols can only admit defeat. Now they dare not think about forming their own armed forces and becoming the new Umbrella. Just hope to survive. At this time, the organization can't help them. It's good enough not to add insult to injury. And Umbrella's huge wave of funds also began to surge toward South Korea. Compared with cash reserves, Umbrella easily announced a research data collection project with a subsidy of nearly $200 billion a year. This money is allocated monthly, and it does not need to occupy much of Umbrella's capital pool. It is definitely a huge amount that can be used in the short term. Umbrella has always spent money lavishly. All kinds of mines and hospitals are given too much, and those bosses who insist on smashing it can't find the north. But Umbrella's own ability to siphon funds is too strong. Even if it spends so lavishly, it is still increasing. It's just that Umbrella has rarely carried out financial harvesting, mainly because the rules of the largest capital pool, Pyongyang, are too strict. This strictness has obvious double standards, and the upper and lower limits are too large. Playing such things on other people's territory is likely to be targeted. Moreover, with such a large amount of funds, there are not many places to squeeze in and operate, so it's really unnecessary. But now the incident happened in South Korea, which is still a developed country, which is different. Although the capital pool mainly relies on US dollars, the Pyongyang dare not trip Umbrella in such a place that will ruin its reputation. Just like when the financial crisis protected Hong Kong. Originally, harvesting the tide depends on rules. If this red line is broken, it will be really cold. First, Hyundai Heavy Industries was thrown out, and Umbrella swallowed it directly as a reward. When the Pyongyang was still in a mess, there was no time to worry about this. With the current industrial system of Umbrella, Hyundai Heavy Industries can only make up for the shortcomings. It is good to distract their attention. Otherwise, if they really plunge into the newly stabilized Wall Street, it will be really miserable. With the benefits in hand, the next operation is actually simple. At that time, international speculators attacked South Korea with the cooperation of the Damiai authorities, and mobilized a total of $300 billion. At that time, South Korea had only tens of billions of foreign exchange reserves, and its foreign debt was about to expire. It was simply difficult to resist. Even if the whole nation was called on to donate gold, it could not resist. Originally, Neon was ready to take out $50 billion to help, but was directly warned by Damiai over the phone, which eventually led to the collapse of the entire South Korea, and was unable to resist. In the end, at a price of only $55 billion from the International Monetary Fund, a series of humiliating agreements were signed, and it completely became a vassal of Damiai. And this time, because the matter came too suddenly, coupled with a lot of messes in Damiai, the funds that those speculators can gather in the short term are not as good as those 20 years ago. About $200 billion. However, generally speaking, the money in the hands of international speculators is just a trigger, and they want to undermine confidence in order to get those behind them to follow suit. As long as the situation is established, once the other party can't stand it and is blown up, it will be at the mercy of others. But when it comes to confidence, who can compare with Umbrella? The company will reorganize Hyundai Heavy Industries, mainly to increase the company's production capacity in robots and automobiles, and it is expected to greatly reduce the current queuing phenomenon. An official announcement from Umbrella was a shot in the arm for South Korea. The announcement is to alleviate the production capacity problem of Umbrella's own products. The bulk of the profits earned also belong to Umbrella. But South Korea itself can also get a little bit of soup. At least the jobs and taxes are left. This is a life-saving straw for South Korea, whose main profit industries were all blown up by Umbrella. In addition to the batteries, semiconductors, and other factories that have been taken over, Umbrella alone is enough to stabilize the situation. There is also Umbrella's massive cash flow and stable food, attack and defense conversion. International speculators themselves also have to invest real money, and this time it is equivalent to the conversion of real money on the side of the South Korea chaebol. After the momentum that had been hyped up for a long time was directly defeated by Umbrella, many funds immediately saw that things were not going well and began to waver. But now that things have come to this, it is no longer possible to withdraw unscathed. Whether it is hedging, stocks, or futures, these financial items, in essence, still need someone to take over to have an actual price. Their original purpose was to destroy South Korea's foreign exchange reserves and take advantage of its weakness to kill it. The principle alone is actually very simple. That is, using the US dollars in hand as margin to borrow a large amount of South Korea's own currency with high leverage through the South Korea's defected chaebols, and taking advantage of the thunder of South Korea's own multiple problems to start selling and smashing the market at the same time, and wait until South Korea's foreign exchange reserves are dry, and then use cabbage prices to repay the money and earn the difference. As long as it can cause a collapse, It can be regarded as robbing money. Simple and violent. However, the operation is somewhat complicated. Usually, it takes a long time to prepare in advance to predict the other party's debt crisis and other issues. In addition, in the early stage, they still work quietly and get a large number of financial products without making a sound. When they are almost ready, they will show their fangs and publicly announce how much they have mastered. Now they invite all the heroes in the world to discuss it. As a trigger, they can deal with the influx of speculators and the other party's own debt and other issues. And they can settle the opponent in one go. This time, it was the South Korean chaebol that turned against them, which made the action much easier, even if the preparation time was not so sufficient. They had achieved their goal. But even so, they can't withdraw immediately if they want to. If they show their own decline, it will only lead to panic runs and be harvested crazily. This is not just Umbrella. There is always no shortage of people who take advantage of others' misfortunes in this world. Chapter 468 Strangulation Powerful Alliance. Damn it! Damn Umbrella! Damn on! What a good opportunity! It doesn't matter whether it is to harvest South Korea or Umbrella. But they won't cooperate. Can't the 4 stars think of a way? Didn't they brag loudly before? What to think of? They have offended us before. They have deep resentment towards the chaebols. This time they can't protect themselves. The key is that Yongsan and Busan are ruined. Are we going to transfer Neon to deter them? It's too obvious. Umbrella is not a vegetarian. As Umbrella began to release good news one after another, and then use the huge amount of funds in its hands to pull, the international speculators, who were originally happy, were also a little scalp-numb at this time. Although the increase in South Korea's exchange rate will reduce the international competitiveness of South Korea's products. After all of South Korea's profitable foreign trade industries were wiped out by Umbrella, the negative impact was actually greatly reduced. In the past, South Korea would even build ships at a loss just to grab orders. But now Umbrella still has a large number of platform orders. And it is obvious that it doesn't matter. After all, although Punglai has started to operate, just like the development of the city, the subsequent expansion and improvement can be said to be endless. In addition to some ships that need to transport goods, it is enough to feed all the shipyards in the world. Since there is no worry, plus the bundling agreement signed by Umbrella and South Korea, this time it also began to fully cooperate. On not only rejected the many calls from Pyongyang, but also directly issued a series of matching economic policies, raising interest rates and starting to reduce liquidity. And it was issued continuously, one after another. This made South Korea start to absorb, while Umbrella also began to absorb. With the help of the chaebol as a springboard, a large amount of South Korea's speculators in Nanyuan were sucked away as soon as they made a move. And South Korea's foreign exchange rose steadily. Since they are preparing to engage in foreign exchange, those speculators themselves are naturally highly leveraged, far exceeding the kind of stock market and futures. When the time comes, they have to pay it back. Just like the confrontation between Porsche and the short sellers when it acquired Volkswagen. When the circulating stocks on the market were squeezed by Porsche, and the remaining circulating stocks were not enough to repay the short orders, the speculators, who originally shorted the stock price, could only raise the price and buy high-priced stocks to pay it back with tears. Moreover, the short sellers who originally cooperated with each other tacitly began to snatch the few remaining circulating stocks from each other, and started the game of grabbing chairs to see who was slower. Directly pushed Volkswagen stock price from €200 to €1,000 in a short period of time. The short speculators lost more than 20 billion. This time, Umbrella is actually similar. The South Korean and South Yuan borrowed by the short sellers need to be repaid. But when the price rises, the liquidity begins to decrease. And Umbrella's continuous hand can ensure that it will continue to remain stable. This time, the short sellers, who were originally united in purpose, also started their own palace fighting drama. We must not retreat. We must fight to the end. Yes. I don't believe that Umbrella can turn the world upside down. Keep selling. Smash hard. Victory will eventually belong to us. Hee hee. They just came up with a plan of 200 billion a year. There is no way they can have much money left. The chain reaction of the internal problems of South Korea cannot be saved. They are powerless to save the situation. The slogans were shouted loudly, and they all said they would hold on. But privately, they all slowed down their own selling speed, and secretly began to buy up the South Yuan that others were selling. The original good brothers have become competitors one by one. Now it depends on who runs faster and who loses less. And the chaebols in South Korea, who were originally desperate, are also numb at this time. Because this time, the international speculators did not have much time. It was all thanks to the Chaeble's influence to find banks to quickly take out the money. And in order to make up for their own losses, they also followed here to exchange a large amount of US dollars. Anyway, as long as the market crashes, they can use the cabbage price South Yuan to pay back the money. And then, they can make up for the impact they suffered from the impact of South Korea. This time, they didn't actually think about making more money. After all, their roots are still in South Korea. And they will also be affected by the loss. This time, they just want to force the authorities to compromise after the collapse. And then gain more power. After all, money is only useful when it is exchanged for the corresponding right to speak. And at the beginning, they still held the absolute lifeline of food. So they were not worried at all. But now they found that they didn't need to use special means to liquidate it all. Umbrella only needed to announce a few news and then spend money. Now the assets that can be circulated in their hands have become US dollars. And they have borrowed a lot of short-term debt funds. When they have to exchange them back, they will be slaughtered. In the past, because the Chaebol itself was involved in all aspects of South Korea, South Korea would not let them die. And there would be various ways to prolong their lives. And even continue to borrow unlimited loans. But after their betrayal this time, Umbrella, who was sharpening his knife next to them, was obviously going to replace them. At that time, Umbrella would just kill them. And they would have no way to play badly. They can't play in secret. They can't beat them openly. They don't have as much money as the other party. And now the authorities are on the other side. It's all over. It's still greed that's to blame. Wang Yi looked at the bright lights and bustling Seoul. From now on, this land will belong to Umbrella. This will be a place that is more thoroughly controlled than Japan. In fact, the remaining problems of South Korea itself are still very large, such as all rented houses. However, these problems are not imminent. Using appropriate means to guide and provide confidence can greatly delay the problems. At least the parallel world has not been completely detonated in the next few years. For example, Umbrella cooperates with the authorities to temporarily heat up the housing in South Korea again. With confidence in all aspects, it can continue to turn around. And it can also become a reservoir for absorbing liquidity. And continue to increase the difficulty of repayment for those short sellers. Anyway, Umbrella is not going to govern South Korea into a holy place on earth. It's just collecting a dog. This way of handling is enough. But what's interesting is that New World was not affected much this time. Because Jin Junyang was in control of the secular side. He pretended to obey, but secretly violated the rules, and did not lend out much. Using the excuse of tight capital chain. This made New World almost no loss. But it even made a small profit, because of a wave of rebound. In addition, New World itself has some traditional businesses with strong pressure resistance. Compared with the ummitball look of the Chaebols next to it. It seems like they are just watching the show. Not only that, in order to fill the hole, many Chaebols also visited those who wanted to borrow money, and even gave a lot of high-quality assets to pressure. This directly made New World feel like a pie in the sky. After all, no matter what, New World is our own people. So it's better to give it to New World than to Umbrella. With high-quality assets, New World can get financial support from the bank in turn. With awe and secret support for Jin Junyang. The gains during this period can be said to be second only to Umbrella. After all, On also has concerns about Umbrella, and will secretly use Jin Junyang to defend himself. On the other hand, the same is true for the Chaebols, who treat New World as their own people. And the organizations are also true. In the future, South Korea may only have New World as the sole seedling, and other Chaebols will be unable to protect themselves. Although I don't expect New World to fight against Umbrella. At least it can be regarded as a nail. Is this the largest local Chaebol? Jin Junyang sat in the position of chairman, looking at his good brother Li Qing next to him. And the whole person was a little confused. He has justice in his heart, wants to change, and is working hard. But he never expected that his undercover would inexplicably turn into the helmsman of the largest Chaebol in South Korea. Although there is a higher-ranking Jin Guangya behind him. Jin Guangya rarely intervenes in secular business on weekdays, but occasionally gives a general direction. Good guy. How can it be so dreamy? Those top Chaebols in 4 stars are not only involved in high-tech businesses. The same is true for all aspects of people's livelihood, including shopping malls and hotels. And because of this tragedy, these large amounts of high-quality assets have also fallen into the hands of New World. It was like a forced competition. The organization gave money. On gave money. and with his own foundation, he instantly pulled the lever to obtain so many industries now. It's just like a snake swallowing an elephant. I can't react to it. I don't know when your luck suddenly changed. You are really a lucky star. It's better to let you come to this position. Li Qing sat on the desk with a full face of emotion. Then he waved to Song Xinran on the side. Hey, come here. Song Xinran, who had been promoted to one of Jin Juliang's secretaries, could only smile bitterly and walked over at this time. He stretched out his neck and was grabbed by Li Qing's mechanical arm. After being caught, he turned back to Jin Juliang and said, "Or, let's get rid of him. He is the only person who knows about it besides you and me. It's too troublesome. Forget it. Don't make that big shot unhappy." Jin Juliang hesitated and sighed. That big shot can make the president treat him with courtesy, and can also make the people in the organization give enough courtesy. Now his power has also known that the other party is a great onmyoji of Japan. But he is from South Korea. Anyway, Song Xinran is right under his nose now, and his wife and daughter are under control. So it doesn't matter. In fact, to a certain extent, he can be regarded as people with the same suffering. Song Xinran, who was pinched by the neck again, couldn't help but roll his eyes. He is really being controlled by that big shot like a puppet. Lucky is indeed lucky. But this kind of luck is given by others. However, the more he knows, the more afraid Song Xinran is in his heart. Compared with the silencing here, the other side is more terrifying. And he will be tortured after death. Let go. You are being pinched to roll your eyes. TSK. You must be pretending. Li Qing still let go of Song Xinran's neck and patted his shoulder. Shit. Kid. You are now our real confidant. I hope you don't let us down. International speculators retreat. The funds are not as strong as Umbrella. There is no geographical advantage. And the allies are weak. They still relied on technology to crush the situation. And there was no solution at all. In the end, they could only leave most of the money they brought and cut their losses in tiers. What was even worse was the desperate chaebols in South Korea. Not only did their reputations become a mess, but they also suffered heavy losses. They could only keep cutting their losses to survive. In the end, a large number of traditional businesses fell into the hands of New World, while various technologies and industrial-related businesses were suppressed by Umbrella. The most important thing was that they lost a lot of voice and really became a dog on a chain. Once the situation was broken, they naturally lost the ability to continue the game. If there was no Umbrella, they might have chosen some other means. But with this big Buddha staying here, there was no other way except to survive and pray that their father would save them. Woo! The whistle of the freighter sounded. After the victory or defeat in South Korea had been decided, the freighter transported by Umbrella finally docked at the port and moved the relevant materials down. This time, the port not only has local media from South Korea, but also many other media from all over the world. In fact, South Korea has been fighting with international capital during this period. But the public is more concerned about Umbrella's synthetic equipment that solves the food problem. This batch of South Korea is the first commercial version sold by Umbrella. Naturally, it will attract a lot of media to squat and follow, seeing that Umbrella's engineering robots directly assisted in the unloading. As the person in charge of South Korea came to the port to greet them in person. Now that the victory and defeat have been decided, food is no longer imminent. But now that South Korea has changed, On still knows who will have the final say in the future. No matter what, he must come here to express his attitude. Various flashes and shutter sounds kept ringing, as if witnessing this historic moment. And since Umbrella has developed the instrument, it is natural to promote it. Now that there is no urgent need, the engineering robot directly split a box on the spot and took it out as a sample for the reporters on the scene to taste. We know what you all want to know. Why not just give it a try? Don't worry. We can guarantee the safety issues. And we can also give you samples. Those who are interested can take them for testing. The Umbrella Wraith employee who came over to take over the handover smiled and said okay to the reporters present, which naturally received unanimous approval at the scene. Safety issues? These reporters are not worried. Many even hope that there will be some safety issues, so that there will be big news. Anyway, it is certain that Umbrella will not produce something poisonous to kill people in such a situation. What's the big deal about having a stomachache? The Wraith employee took out a woven bag and tore the opening directly, revealing a large amount of food that looked like pancakes, which looked hard. This is the most original version, without any seasoning. Because of the production process, Although it is not delicious, it can be stored for a long time. If it can be kept dry, it can be stored for at least 3 years in theory, and it can be stored longer if it is sealed. As he spoke, he took out the hard bread, handed it to each reporter, and reminded them, it is best to eat it with water, or soak the bread with saliva. As reporters, including On himself, began to bite the bread in his hand, their faces became strange. It is really unpalatable. It is sour, astringent, and slightly bitter. Only after chewing for a long time and soaking it can you feel the sweetness of the noodles. Compared with the reporters who wore masks of pain, On ate it with relish. I haven't eaten this kind of grain cake for a long time. It is actually better than what I ate when I was a child. It can fill the stomach for hungry people, compared with those who only ate 1 or 2 bites. On ate the whole bread. Not wasting food is a good habit. We also know that the taste is bad. So we have the nutritional supplement version later. It not only supplements a lot of other nutrients needed by the human body, but also tastes much better. However, the storage capacity is not so strong, unless it is vacuum packed. It is similar to bread. Therefore, we still recommend the original version with our nutritional pack. Add water and boil it to eat as rice paste. A lump of subtle colored gelatinous substance was scooped into the plate, which looked unappetizing. However, after opening the nutritional pack, sprinkling some powder on it, and scooping a spoonful into the mouth, I unexpectedly found that I could eat it. The psychological shadow brought by the previous pancake was too great, and the appearance of the previous one led to a low psychological expectation. But after matching it with the nutritional pack that can be used for seasoning, this pot of food with a bad appearance became edible. The ingredients have been analyzed. It's mainly starch. There's no problem. The nutrition pack is also quite rich. Different specifications are also configured according to different situations. If someone uses this to make pre-made fast food in the future, the cost will be quite low. A series of snacks, staple foods, and even agricultural and sideline products can be developed around this. The white coat who tasted it personally sighed. Umbrella. It's really amazing. Hunger is a feeling that is far away from many people. But in fact, there are still a large number of people on the verge of life and death because of hunger at all times in the world. Starving to death is not a very distant topic. Is it because of insufficient food? No. To put it bluntly, it's all man-made. Publish the paper, and the money will be returned. It's a bit hot. The researcher under him opened his mouth after hearing this, but didn't say anything. Getting money to publish some papers or make certain modifications in the papers is also a common thing in their industry. Nutrition. The pros and cons of drinking in moderation. Animal oil and vegetable oil. Genetically modified and non-genetically modified. All kinds of debates. All kinds of dialectics. All kinds of papers. There are too many of them that appeared under the guidance of capital. To put it bluntly, it's all business. This time, in fact, someone secretly funded various laboratories and wanted to attack Umbrella's synthetic starch. As for where the source of funds is, you can guess it with your feet. It must be the 4 major grain traders. Umbrella's obvious act of cutting off the roots will cause a huge impact on them. Although Umbrella is very strong, it certainly dare not target anything directly. But small actions in secret are inevitable. And the message was also passed on. There is no need to lie and accuse something false. Just point out the shortcomings directly. Let alone this artificial synthesis, which naturally grown food has no shortcomings. Even an ordinary egg yolk can be said to have high cholesterol. White rice can be said to be not good for diabetics. So it is quite easy to find faults. Everything has 2 sides. As long as you find the existing shortcomings and continue to magnify them, the money is actually easy to make. But this time, their laboratory still hesitated. Forget it. There is no end to the money to be made. Let's start a new research topic. Just look at the foodization of synthetic starch, and see if it can be made more delicious through subsequent processing. Understood. The 4 major grain traders met again for Umbrella's supply this time, and they all seemed a little headache. Some laboratories refused. It doesn't matter. It's normal not to dare to offend Umbrella. If it doesn't touch our interests, we don't want to offend. The organization's business is the organization's business, and our unilateral interests also need to be maintained. It's just to solve the problem of food and clothing. In fact, the impact on us is limited. But I'm just afraid that other business fields will also rush in. The remaining laboratories still need to fix a few roots to lead the rhythm. They can't really confront them. Well, There was a classic marketing case in the East before. There was a van with very good sales and strong data in all aspects. Other competitors couldn't beat it, so they donated a batch to the funeral home. Since then, sales have plummeted. That's exactly what it should be. Umbrella distributed a large number of samples at the dock, and many of them naturally fell into various laboratories. They began to analyze, study, and publish various papers and comments. Some were published in professional journals, and some were directly on the official website. Various evaluations came in, and not every laboratory can maintain its bottom line. There are all kinds of opinions about this new thing from Umbrella. The mainstream is of course still mainly praise. Eliminate hunger. What a great thing. Wouldn't it be crazy to confront it head on? Umbrella has really taken the entire human civilization a big step forward this time. There is no more hunger in the world. What a wonderful invention. Although it tastes bad, it can fill your stomach. But among the many praises, there will naturally be people who are paid to do things and lead them to a new topic. It tastes bad, and the side effects of long-term use on the human body. The main purpose is to create a kind of natural staple food that still needs to be eaten when there is a chance to eat natural staple food. And this synthetic one is only used for emergency. For example, an institution that mainly studies environmental protection published an article in Science saying, Umbrella's invention is indeed epoch-making and has promoted the progress of mankind. It not only solves the problem of hunger, but also plays a very important role in environmental protection, global warming and carbon emissions. As he spoke, he first made some relevant concept maps and calculation formulas, indicating that once all thermal power plants are installed, emissions can be reduced by a certain amount, and perfect carbon neutrality can be achieved. But after listing a lot of boring data that ordinary people have no patience to read, their most critical intention was revealed at the end. But it should be noted that after all, these foods are mainly made from factory waste gas. Although the equipment itself is very advanced and Umbrella has thought of many ways, it is still a question whether other toxins in the waste gas can be completely eliminated. However, I think that if they have the ability to eat ordinary staple foods, no normal person will try this kind of food made from industrial residues. Right? The last question was a rhetorical question, not affirmative. Nor did it spread rumors, but it vaguely equated synthetic carbohydrates with industrial residues. Many people saw it and thought, yes, this thing is made from waste gas. It really is industrial residues. This can make people feel a little nauseous and nauseous psychologically. Just like when Umbrella's sewage treatment plant was next to an GI. How many people had the courage to scoop water from the filter and drink it after a portable toilet has been used a few times? Even if it is cleaned, it will be uncomfortable to use it to hold food. A large number of similar rhythms are constantly pushing synthetic starch in this direction, causing people's disgust. At least for ordinary people. If they can eat rice, they will most likely not choose this kind of thing. For most people, food is indeed not something difficult to obtain. Originally, this did not have much impact on Umbrella. There are too many channels to make money. If it weren't for the problem that South Korea happened to encounter this time, they would not bother to take it out. But generally speaking, Umbrella does not like others to put a hat on its head. So the official also directly issued some synthetic formulas and guidance. This is the mixed use of synthetic carbohydrates for feed that we have studied. But the company does not have so much energy to do this. It only sells related instruments and supporting solutions. Although Umbrella seems to be very large, if compared with the national level, its actual size is limited. There are too many other places that need to spend energy, and there is really not much thought to throw into the feed area. But the key is that Umbrella has no intention. But a certain country has. Thermal power stations. I have a lot here. In fact, a certain country has already set its sights on this thing after Umbrella's official announcement. It is environmentally friendly and can solve food security problems. I just thought that Umbrella would run this money-making business by itself, and just tried to contact Wang Yi, who was pretending to be Lin Shichin, to see if there was any price to buy some back. But who would have thought that the synthesis formula and the machine would be sold together? Can it also be made into feed? Is there such a good thing? If Umbrella just tinkered with these machines by itself, it would actually take a lot of time and energy to just roll them out. But after they just sold the machines purely to the infrastructure maniacs, they could naturally let the world feel what speed and efficiency are. Chapter 469 New Application Fields of Brain Computers Unexpectedly. Umbrella has technology but no production capacity, no sufficient carbon emission sources, and obviously will not put much energy on the synthetic carbohydrates. After all, How many people does Umbrella have in total? How much demand? Moreover, Poli has clearly said, I have nuclear energy when it completes the ultra-high frequency and continuous high-power output of mass projection. According to external estimates, the nuclear power is likely to exceed the most advanced nuclear power units at present. It's just because Umbrella is strong enough. So all aspects are treated as nothing happened. Now when Umbrella is helping South Korea break the trend, the synthetic carbohydrate technology itself is indeed unnecessary for Umbrella, which is making a fortune every day to spend time to earn this hard-earned money. After Wang Yi finished the experiment and returned to his alma mater to meet for a while, Umbrella quickly signed a comprehensive cooperation agreement. Umbrella provides machines, technology, and even directly teaches a certain big country how to make machines, mainly to provide guidance. A certain big country is responsible for the subsequent manufacturing of machines, installation of thermal power plants, transportation, collection, processing, sales, etc. Finally, the net profit is divided 50-50. It seems that a certain big country has almost taken care of all the processes. But this world itself relies on technology to make a living, being able to hold such things related to food safety in its hands. A certain big country does not care about such gains and losses. Moreover, it is also the final net profit sharing. In this case, employees can be paid more to offset the cost. In other words, the cooperation between the two parties has always been relatively harmonious. Otherwise, if it is a one-time transaction, it is not a problem to directly make a loss. Moreover, Umbrella is equivalent to giving authorization to a certain big country as the general agent, because at that time, the machine production capacity and subsequent installation and debugging will definitely be dominated by a certain big country. So if other places want to carry out related installations, they must also find a certain big country. Of course, it is okay to find Umbrella directly, but Umbrella will not spare production capacity to make such things. In the end, it still has to turn to a certain big country. Originally, the birth of this synthetic technology has caused an impact on the four major grain traders, international crocodiles that rely on grain for their livelihood. As a result, Umbrella and the East join forces. It can be expected that the speed of this large-scale shipment will be far beyond expectations. After a round outside, Wang Yi also finished the experiment again after initially getting the format templates of South Korea and Japan. Although it seems that the templates of Japan and South Korea have been almost finalized. But in fact, the garrison of Pyongyang is still there. Even if South Korea attacks the two major garrison bases, the dog chain has not been cut. It just succeeded in completely intensifying the contradiction. If there is a chance, they will start to break free by themselves. In the end, we still have to fight a little. Wang Yi stretched his waist and looked at Liu Xiuke and Qian Yayan, who were already asleep next to him. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Little? Don't just find an opportunity to destroy their fleet. Lin Shurqin, who had been peeping in the closet for a long time, floated out and said with some evil taste, for the time being, let's not let them go crazy. That's right. Rebuilding the system is still quite troublesome. But can we launch our banking system? We have to start trying to replace it. Lin Shurqin asked again, with her hands behind her back. Because of the importance of silver and the current soaring silver price, Lin Shurqin has actually built a corresponding system. With the current strength of Umbrella as an endorsement, combined with a large amount of US dollars and silver reserves on hand, it will theoretically be recognized to a certain extent. The rest is to slowly expand the influence. However, this thing will also be very challenging. It is impossible not to do a game. Just wait until the dog is unlocked and go with the flow. But we can first conduct internal testing in the game, and cooperate with our products to accumulate credit points, such as giving some priority purchase quotas. Okay. I can almost launch the brain computer VR version of Star World here. In the end, it must be diverted to the new game to develop the Abyss and the other world. Now the brain computer debugging prosthesis has come out, and it can be accepted by people after it is slowly blown away. After all, the Red Queen is the most powerful artificial intelligence today, and it is an enhanced version of artificial intelligence under various magic modification and black technology. It is theoretically feasible to build a complete world. At present, the Don Quixote of a certain song has a combination of supercomputing plus quantum mode, and cooperates with NVIDIA's customized 2nm chip in Umbrella and the algorithm foundation proposed by Wang Yi. In fact, the performance is already quite good. An exaggerated virtual world is understandable. However, it is still a bit shocking to take it out directly. It just so happens that the World Company has a ready-made Starry Sky World, which is also a sandbox game with a very complete setting. And the NPC interaction ability is already quite strong. In this case, it is natural to use the brain computer to deeply VR Starry Sky World and build a normal VR platform first, and then further improve the NPC intelligence. Now Lin Shurqin uses a mixed mode of superconducting chips plus quantum computing. Even if multi-process NPC simulation is carried out at the same time, it is not a big problem. Starry Sky World is already an old game and has been subject to initial restrictions and checks and balances. Under development, they can all be highly intelligent and VRized. It will be easier to accept the subsequent launch of the exaggerated Abyss World. Moreover, the brain-computer application of the first version of Star World is not the deep connection of the deep sleep mode, but the use of VR equipment and brain-computer connection. When wearing a helmet, the connection between the brain and the body will be temporarily cut off, and all reaction signals will act on the game character. What you see is still the VR picture in the helmet, not the scenery that appears in deep sleep. People who are rich and don't want to be completely cut off from the body can buy a sports cabin and do physical exercise at the same time. But the physical strength may not be enough. Let Star World be the intermediate between the two versions. When it comes to Abyss World, the immersive sleep module will be used, because we have to worry about some soul attacks in the Abyss. We must also build a protection box as a barrier. It is equivalent to uploading the soul signals of the players to the protection box, and then distributing them. Although facing a legendary existence, it is still possible to be tracked down and attacked. But it is also possible to rely on the protection box to intercept the firewall and not die directly. Ordinary soul attacks are completely immune. You have a new open class scheduled. You can preheat and throw out some new theories in advance. After attracting attention, you can announce it in the open class. Lin Shurqin reminded Wang Yi of his schedule. Yes. On the application of magic numbers in brain computer and neural connection algorithms. Wang Yi wrote another new paper, gave it to Lin Shurqin for polishing, and then sent it directly to the journal of his alma mater. Nowadays, a lot of brain-computer debugging equipment has been sold, and all aspects are in the hottest stage of research. And there is already a certain understanding of this debugging principle, in addition to the things thrown out before. The first group of people should be able to understand the content of this paper. After throwing out the new paper, Wang Yi also took the paper that Lin Shurqin selected that might be inspiring to him and read it with relish. With the increasing popularity of magic numbers, and the announcement of more and more spell model arrangements, like the umbrella ladder, more and more useful results can be collected now. In terms of the body, the exploration and reshaping of the perfect sequence are being carried out in an orderly manner. In terms of knowledge, the fruits of the harvest have gradually begun to be harvested, coupled with some relaxation and leisure in daily life. This little life is really fulfilling. There is a new paper. It's Yi's. Sure enough, it's about brain-computer interface. Great. Usually when Umbrella comes up with something new, Wang Yi will follow up with some papers explaining the algorithm, and will also insert some analysis of the problems that magic numbers may encounter in daily life. This time, the brain-computer interface launched by Umbrella is a completely new module, and even the chip format is completely different. Even if the machine is sold and OK training is carried out, the progress of research is still very general, knowing the fact but not the reason. So Wang Yi's new paper can be said to have attracted a lot of attention immediately, because the principle of brain-computer itself has involved several umbrella technologies, including magic numbers, semiconductors, biology, and all aspects. It has always been necessary to unite to make slow progress. Now Wang Yi's paper can be said to be timely rain. In addition to a group of people who are ecstatic, there is also a group of people gathered together. The conference room was filled with smoke, and everyone was silent. We have to face what we have to face. My team has specially sorted out the results of Umbrella and the timeline of the relevant publications of Mastery, and we can almost confirm the guess. Damn it. If it wasn't lost in Congo, maybe we could have dug out the remains. Our mathematics team also said that the magic number is too perfect. It can't be completed by one person. The beginning ones are fine, but now that more and more are revealed, it can only be said that this is a perfect system that is completely different from our current data. Without dozens of generations of tireless improvement, it is impossible to have such a result. The magic of Umbrella is the same. If it is discovered by accident and then by continuous trial and error, it is impossible to iterate so quickly. We can only barely keep up with the knowledge they keep feeding us. We just digested it and immediately threw out the next one. The same is true for magic numbers. In addition to Yi's paper, others have also published many related papers and ideas. But most of them are just prototypes, and their immaturity cannot be compared with Yi's continuous publications. Although every mathematician who has come into contact with Yi has confirmed that he is the smartest person in the world, his achievements are too many and too systematic. In fact, starting from the discovery in Congo and the flesh and blood of alien creatures, there is a guess whether Umbrella has obtained the technology and inheritance of alien civilization. They may have been deciphering the relics or information of a certain civilization. Otherwise, there is no reason why magic power can develop so fast. How long has it been proposed? Admittedly, they may have been secretly studying for a long time, and Master Yi has been missing for 3 years. The overall preparation time may be much longer than it seems. But what they produced was too exaggerated. Unfortunately, it was too late to find the problem. Now they can no longer be slaughtered. If they hadn't been able to protect themselves, I'm afraid they wouldn't have announced the corresponding technology at all. All this was within their plan. Master Yi's ability is still quite strong. He may even be the main force in decryption. So his relative position is so transcendent. What a pity. Hey. Now even the grain field has been conquered. After joining forces with the East and slowly conquering subsequent technologies such as feed, we will completely lose our voice in this area. They provide technology, and the East provides production capacity. It's a terrible combination. Danyang's fertile land and mechanized production make it the world's #1 grain exporter. It is precisely because of this foundation that 3 of the 4 major grain traders were born. This is also one of the weapons in their hands. But now, it is about to be abandoned. The medical field occupies a pivotal position in Danyang, and has been conquered by Umbrella in many aspects. Culture medium has become the hottest direction for new drug development. In recent years, the birth and application of new drugs, even if they are not produced by Umbrella, are almost all related to culture medium. This is a very dangerous signal. Subsequent weapons and equipment also include space launches. From semiconductors to sewage treatment, there are also batteries that can be used in almost any industry. The tentacles extended by Umbrella are really getting longer and longer, almost involving all aspects. Just like a puzzle. Slowly piece together such a monster enterprise in front of you. In the past, there was another kind of underestimation. Umbrella was too small and had insufficient production capacity. But as they nibbled at Mexico, defeated kangaroos and Gaul, and began to extend their claws to South Korea and Japan, they finally got together with a certain big country. Although it is only a carbohydrate synthesis now, the number of thermal power stations in a certain big country is indeed the best cooperation target. But they are still worried about the future. The robots have come out, and this must be combined with the foundation of a certain big country. This superposition is enough to make people's scalps explode. South Korea and Japan have not escaped our control, and we can't let them escape. So it's time to touch them. Well, control the intensity. But we can't make a small and precise comparison. Their quality is too high. This needs to be studied carefully. We must choose the battlefield. We must maintain tacit understanding and not engage in a mutually destructive hot war. Some equipment has been out for so long and is about to be retired. It's time to consume it. No matter what ideas or secrets have emerged from all sides. At least Wang Yi is about to start a new open class. And there is a large wave of communication frenzy. After knowing that the host school is Zhejiang University, various emails requesting visits and exchanges directly smashed the school mailbox of Zhejiang University. Various indirect greetings began to appear. As a top university, Zhejiang University itself has connections with major technology companies. There are also many businesses and laboratories within the school. Many professors will also work outside or participate in related research. Facing the various commissions and requests that come to him, he is really painful and happy. Hey, I have wanted to experience it for a long time. The rumors are true. Even with the status of the head of Zhejiang University, he was a little excited at this time. The second in command next to him poured cold water on him. Hurry up and think about the standards of the reception. And study Professor Wang's hobbies. This? Not so good. After all, we are a higher education institution. Thinking of some rumors, the head of Zhejiang University showed a hint of hesitation. It is rumored that this Professor Wang is more and more unruly. But? What are you thinking about? I mean food? Ah? Oh. Yes. Yes. I was thinking about food just now. Then how to divide the quota? Give priority to brother units. so that they can also see our face. There is no need to use so many students. And ordinary students can't understand. Well, there is only this way. I will contact some friends to find some top chefs. I will also contact them. And I must let him taste our special food. The cured juice is soaked to the right degree, with a little smoke and fullness of gravy in the mouth. And the dough absorbs the excess fat. After biting, the fragrance fills the mouth. And a completely different kind of deliciousness blooms on the tip of the tongue. Wang Yi also ate the ordinary rijiamo with a satisfied expression. Today's reception meal looked ordinary, as if it was all noodles. But there was something special about these noodles. A bowl of crystal clear rice could taste the deliciousness of shark fin, which must have taken a long time to make. With Wang Yi's current status, what kind of food can't he eat? However, it can be seen that the other party is really attentive. And these things take a long time to prepare, and are more thoughtful. I don't care about honorary professors. In fact, this thing has been hung a lot. As long as you don't mind. Zhejiang University has proposed to hire Wang Yi as an honorary professor. And Wang Yi naturally doesn't mind. In fact, this title has been hung a lot. And he will wear one almost every time he gives a lecture. In addition to domestic ones, foreign ones also hold the title of Professor of Pen. Of course, Professor Wang should concentrate on scientific research on weekdays. Haha. Our treatment is really nothing compared to the value of a professor. Hearing Wang Yi's agreement, the head of Zhejiang University also showed a happy expression, and then winked at Wang Yi's side. A young and beautiful school beauty on the left and a graceful female teacher on the right, full of mature charm, started to pick up food and pour wine for Wang Yi at the same time. In the end, the head of Zhejiang University decided to give it a try. It wouldn't hurt to try anyway. I heard that the eldest son of the Qin family picked up a big one, because he invited the other party out to play. Now even Lao Qin is fully protecting his son. And Hangwan plazas everywhere have begun to open umbrellas 4S stores in the most prime locations. Opening this kind of 4S experience store in the commercial core area, where every inch of land is valuable, will almost maximize the offline sales capacity. With this rate of return, it's not worth it if you don't try. Besides, the man is unmarried, and the woman is unmarried. Now the times have changed. And it's not a big deal. He didn't use the power in his hands. The female student is his niece. And the female teacher has admired her for a long time. She took the initiative to propose. So there is no problem at all. Wang Yi also smiled and enjoyed the feeling of being hugged by her, while he had already finished labeling her. This school beauty is a weakened version of the senior sister. She behaves very pure. A little bit controlled and artificial. But she has been teasing him vaguely. It's just that her methods are obviously a bit rough and immature. Too obvious. Her level is not bad in school. But she is easy to be cheated in society. Maybe those who really do research will be a little confused. But Wang Yi feels a little interesting and nostalgic when he sees her. When the time comes, the slightly disgusted and helpless expression, when teaching her not to touch it with her teeth, will be quite interesting. But the charming white deep V beauty next to her, whose level is obviously higher than one level, obviously has a problem with her identity. It is likely that she is a spy. In fact, because of the communication intolerance of senior intellectuals in such colleges and universities, it is indeed easy for such wrong elements to appear. The professor who resigned and went to Pyongyang, and ended up delivering food, was not an isolated case. Some of them were just exposed. Some of them were secretly paid to work for the spiritual motherland. Wang Yi knew that it was normal for such people to appear around him. If it weren't for the security guards and those pancake sellers, there would definitely be more troubles. Now they were directly conducting academic exchanges, and they found the right opportunity. However, there might not be many chess pieces of this quality. They should only be used against important people. There was no doubt that he was the kind who would spare no expense. On the other side, the head of Zhejiang University, who was unaware of the truth, saw Wang Yi's interested eyes lingering on Chen Jie, and thought that he liked this type of person. So he smiled and said, "Professor Wang, our teacher Chen Jie is also a talented woman. She is professional in piano and oil painting. She has also held a personal exhibition and received high praise." When the head of Zhejiang University introduced this, Chen Jie also stroked her hair by her ears with her hands and said with a smile, "Master Liu, you are really praising me. What's so great about me? Isn't it just showing off in front of Professor Wang?" In addition to scientific research, Professor Wang's achievements in music are also unparalleled in the world. "I like those fairy songs so much." Chen Jie said this with her hand slightly cupped, naturally squeezing out an extremely attractive arc. and the admiration and joy on her face were just right. Although the school beauty next to her was also very good-looking and had a youthful vigor, she was indeed much worse in other aspects. This made Wang Xian, who had also tried her best, snort in her heart. Damn bitch. You are several years older than Master Yi and still show this expression. You are really shameless. After trying a few times secretly and finding that she couldn't learn it, she could only continue to show her student spirit. This is her advantage, and she can't compete with the other party on different tracks. Wang Xian herself is also very picky, and her family conditions are also very good. It's not that there are no rich second generations chasing her, but her family conditions are not bad, and she is not short of money. Those childish ghosts are really too unsightly. However, no matter how high her vision is, she will definitely lower herself to face the world's top bachelor. At this time, all other shortcomings can be thrown aside. Gossip? Lustful? What is this? If you are not lustful, how can you give yourself a chance? I just didn't expect the competition to be so fierce. The abominable uncle didn't seem to want to really match them up at all. He was just pimping. Do you think you are not worthy of him? Well, it seems that it is true. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Xian didn't know how to stay until the end of dinner. I won't disturb Professor Wang. This is the room I booked for you. We will go out to digest the food first. The two greasy heads also laughed and chose to leave early. Wang Yi had already climbed up Qinjia's elastic waist. Apart from attracting some complaints, he did not show much resistance. Instead, he said to Wang Xian next to him in a charming and teasing tone, "Come with me, Sister Wang Xian." This made Wang Xian's hair stand up. No way. You should be more reserved when you meet for the first time. Are you having so much fun? No. It's illegal to have too many people. Let's add a WeChat message and contact next time. Wang Yi smiled and scanned Wang Xian's phone, patted her little butt, and signaled her to go home. In fact, Wang Xian was already quite angry. Hearing that there was a desire to drive people away, she couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. What? I am so short of that? I really wanted to agree, but there seemed to be a voice in my heart telling me to listen to the other party and go home. After hesitating for a while, he chose to leave. In the distance, someone used a telescope to watch Wang Yi walk out with Qingjia in his arms, and smiled. It went smoothly, but we must learn from the past. This person is not a weak scholar. His combat power may not be inferior to that of the umbrella instructor. It is best to maintain long-term contact and not reveal the purpose first. But the rumors are true. If it is not so difficult to approach him on weekdays, we should be able to plant more. Is there any beauty he wants? It is also difficult to find suitable high-quality bait. What's the situation at World Company? It's useless. We have already found out that Qian Yayan and Lu Xioka are his lovers. But they are also difficult to approach. We don't want to alert them. For now, it's better to go here. It's easier to approach from the academic circle. Okay, let's try to maintain the relationship first. Step by step. It's good to have a good start. As long as there is a flaw, we can gradually expand the flaw. Although high-quality beauties are scarce, we can still mobilize some. It doesn't matter if we all come in. Now the organization has actually given up the idea of kidnapping Wang Yi. It's also very difficult to persuade him to defect. What doesn't he have in his hands at World Company? But if you keep trying to please him, when necessary, the mistress can pass on some difficult problems that need to be solved and ask him for help. It should be smoother. Right? Seducing you is asking you to help with math problems. Who would have thought that he was a spy? It's perfect. Chapter 470 Open Class Brain Computer VR Platform. Chapter 470 Open Class Brain Computer VR Platform. Chen Jia should have been influenced by her childhood education. Her father is an associate professor and often takes public lectures. He advocates refined egoism and Western supremacy. He claims that studying is to combine excellent genes. She also has a brother who has lived into Pyongyang and settled down and got married. According to current information, it was her sister-in-law who completed the rebellion, while Wang Yi was lazily bathing in the bathtub in front of the French window. Lin Shirqin also told her about the investigation. It doesn't matter. It seems that they should have changed their strategy towards me. They just want to get close to me to see if they can get some information and get benefits. Wang Yi's tone was very casual. This bait was not a burden to eat. Maybe they are still thinking that they can use this method to assassinate themselves at a critical moment. After all, generally speaking, men are less guarded at this time. Hey, boss, I recorded it before. So you have this ability. I haven't seen you use it before. Lin Shurqin's voice began to become salty again. At this time, Chen Jie, who was only wearing a black silk suspender, was kneeling on the bed in an indescribable posture and fainted. From time to time, her whole body was twitching. Since she was a spy, Wang Yi naturally had nothing to hold back. In addition to his body entering the legendary realm, his strongest skill was still magic. A little trick can increase the other party's perception by hundreds of times. The stimulation of dopamine is enough to empty all thoughts and become a control that is more terrible than contraband. Real physical control. It can be said that with this experience, Chen Jie, a high-level spy, will become lazy and difficult to be interested in anything else in the future, and will be immersed in the memory of aftertaste every day. As long as the brain thinks of fun things, it will recall some pictures. No need to use any special magic or hints. However, there are also disadvantages. It is obvious that Chen Jie will become a little lazy in the future. She will always look lazy and unmotivated. She will be very similar to a deep drug addict, and will be easily found to be abnormal. Various tests can be conducted, but the cause cannot be found. It may be regarded as Jade syndrome and some psychological diseases. Relatively speaking, Wang Yi does not like this method very much. That is, the other party is a spy, so it doesn't matter. When the sky was dawning, Chen Jie also woke up slowly. The whole person was obviously a little confused and had not recovered from the aftereffects. She looked up blankly, with a glittering thread hanging on the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were out of focus, until she saw Wang Yi sitting on the sofa reading a paper. Her pupils quickly focused. I don't know what she thought of. Her face was flushed, and even if she was sore all over, she began to heat up unconsciously. Is there anything you want to say to me? Wang Yi said while brushing the paper without raising his head. After just a brief hesitation, Chen Jie's psychological defenses collapsed. She crawled to the edge of the sofa like a puppy and spilled her original purpose one by one. Looking at the other party's straight eyes, Wang Yi also smiled casually and stretched out his hand to hook Chen Jie's delicate chin. Good. You will be rewarded if you keep up the good work. Do it yourself. Wang Yi went out humming a tune, ready to start today's open class. And Lin Shurqin's chattering was still in the headphones. Boss, it's so useful. Why haven't I seen you use it before? Although it's not as good as our own people, and the external changes are not suitable for those big shots, it can solve some problems of insufficient manpower in advance. I think men can also use it. Hearing some of Lin Shurqin's fierce words, Wang Yi's eyebrows jumped. Be quiet. This is a kind of dependent psychology similar to contraband, and it will become more and more serious. Boss, you know the follow-up very well. Who did you use it on before? Imperial Princess? God Saint? Tell me. Shut up, or I'll use it on you next. Okay. Don't pity me. Wang Yi and Lin Shurqin quarreled all the way, and took the special car arranged by the school to the venue. There are more international friends this time. Wang Yi glanced around casually. There were relatively fewer students this time, and most of them were well-known scholars at home and abroad. There were quite a few blonde and blue-eyed people among them. Some were familiar faces that he had met at the mathematics conference. This time, because the professor had just published a paper on brain-computer related algorithms, it attracted more attention from all sides. I considered that some junior students could not understand it, so I only kept the top students in related majors, and replaced the others with professionals at home and abroad. The second in command of Xianjiaodong University next to him whispered, It's okay. I just asked casually. How to arrange it is your business. There are still many acquaintances. Wang Yi smiled and greeted a mathematics professor who came over. At least for these scholars, Wang Yi would give basic respect, whether they were at home or abroad. These are all important treasures of the earth, and the top resources he needs. If there is not enough silver, you can dig, rob, or even use the abyss as a springboard to find other worlds. But these scholars, who have accumulated decades of systematic learning experience, are by no means replicable in large quantities in a short period of time. The training cycle of some professional talents is too long. Whoever wants to mess with them, I will kill him myself. Brain-computer interaction is now the hottest stage along with robots. Even the more than 20,000 satellites hanging in the sky of Umbrella are not as popular as these two items. After all, the main function of these satellites in civilian use is to assist some of Umbrella's high-end products and drones. The impact on people's livelihood is far less than that of robots that can help work and support their families, and prosthetic limbs that can change the quality of life of disabled people. Moreover, the sustainability of brain-computer debugging is also very strong. Recently, In addition to Umbrella itself, the laboratories that purchase brain-computer debugging equipment have also more or less announced some of the directions they are preparing to study. It is not only to seek investment, but also to remind people not to crash. Even if the beautiful New York was hit hard, and the global financial system was in turmoil, it still could not stop the influx of funds from all walks of life into the field of brain-computer interaction. It is precisely under this enthusiasm that Wang Yi's new paper and this open class have received great attention from the academic community. To be frank, what Wang Yi said this time can easily influence some related stock markets. And it is a major impact. I didn't expect so many old friends to come here specially. In this case, let's talk about something that everyone likes. Some related algorithm problems of magic numbers in brain computer. Wang Yi has experienced many public speeches and is already familiar with the road. Since there are many scholars this time, there is no need to give chicken soup. It is better to get straight to the point. As Wang Yi continued to explain from the shallow to the deep, constantly breaking down the content of the previous paper, many scholars who came here with questions also felt a sense of enlightenment. So that's it. At this time, whether it is the winner of the Fields Award or some industry elite, whether it is a scholar, professor, or laboratory director, they are all obedient like students, taking notes and recording seriously. Many people even listen with a pilgrimage attitude. This is the teaching that you can't get even if you spend money. This is the face of Master Yi. However, even if Shijio has tried its best to put in top students, but except for those who have studied the relevant fields deeply enough, most people are confused and feel that it is like a heavenly book. After all, magic numbers are also a new mathematical discipline. And the difference is not small. Not everyone can quickly get started without systematic learning. This is actually a kind of selection for mathematical geniuses and talents with solid basic mathematical skills. Wang Yi took a quick look and was quite satisfied with the effect. After the whole lecture, those top bosses who came with questions also felt that they benefited a lot. Everyone has their own identity and attitude. If it was said that in the past, for example, during the mathematics conference, there would be other mathematical scholars who would communicate with Wang Yi on an equal footing. But now, the more talented people in the mathematics industry are, the more they can understand the horror of this one. It is bottomless. It is extraordinary. Many people listen to the class, and their attitude can be described as pious. The subsequent question and answer session was also quite enthusiastic, except for an engineer from a certain song who specifically asked questions about artificial intelligence. The other questions were all about brain-computer interfaces. Even the engineer of a certain song asked some questions about the connection between the brain-computer interface and the supercomputer later. You want to ask about the improvement of Don Quixote, right? In fact, it's okay to be straightforward. It takes more time to beat around the bush and ask me to guess your purpose. When the engineer of a certain song asked another question, Wang Yi couldn't help laughing. Many people were puzzled by Wang Yi's words. Don Quixote? What is it? But the engineer of a certain song suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Sure enough, Don Quixote was discovered by Red Queen as soon as it was connected to the network. The other party said it in a tone that didn't care, and he probably had a considerable understanding of Don Quixote. At this time, he could only smile bitterly and said, after all, it involves the company's confidentiality. But since the professor already knows it, I will ask this question directly. Wang Yi nodded upon hearing this, and then said generously, we were quite surprised when we noticed your company's Don Quixote. We really didn't expect that you could achieve this level with the existing information. The current performance of Don Quixote is comparable to the initial version of Red Queen. When Wang Yi said this, others also realized that the artificial intelligence that a certain song had been tinkering with had already produced results. Can it be comparable to the initial version of Red Queen? What an amazing achievement! And the engineer of a certain song also straightened his chest. God knows how much energy they spent to catch up. And almost all of them slept in the laboratory. Then Wang Yi also pointed out some algorithmic errors of Don Quixote that have been found so far. It's not that it's wrong, but it can be improved, optimized, and can save more resources and improve efficiency. Seeing that he didn't mind giving excellent suggestions and optimization plans to his competitors, the people next to him really felt the generosity of Professor Wang. It seems that from the very beginning, Professor Wang has been trying his best to help everyone improve in terms of algorithms. Umbrella would hide key technologies, but Professor Wang would answer almost every question about magic numbers, which is completely different. However, at this moment, a discordant voice appeared in the venue. Professor Wang, I want to ask you something. There are many rumors that you and Umbrella have obtained the legacy of a certain alien ruins. Whether it is magic numbers or magic-related technologies, or even your songs, they are all products deciphered from the alien ruins. I don't know how true this rumor is. If it were in the past, this rumor would really be a bit of a joke. But with the real black technology of Umbrella slowly being taken out, combined with alien corpses and the Abyss invasion of New York, then it is indeed very likely to be connected. After all, Umbrella has risen too fast. It is a bit unbelievable. Combined with some of the experiences of Master E, if we slowly explore and study it, there will indeed be some inconsistencies. It's just that this kind of question, asked so bluntly, is obviously ill-intentioned. The boss of Zhejiang University suddenly looked unhappy, as if he wanted to ask the security guard to take the man out. However, Wang Yi raised his hand to stop him, and then smiled very freely. To some extent, this rumor is indeed close to the truth, but it is not an alien relic. Umbrella did not hesitate to confront Gaul head-on in Congo for similar reasons. Wang Yi admitted it without any care, which directly caused an uproar at the scene. I didn't expect the rumor to be true, but it seems that only in this way can many confusing questions be explained. So, in fact, the magic number and those songs are not your original works? Is this considered academic fraud? The person who asked the question was exposed, but Wang Yi answered quite straightforwardly. If you want to think so, then of course you can. It was indeed not his original work, but he didn't have the foundation before. Now, even if he denies it, he can roughly guess similar content, so he might as well say it openly. But these alien relics should belong to all mankind. No company has the right to mine them. They should be approved by the UN General Assembly and the Security Council. Isn't it too selfish for you to occupy them and make profits from them? Do you want to make the information public? The person who asked the question was secretly happy when he saw that he was not kicked out. And then he became more and more excited. I think so too. You can go to Umbrella Company to get it. Wang Yi nodded with a meaningful expression, which made the person speechless. Take it? If you can get it, you should have taken it earlier. You don't even spit out the bones. Damn. I just talked nonsense. And you made me lose face like this. But in the end, he still asked. But Professor Wang, you should know a lot of relevant knowledge. Just make your part public. Don't I always make it public? Wang Yi's sincerity really made the questioner speechless. Yes, Master Yi has never failed in terms of magic numbers. And it can be said without hesitation that the other party has always stood on the moral high ground. His continuous questions and answers have suddenly put him in a very disadvantageous position. This feeling of powerlessness after punching made him feel deeply helpless. Why does it feel that this kind of sincerity is more difficult to deal with than Umbrella? All kinds of conspiracies and tricks are used, and they are like a breeze. Inexplicably, he felt as if he was going to be an enemy of the highest morality. Looking back at the unfriendly eyes of others, he felt a little cold in his heart. It seems that he has delayed their time to ask questions. He himself is actually in the academic circle. Otherwise Wang Yi would not have been able to respond in a soft voice. So he also knows how strong Wang Yi's talent is. Regardless of whether this Master Yi has obtained systematic magic number knowledge, it is frank to say that even if all the systematic magic number knowledge is thrown out now, there is no math master feeding next to him. Without this person who has been tirelessly publishing papers, constantly breaking them apart and talking slowly, he has successfully connected traditional mathematics with magic numbers. There are not many people who can understand the magic number now. From the beginning, this person has been determined to promote the magic number, and his words and deeds are consistent, and his knowledge and actions are unified. Inexplicably, he felt that the person on the stage seemed to be emitting a holy light, and a sense of shame and inferiority appeared in his heart. He felt his own insignificance and dirtiness. And Wang Yi's personality has always been a great mathematician. And this has never changed. Although the people who are eating melons at the scene are shocked. But after slowly digesting it, they feel so natural. Yes, although Master Yi and Umbrella have cooperated, their styles of doing things are completely different. He has been actively promoting and popularizing what he has learned. Inexplicably, many people felt an indescribable touch. This made Wang Yi, who originally just felt that the time was right, and he could throw out more information to blow the wind, feel a little puzzled. Emotional fluctuations gradually gathered. Why do you feel that you are all moved by yourself? Wang Yi gradually released the news that Umbrella had obtained the alien ruins. And naturally he had considerations. In fact, the appearance of alien creatures and the direct invasion of the Abyss in New York can passively expose many problems. Add to that the previous research results in Congo, and the price and determination paid by Umbrella, and you can actually draw a similar conclusion. It's not a case. So why do you need any evidence? As long as you have this understanding, it's almost enough. That's why Wang Yi admitted it openly this time. Because these are indeed the knowledge passed down by the alien civilization. Besides, the difficulty of magic numbers is here. Without Wang Yi's tireless efforts to break them apart and feed them, there would be no such progress. It can be said that even if Wang Yi admitted it, his identity and status would not be affected much. On the contrary, he would become more transcendent if he took the initiative to reveal this. What? If you have the ability, don't send someone to give a lecture next time. In the brainstorming collision, many mathematicians who had discussed with Wang Yi actually knew Wang Yi's talent and strength. To put it bluntly, even if Wang Yi threw out all the systematic knowledge of the alien world, they couldn't digest it. The fact that the Earth is almost magic-free is the biggest limitation. Otherwise, directly turning the Earth into a magic world would be more beneficial than harmful to Wang Yi. He already has an overclocking plugin, and he has gone so far ahead. Now that he has started the process of perfect DNA sequence, he naturally does not need to worry about catching up. It can be said that only he who has an overclocking plugin can take the perfect sequence road. When the heavy news was announced, and the scene was still digesting it, Wang Yi also began to explain some of the situations of his own company. In addition, regarding the brain-computer algorithm, our World Company and Umbrella Company have also had some new cooperation. At present, we will try to strengthen it in Star World and launch VR connection equipment. Interested friends can also pay attention to it. The scene, which was still digesting this matter, immediately began to be in an uproar. Then a student who had been listening to the incomprehensible words the whole time and could only understand them now raised his hand excitedly and asked to speak. When he was called, he couldn't wait to speak. Professor Wang, are you going to create an immersive Star World? Is it the legendary virtual world? I am also a player of Star World, and I like it very much. It can be said that for many game players, immersive virtual online games are a dream or even an obsession. Originally, the use of brain computers could achieve this. In fact, some game forums have been actively discussing when they can be played recently. Is it possible now? It's not as good as the virtual world. In fact, the construction of the virtual world is now in full swing. But after all, a real world is still quite difficult. We also need to consider safety in terms of connection technology. At present, the VR of Star World is the literal VR, which mainly relies on the eyes and ears. While Wang Yi was talking, he switched to PPT, and a very traditional VR glasses and VR helmet appeared. Our current optimization of Star World is mainly focused on NPC interaction and equipment updates. There is a central component on the VR glasses and VR helmets that can temporarily prevent the control signal from affecting the whole body, which is equivalent to a new platform. As he spoke, Wang Yi enlarged the entire concept map. There was a high-power signal receiver at the back of the head, which was equivalent to replacing all human control senses and applying them to the game. Let you lie on the bed in reality. According to the signal feedback in the game, the brain will also have a mild stimulation. The highest pain can be similar to an injection. It is mainly to increase some realism. In addition, there is no need to worry about urination and defecation problems like vegetative people after signal shielding. The signal shielding is mainly motor nerves. As for safety, there is no need to worry. The biggest safety hazard in the current test is to suddenly remove the helmet and run into the wall. Speaking of this, Wang Yi also released a picture of a dog having a nightmare. The dog fell asleep on the ground and had a nightmare of running continuously. After waking up, he ran out and hit the wall. This kind of painting also caused a burst of laughter at the scene. For now, this new platform is the limit for VR improvements. Considering the various problems of lying down for a long time, it is recommended that the game time should not exceed 4 hours at a time. And then move your body. Then the concept map changed again, becoming a device similar to a large treadmill. This one is a sports version designed for people with money and free time. It will not block the transmission of motor nerves. But if the player is mainly responsible for the landing battle, it may be more tiring, and the competitiveness is not as strong as the ordinary version. You need to make your own choices. The continuous heavy news really made the scene a little overwhelmed. The open class became a new product launch conference. This is because Wang Yi has such face, and the organizer is still smiling. Then the student who asked the question before also spoke up again and asked, "When will the virtual world version of the game be released?" Is there a chance in my lifetime? Yes. In fact, the architecture is almost ready. But I am still worried about security issues. Maybe we will recruit some volunteers for internal testing after a while. In addition, the background setting is the Abyss. And the name is tentatively set as Abyss World, based on this invading creature as a template. We will publish some information collection on the official website. And everyone can participate in the improvement. In fact, every time Wang Yi's open class will attract a lot of attention, because there will be a large number of international friends who want to mix in. In the past, there were often some related broadcasts, reporting that various masters became teachers accompanying the team or simply mixed in as graduate students. The scene of the bearded graduate student debating with the security guards was often broadcast. This time, I was still waiting for related gossip questions. But I didn't expect to wait for such explosive news. Master Yi tacitly acknowledged that Umbrella had obtained the remains of alien civilizations? The big secret of Umbrella. Shocked. It turns out that alien technology is around us. Magic? Technology? Various media outlets are full of information about this open class. The most explosive thing is, of course, the official announcement that the company has some alien technology. The subsequent official announcement about the game also caused a stir among the player community. For ordinary players, it doesn't matter whether they are aliens or not. It doesn't matter to them anyway. However, the VR version of Star World and the subsequent Abyss World, which is claimed to be fully immersive, are too eye-catching. Nowadays, Star World is the world's #1 online game. Since the launch of the service, the interaction between major star regions has gradually begun. After players from various countries began to compete with each other, it became even more popular on the entire network. The subsequent VR version and the reintelligence of NPCs have already attracted considerable attention. The concept of VR has always existed, but it has been improving slowly due to hardware problems. But after Umbrella conquered the 2 nanometers chip technology and brain-computer interface technology, combined with artificial intelligence and quantum computers, it naturally has a sufficient foundation. Whether it is the new version of Star World that can be experienced immediately, or the subsequent more mysterious Abyss World, all aspects have given great enthusiasm and expectations. However, in the game industry, it is common for people to stand up. And some games that have been popular for a long time have been delayed for several years, or even more than 10 years. Therefore, for all aspects of Abyss World, future expectations are still the main focus. And the new version of Star World is the most concerned, as the first batch of VR glasses, VR helmets, and VR holographic sports devices began to be pre-sold. The hot sales also represent people's enthusiasm. Chapter 471 New Outlet Jigsaw Puzzle. Wang Yi's revelation this time is nothing short of heavy. All parties have paid close attention to it. However, it is just as Wang Yi himself expected. With the New York incident and the birth of the space travel phenomenon, Umbrella's technology and systematic magic numbers have a very reasonable source, coupled with the completely different style of music that Wang Yi released at the beginning. That thing that obviously has a very long history has also had a more reasonable new explanation. I couldn't guess it before, because I hadn't seen it and didn't know it. Compared with those more absurd possibilities, it is better to explain it by pushing it to genius. After all, Wang Yi's talent is also a clear card. But now after a series of events, naturally, those who should know can know the truth. Wang Yi just let ordinary people understand this situation openly. The sooner you blow the wind, the sooner you prepare, and the stronger your adaptability will be when facing unprecedented changes. What's wrong with a world without magic? Isn't it okay to occupy a world with magic using the Abyss as a springboard? Now there is actually a ready-made ruin of civilization. The civilization destroyed by Enzo has also begun to use magic. And the concentration of magic is a little higher than that of the Earth. It's just that there are not enough people. Just like zombies. After the first appearance, all kinds of doomsday and world destruction theories appeared. Cults are everywhere. Then after several biochemical crises, it was discovered that if it was not deliberately spread by humans, the zombie virus would be like this? Even Neon had obvious traces of human intervention the second time. And it still affected all parts of the world. But the result is just like this. Most people only see it in the news and short videos. And at most hear that patients appeared in the neighboring city. But they were quickly controlled. The infection situation in South Korea can still appear again. All because of the lag of the great beautiful garrison base. So in fact, people's adaptability is far beyond their own expectations. Just like many people actually find it difficult to imagine how people in war-torn areas and some special areas in Africa survive. But they survive tenaciously there, and can find things that make them happy and interested. How cruel is the brief description in the ancient historical records. But the ancient people still passed it down to the present. Whether it is the zombie virus or the abyss invasion. In fact, at present, humans have already adapted to a lot of impacts. Penguin wants to ask us if there is a possibility of opening up the VR platform and format. They also want to use our platform to develop some games. In the office where Wangi closes the door more than the time he uses it. Qian Yayan helps him tidy up his clothes with a flushed face. And also says some things that need to be finalized by Wangi. Open. Why not open it? Wait until the new version of Star World is launched, and then directly announce open source. But Penguin has always cooperated with us. Just send them the interface in advance. And attach a development manual. Wangi hooked the chin of the pretty senior sister. It must be said that after so long of nourishment, the senior sister and Shiuka are now more beautiful. Unfortunately, her body is still a little weak. After her body breaks through the legendary level, the possibility of having offspring is becoming increasingly distant. The new VR platform that carries Star World will naturally be completely open to the outside world and can enter more fields. Because this platform is a true brain-computer plus VR mode. It is considered a normal technology category. As for the virtual world of the subsequent Abyss world, only World Company and Umbrella can eat it alone. In fact, the advantage of the virtual world is that it can replace sleeping time. And the conflict with the brain-computer VR platform is not very large. The latter can also be used in shopping, tourism and other more interactive experiences with reality. And various related applications can also be developed by major companies. Then connect with the mobile phone. Cooperate with Red Queen Plus. In fact, the brain-computer VR device itself has a market size comparable to that of holographic bracelets. In terms of internal application development and profit sharing, it can almost be regarded as a new smartphone-level market that has been opened up. And this market is mainly led by the cooperation between World Company and Umbrella. This is a top good news for China. The equipment technology is mainly provided by Umbrella, such as brain-computer chips and VR screens. However, the underlying logic algorithm of the platform is the patent held by Wangi. It is precisely with the help of this relationship that both parties agreed that Umbrella will provide brain-computer chips and VR screens, while other related foundries will be handed over to a perfect foundry system on the side of a certain big country, because it is necessary to meet Umbrella's own production capacity needs. It also increases the supply to the east in terms of robot production. At present, Umbrella's robots still have to be bound to individuals. At least until most people in the world get their own robots. There is no intention to change for the time being. In this case, when it is fully rolled out, the situation of robots going out to support their families may become a common situation. In the past, overcapacity would lead to product problems. But after Umbrella gradually developed some new tracks, there is really no need to worry about the problem of having no place to digest in the short term. Moreover, as more daily products such as mobile phones, cars, robots, holographic bracelets, brain-computer VR equipment, robotic arms, etc. enter life, annual replacement and upgrading will also become a huge consumption market. In addition, now that Red Queen Plus has gradually become popular, the demand for various smart electronic products at home is also increasing day by day. And they will also face the problem of replacement and upgrading. Under the control of Lin Shurqin's own computing power, it is not a big problem to gradually progress and maintain a sustainable development state. That is, under this expectation, ordinary people who have been freed up a lot of time also have enough time and energy to do other things. For example, having children, traveling, consumption, and most importantly, working in the virtual world. Brain-computer VR will also take up normal time. And people who don't like games may not spend so much time on it. But when the virtual world appears, it can replace sleep time, which is equivalent to an extra 1/3 of life. I believe that few people can refuse this benefit. The credit points that Umbrella is preparing to issue can also be gradually put on the agenda. I am an old player of Star World. I have played the movie trilogy at least twice. I have ordered a brain-computer VR device. I have also ordered it. Although Star World has officially announced that the new version does not require the use of VR devices, the previous 3 terminals can still be used. However, if you don't use this new thing after it comes out, it will really be a waste. Although the price of $2,999 is not cheap, you can still save it by tightening your belt. I ordered the $69.99 version. Helmet. Isn't it better than the computers that cost tens of thousands of dollars nowadays? Rich people. That's nothing. Those who can spend $200,000 to buy sports equipment are the real rich. We have an experienced store here that claims to have already ordered it. And I'll have a chance to try out the equipment when the time comes. Wow. It feels like a new outlet. And the cost is not high. I really want to open such a store to try it out. But you have to be able to grab it. What's your hand speed? Yeah. I didn't grab it either. When can you increase the production capacity? Just when a group of people were complaining online. World Company and Umbrella also issued a joint announcement. Because of the production capacity of subsequent equipment, Umbrella and World Company will set up a joint venture to be responsible for OEM matters. As for OEM, there is no need to consider too much. Just pick it up in China. In fact, most of the assembly parts of Umbrella's holographic bracelets are originally in China. How can it be fully rolled out to the world without the shipment volume here? This can be regarded as a basis for cooperation. And it is familiar. Except for the chips provided by Umbrella itself. Other products can actually be produced in China. Especially as more and more factories began to use the robot mode and felt the ultra-high efficiency of robots plus machinery. It really felt like there was no way back. Now these robots worth hundreds of thousands of yuan are almost sold out as soon as they are seen. In the past, there were not many people who could afford them. Even if the group of people who sold their houses to buy robots was included. It was actually enough. As a result, now a group of ordinary people are squatting to see who grabs it faster. Hengwan Plaza. Umbrella Experience Store. Originally, Hengwan was also giving back. Taking on this job of picking up money and giving away stores in prime locations to open stores, which was equivalent to helping Umbrella promote its products. But at the beginning, mainly in the case of the tracker car, sales in many economically underdeveloped areas were still limited, and the main purpose was to build a reputation. However, as Umbrella's various products were stuffed into experience stores, gradually even Hengwan plazas in 3rd and 4th tier cities saw the Umbrella experience stores pull back traffic. This made the eldest young master of the Qin family laugh every day. The old man worked hard for most of his life, but it was not as good as holding a big thigh. Let's see how he will scold me in the future. In the past, Qin Xiang, the eldest young master who was used to being licked by others, was a little embarrassed. But now, there is a large part of him in the email sent by Lin Shurqin. Various invitations to play projects. Wang Yi was quite busy recently, so he didn't pay much attention to him. Instead, this young master became a little worried. Now that new brain computer VR equipment has appeared, he naturally has to sit in person and command the robots to maintain order. Uncle Guo. It's not that Xiao Qin doesn't want to help. If you want 1 or 2 for personal use, I will definitely help you find a way without saying anything. But you want too much. I really can't make concessions. Add money? Add money is even worse. 1 or 2 for personal use is all for your face. It doesn't matter if I help you pay for it. You know, I'm just a sales agent. Before the store opened in the morning, there were already a crowd of people outside. But Qin Xiang was in the store with a wry smile on his face and took a call. This is not the first similar call recently. Too many people have come to him in a roundabout way. But this point is very strict for both him and his old man. They can't do anything wrong with the thighs they have finally hugged. From the beginning of the tracker, it has been clearly required that no price increase, no scalping, and normal procedures should be followed. With Umbrella's own personal binding mode, scalping is also very effective. But even so, as the robot mode becomes more and more useful, the efficiency exceeds that of skilled workers, and the advantages of not needing to work in shifts around the clock are gradually reflected. Suddenly, the cheapest robot, which originally cost 700,000 yuan, suddenly became a hot commodity. There are all kinds of gods who want to find Qin and want to take the back door. But they were all rejected by him firmly. It's useless to add more money. Face? Who has more face than Professor Wang? More than Umbrella? Anyway, if it's 1 or 2 for an individual, they will find a way. But if it's more, it's impossible. It's precisely because of their strict control that the current sales of sweepers in China are still very fair and just. It's really hard to get one machine. It's obviously a robot that costs at least 700,000 yuan. But it's made like a mobile phone. Qin Xiang's channels also let him know that many factories are now recruiting robot managers. There are no other needs. Just grab the qualification to buy robots. The money will be paid by the manufacturer. Sign a cooperation agreement. The factory will use it for at least 3 years, and have the right to renew the lease first, in addition to not having to pay back the cost of the robot. You can also receive a subsidy every month, because the orders for various extended products brought by Umbrella are increasing, and the demand is getting bigger and bigger. So after the manufacturer began to roll inward, the price of this subsidy has also been rising steadily. At present, it has generally reached 1,800, and the urgent need will be pulled to more than 2,200. After all, compared with the cost of 700,000 robots in 3 years, the price of this subsidy is nothing. The bulk of it is on the purchase of robots. Now after Umbrella and World Company jointly announced the OEM plan, the price has been raised again to 3,000 per month. In other words, for now, as long as you can grab the purchase quota of Umbrella robots, you can lie at home with a subsidy of 3,000 yuan from the factory without doing anything. Just cooperate with the manufacturer to go through the after-sales maintenance process when the robot malfunctions. In the past, a group of people posted a lottery for Umbrella testers online. Now it has become a lottery for robot purchase qualifications. Anyway, whoever grabs the quota for online pre-sale has a 24-hour payment window, which is enough to contact the manufacturer. And many banks have also launched related loan businesses. As long as there is a purchase quota, it is approved almost immediately. Sure enough, technology is the primary productive force. Sheen wanted to hang up the phone, looking at the crowd in front of the store, and a sigh appeared on his face. His family is considered a very traditional businessman. Commercial district, real estate, and building various commercial centers. The old man is also very capable, and he worked hard to build this huge family business. However, after facing the real technical crushing, he just hugged the thigh and took off directly on a rocket. It really makes people feel like living in a dream. He has been playing Star World and is currently a T0 level Chamber of Commerce president in the game. He is also very much looking forward to brain computer VR equipment. In his opinion, this is probably something that will truly change people's living habits. The emergence of robots can theoretically liberate productivity. A large number of idle people continue to have new places to go. This will definitely become the next outlet. No matter how much Qin Xiang has received elite education, and his vision is still quite good since he was a child. Robots, brain computer VR, and a large number of new extended equipment requirements. This seems to be a big chess game specially played by Umbrella itself. From the satellite of the mass projector. No. It's from Ponglai. No. It seems that from the very beginning, all kinds of technologies of Umbrella that seemed to have little connection originally began to be combined to form the current terrifying scene. At the beginning, Umbrella just took out a contact lens. But now it is found that their lens technology is directly applied to many fields such as lasers, lithography machines, satellite communications, screens, VR equipment, etc., and begins to connect with each other. The puzzle is perfected piece by piece, and the scattered pattern fragments begin to gradually reveal their true appearance. This, the virtual world, is not also their arrangement. Right? But what functions can the virtual world combine? Just to accommodate people who have nowhere to go? Qin Xiang, who couldn't find the answer after thinking for a long time, shook his head, put away his wild thoughts, and prepared to welcome guests today. This is the first day that the brain computer VR equipment is officially on sale. In addition to those ordered online, he also specially reserved some in the physical store. So there was a crowd outside. It's just like zombies. In fact, there are only some standalone games in the brain computer VR equipment at present, and Starry Sky World has not been officially upgraded yet. As a result, the sports cabin worth 200,000 yuan has been sold out, which is really a bit crazy. Haha. Brothers, I got a VR helmet. After queuing up all night with a tent, he finally got a buyer of a brain computer VR helmet, and excitedly posted a photo of himself and the VR helmet on Weibo. Immediately attracted many envious comments. Awesome. Queuing all night. I got up at 5 o'clock, but I went home to sleep after seeing this team. Brother, I got it. Although it's not as popular as robots. Several internet companies are currently recruiting people with quotas to be testers. Is it true? VR helmets can also get money? It may not last as long as robots, but it can be paid in the short term. It should be that internet companies are developing corresponding applications, and there are not enough testing equipment. If it is a platform like smartphones, in order to seize traffic and formulate rules, they would like to give the whole world to everyone to develop on their own platform, so as to dominate the market and defeat opponents. But the VR platform in front of us needs developers to beg everywhere. This is the difference brought by the technical fault level suppression. Nowadays, Umbrella's products are hotcakes in the eyes of many people. Holographic bracelets can draw testers, and they can earn 1,000 yuan every month. And robots are even more exaggerated, which is equivalent to robots going out to work to support their families. As a result, VR helmets can also receive a subsidy now. This is even more exaggerated than the virtual currency that has already collapsed and was popular before. When virtual currency was the hottest, a graphics card could provide long-term and stable income. However, after the emergence of Red Queen, the virtual currency market was drained in one wave. A zero-sum game market without legal protection is really useless in the face of artificial intelligence with superconducting chips plus quantum computing. The market is only so big, and panic selling at inflated prices can cause a 99.99% drop in one day. Compared with the virtual currencies with serious speculation, the stable income of Umbrella is really delicious, especially for a certain big country. The current per capita income is not high, but it can be bought with gritted teeth. After Bucket Run started his robot delivery live broadcast, many people followed suit. Coupled with the robots gradually introduced by factories, robots supporting families have almost become a consensus. However, the interesting point is that most of the netizens who gritted their teeth and sold their houses to buy robots will choose to run their own business like Bucket Run. Either they deliver food, or robots set up stalls, or they open small restaurants and robots cook food for delivery. And they train robots with unique recipes and various small functions. But they will not let robots enter the factory, because after returning home, the robots can do housework, cook, and keep everything in order. They can also tell jokes and interact with their owners to add some popularity. Anyway, they already have money to support their families, so they naturally pursue a better quality of life. The best thing about robots in factories is that manufacturers can help with funding, giving those who can't even sell their houses for 700,000 a chance. Brothers, I have a lot of VR helmets here, but I won't let you use them, because of the popularity brought by the party queuing up to grab the helmets. Someone sent a short video link in the reply later. The content is a man in a factory uniform taking a picture of the stacked shelves behind. It's full of VR helmets. Hack. So many are produced so quickly? It seems that it's just a short-term salary. Awesome. It was announced not long ago. Many people flocked to the linked short video and commented. The guy in work clothes and a helmet also posted another video to explain. Hey, you underestimate our speed. The core chip is directly provided by Umbrella. We only need to complete the other assembly. VR helmets are so big, but it is actually more convenient to assemble than mobile phones. The SHL is stamped into one piece. It's not a big deal. After receiving this reply, many people felt relieved. It seems to be right. Now it is because the brain-computer VR equipment has just been launched, so it feels that there is a lot of demand. Just like the holographic bracelet at the beginning, when it gradually becomes saturated, there is only a need for upgrading, and it will be completely different from now. But your factory should also start to popularize robot operations. Right? Some people began to ask, okay. Oh, yes. I just got a job as a shift leader because I won the robot. The ruthless critical strike directly broke the defense of many people in front of the screen. Jealousy has changed my face beyond recognition. I want a robot to support me. 2. I regret it. I should have sold my house to buy a robot before I became famous. Faced with these words, the guy in work clothes who posted the video also laughed, and then uploaded another photo. The factory was full of neatly arranged robots like terracotta warriors. Unlike the previous videos of robots shot in factories, these robots were not activated this time and were not on the production line. For a moment, this made many people feel a sense of joy that was about to burst out. Could it be? Could it be? Yes. Umbrella has a robot assembly business and has chosen to do OEM here. The output seems to be okay. It was originally just a video of grabbing VR equipment to buy, but now it has fast-forwarded to the point where robots and VR equipment began to be mass-produced in China. This moment set off the entire network, and even spread abroad. Big A has never been as strong as it is today, and the whole line is red. It is indeed just OEM, and the bulk of the profits are still in the hands of Umbrella. But just like Japan begged Umbrella not to move the automobile industry even if it had to surrender, as long as the factory is still there, it can provide a lot of liquidity convenience, tax revenue and jobs. And in turn, the perfect industrial chain and logistics in China can also make up for Umbrella's biggest production capacity disadvantage. In the past, it relied on factories in Mexico, Brazil and other places. Compared with the current full use of domestic OEM business, the efficiency is definitely not the same level. As more and more robots are produced, the efficiency will be higher and higher. The world is about to enter the era of big machines, which is almost around the corner. Many people who did not draw robots are cheering and looking forward to it at this time. But at the same time, some people who see further also feel a little worried. Umbrella has adopted a delaying method. The robot is bound to individuals, limiting large-scale purchases, and also using the role of individuals. But the problem is that as production capacity increases, it will sooner or later reach the point where everyone is one. Will there still be such a shortage of robots? Will there still be so many employment opportunities? With this kind of efficiency explosion, even if Umbrella adds VR and other production tasks to create gaps to consume production capacity, as it slowly fills up, it will still lead to a large amount of production capacity overflow. And there may be major social structural problems. The efficiency of robots is too high, although the production capacity has increased. And now it can synthesize carbohydrates. It can directly ensure that no one will starve to death. The minimum living standard has been maintained. But where will the idle people go? Too many people will be idle, and there will be chaos. However, some people also follow Umbrella's puzzle and gradually see the trend and direction that Umbrella itself actively guides. Brain computer VR? Virtual world? Or similar super engineering construction in Ponglai? I just don't know if this diversion can be successfully introduced. Chapter 472 Shocking Hot. As a box truck came downstairs, Jiangbo started waiting at the door of the unit early, and also instructed the 3 Sweeper Model 3 robots behind him. Ada is responsible for filming. Air and Asen pay attention to whether they need help. Got it. Please rest assured, Master, because Jiangbo is a serious anchor. The 3 robots only made some basic appearance adjustments, becoming more sci-fi, with a kind of artificial mechanical appearance skin in Star World. For his live broadcast career, he gave up the life of being embraced by the simulated silicone version with tears. Anyway, there are related feature films in Neon and South Korea now. And there are a large number of small workshops on some small websites, because it can be adjusted to almost any image. It can be said that the current video playback volume and film are quite popular, and because the voice actor group on the Neon side is strong. Some related dubbing modules are currently a very popular source of profit. Many voice actors, who were originally in financial difficulties due to the economic impact, have inexplicably achieved financial freedom because of an excellent dubbing module. However, these cannot be circulated in China for the time being and can only be obtained through some abnormal channels. Becoming the new pillar of the Oatmeal Buddies. Various questions asking for mysterious codes are flooding various platforms. Shaking off some regrets in his head, Jiangbo also patted his face and saw the freight personnel getting off the car, then smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I still need to trouble you for the next installation. I am a video host and anchor, so I hope to shoot the whole process. I wonder if you can help me." Faced with Jiangbo's polite inquiry, several installers certainly didn't care. One of them smiled and said, "Haha, I'm your fan. Just shoot. Help us shoot, handsome." While speaking, he also opened the door of the carriage, and in the container behind, 2 robots jumped down first, and 2 others stayed in the container and posed for transportation. This thing is quite heavy. It would be very tiring to replace it. However, this robot can adjust the heavy object mode. Although it is a little slower, it can put out a suitable force structure and carry it quickly. The driver came down and took out a pack of cigarettes to distribute, then lit it and took a deep puff, looking at the robot carefully carrying the goods over there. And the 2 robots that Jiangbo took the initiative to help and quickly completed the coordination and connection. Several people couldn't help but sigh. The driver also sighed while biting the cigarette, but, to be honest, we really can't compare in terms of efficiency. When the time comes, they will also complete the installation by downloading the installation tutorial. We are actually delivery tools. This is also good. You don't have to do anything and the salary is higher. In fact, I feel that the biggest benefit of our joining Hengwon Group is this robot configured by the company. Hengwon is also the first batch to try it out. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. The guy next to him, who claimed to be a fan of Jiangbo, seemed very optimistic at this time. Since the robot, not only has the work become easier, but the salary has also increased. And I have more and more free time. So I can try things I wanted to do, but didn't have time to do before. Now, not only are there weekends off, but even taking leave on weekdays is much easier. When people take leave, the robots stay. Anyway, there are fewer and fewer places that need human operation now. They came here this time mostly because they were a little bored. In fact, it would be enough to just have a driver. In other words, if the robot hadn't passed the driver's license test, it wouldn't matter if it was fully handed over to the robot in areas with signals. Jiang Bo got the authorization and started the live broadcast. When the water friends who came into the live broadcast room heard this critical hit at the beginning, many people burst into tears. Is Hangwon still recruiting? I didn't get the new batch again. I'm going to die without a robot. Oh my god. Let me win once. Hee hee. I got it in this batch. But it's obvious that you didn't get the brain-computer VR platform. Haha. Yes. Most of the people who got it have logged in. Or started live broadcasting. I took a look. Although the ordinary version of the VR helmet can also export external signals to the live broadcast room. It looks dizzy. I can't stand it even if I don't get 3D sickness. There have been warnings. The direct export of the ordinary version may cause 3D sickness and electronic epilepsy because the picture follows the operator completely. The sports version with matching calibration equipment will be better. It is a must for big anchors. It was in the discussion of these water friends. They also saw a group of rubbish with the help of their robots to carry the sports version of the brain-computer VR equipment upstairs, and completed the installation in the specially vacated room. For robots came this time. But after Jiang Bo's 2 robots joined, they just completed a group connection and joined seamlessly. Efficiency can be greatly increased without any communication cost. As a former HR who has been fired, looking at the situation of these robots, I understand more and more why I was fired. Yes, although there are some creative work robots cannot replace. For some ordinary repetitive work, the communication and running and costs alone are too much higher than ordinary people. And they are too efficient in the aspects they are good at. Don't be sentimental. Now there are foundries producing robots in China. Sooner or later, everyone will have one when the production capacity increases. Hurry up and see what it's like to play Star World with this new version of the equipment. Star World is still under maintenance and upgrades. I can only play a few built-in minigames first. It looks quite interesting. But I feel a little dizzy. I'd better wait for the big pineapple. After thanking several installation masters, who chatted with them throughout the whole process, and giving each of them a bottle of drink, Jiang Bo also sent them, and the robots out the door after the installation. He even thoughtfully stuffed a bottle of maintenance oil into the hand of a robot. After the door was closed again, I followed Ada's camera to the sports version of the VR device, which looked like an all-round treadmill with fixed devices. Then, there was also a signal output interface on it. After tinkering with it for a while, I completed the live broadcast access and split screen with the help of the robot. On one side is the external picture taken by Ada, and on the other side is the picture connected to the device. Jiang Bo took off his shoes and put on the VR helmet to fix it on the sports version. If you are tired, of course you can switch to the ordinary version with the helmet directly. The design is quite comprehensive, with the split screen connected to the live broadcast screen. You will soon enter the scene in the VR perspective. Turn on! From dim to bright. Blue sky. White clouds. And see! This is the picture that Jiang Bo can see after the startup. It is not the most traditional computer desktop, but the real world. Jiang Bo stood on a high tower. With the shaking of his head and eyes, he could see the scene in front of him that was exactly the same as the reality. He could hear the sound of waves hitting and the wind blowing. Seagulls were hovering around him, as if they were within reach. As Jiang Bo couldn't help but stretch out his hand, an arm synchronized with his brain signal appeared in the camera. The sports version of reality also raised up. There is a sense of touch, although it is relatively slight. It is really tactile. Is this a signal feedback to my brain? Great. I can smell the sea and feel the humidity of the air. Jiang Bo is also a game enthusiast. He is a streamer who started from games. Now after wearing the VR device, just a login screen, which can only be regarded as an interface background, makes him dance with joy. And the VR device can also be connected to the live broadcast room synchronously. And some bullet comments can be seen passing by. Many people also expressed their shock at this complete reality. Some people who had watched it in other live broadcast rooms in advance came back and said, "This is the real view of Punlai. And the background can be changed. There is also a starry sky angle. And the Earth can be seen. It should be the satellite view of Umbrella. Shocking. It is exactly the same as reality. The picture quality of Star World itself cannot reach this level. I am looking forward to it more and more." And Jiang Bo also tried to change the background according to some reminders from the bullet comments. Sure enough, It can switch to a scene completely floating in space. The switching of the screen made him flustered. Ada's shooting angle also showed that he was shaking left and right. If the sports equipment was not fixed, he would definitely fall down. Floating in the Earth's orbit, looking at the blue mother planet below and the huge fireball in the distance, there was a wonderful feeling of being there. Even the people watching the live broadcast were quite shocked. Not to mention Jiangbo, who had a full view VR perspective. This even made him cry. A gamer saw this kind of game in his lifetime. This kind of emotion and shock cannot be expressed in words. Just entering the interface made Jiangbo dance with joy. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also emotional. And this situation did not only occur here with Jiangbo. A large number of other live broadcast rooms and other shared videos were like this. The first wave of players who grabbed this set of VR equipment screamed. Excited? At present, Starry Sky World is still being upgraded. But this VR platform itself also comes with 2 decompression games. One is a shooting game, and the other is a fighting game. After selecting, you can directly enter the corresponding screen. Although this kind of minigame seems to be extremely simple, with only a shooting range and a fighting ring. But it makes players who have just got VR equipment enjoy it. Especially Jiangbo, who uses the sports version. When he chose a fighting game, and was taught a lesson by the opponent with a set of turtle punches, and even the sports device swung him around. Finally, he couldn't bear the physical strength. Brothers, I'm exhausted. I can't use this thing anymore. I don't exercise much on weekdays. If you do it again, I will be sent away. I'll lie here and play for a while. Don't worry. The correction function of the sports version will still be there, and you won't get 3D dizzy. Jiangbo took off the helmet panting, and then began to remove some of the restraints on his body. At the same time, he put down the chair and turned directly into an image similar to a computer warehouse, and lay on it with the helmet. This chair itself also has a little massage and electric current stimulation function to prevent soreness from lying for too long. Then, he chose the option to cut off the body signal and immersed himself in it. Without the constraints of his weak body, Jiangbo's movements in the game have obviously improved by several levels. He used all kinds of movements that he couldn't do in reality. He was like Bruce Lee, constantly making strange noises. After all, the game is designed to let players vent. As long as you can think of all kinds of moves, the game body can basically use them. The feedback of hitting and being hit will also stimulate people in the form of signals, making people really immersed in it. Awesome. Just 2 small games have made Jiangbo completely unable to extricate himself, and his face is full of excitement. With the update of Starry Sky World, Jiangbo reluctantly stopped his fighting under the shouting of the barrage in front of him, and returned to the initial desktop. Then, he chose the Starry Sky World VR edition that had been downloaded in advance. As soon as he entered, the opening animation that he had seen many times once again made Jiangbo feel deeply shocked. At this time, he had become a soldier on the ground battlefield between humans and Zerg, wearing old power armor. The scene in front of him was a completely simulated scene inside the power armor. Gunfire. The hideousness of the Zerg. It was as if he appeared directly on the battlefield. The vibration under his feet. The giant Zerg crawled out of the ground. Panicked teammates. Shredded armor and bursting fire. All this ended with Jiangbo himself being wrapped up by a giant insect's tentacles and struggling to be sent into the insect's mouth. Then, he entered the login page. Having just experienced the iron-blooded battlefield, Jiangbo couldn't recover for a while. After a while, he sighed and said under the login screen with the background of the universe. No wonder the helmet has its own detection equipment. If there is an abnormality, it will be forced to log out. The previous picture almost scared my heart. People with this disease really need to pay attention. However, various strange remarks soon appeared in the barrage. Don't worry. An artificial heart has been installed. I'm taking statins every day. Stupid. You still have to be on guard against cerebral hemorrhage. Don't worry. Believe in Umbrella's technology. Sooner or later, new drugs will come out. Warm reminder. And Kangding itself has the effect of calming emotions. I take this before I go to sleep. This is not a sleeping pill. How can you sleep while playing VR? Amid Jiangbo's laughter and scolding, he also chose to enter the game. Welcome back, Captain. As the screen changed, Jiangbo found himself in the flagship where he had originally logged off. As the first person to propose the theory of one union, one ship, Jiangbo is now the leader of the largest alliance in Star World. Although he has many live broadcast activities on weekdays, He has less and less time to play the game. But his biggest role is the spiritual leader. And the rest is operated by his roommates and alliance backbones. So there has been no problem. In the past, the various optimizations and pictures of Star World were already quite outstanding. And they have always led all games in the world. But after upgrading this time, I found that the various pictures in front of me were more detailed. There is even a sense of reality. Reaching out to touch the control panel. Looking around at this familiar yet unfamiliar bridge. Jiangbo almost cried again. Various comments appeared in the barrage. The picture has been optimized again? Can it be optimized? Awesome. What's the difference from reality? I really can't tell it apart if I don't look carefully. The key is that I can't tell it apart even if I look carefully. Every frame is like a movie. Okay. Look at the feedback of the changes in light and water. This is easy to reflect. Others should have come online one after another. Slowly, other players in the bridge also came online because of the end of the update. Not everyone grabbed the VR equipment, but relying on the headset. You can still hear a lot of ghosts and wolves howling nearby. Hack! The picture has been optimized again? I still have this picture without buying VR equipment. My broken computer can actually run it. It's really awesome. Pineapple Emperor has equipment. I watched his live broadcast. I bought it too. Really? It's awesome. Various discussions appeared. And in Jiangbo's ears. You can also find that these sounds have a sense of layering at a distance. If it weren't for the text annotations that appeared on the top of the head with a built-in translation, it would be hard to imagine that this is a completely virtual game. The control interface popped up in front of me as soon as I thought about it. After I raised my hand to turn off the subtitles, it really became a real world. It's incredible that the optimization of this brain-computer VR can reach this level. Isn't this a virtual world? What exactly are they researching and preparing for closed beta next? It means that you can enter deep sleep, which is completely immersive. Isn't this immersive enough? It's probably really no different from the real world. Now the World Company has published some background and information on the official website. And players can also participate in discussions and modifications. At present, all monsters have appeared in the New York invasion, such as the Flame Dog, the Spirit Monster, the Meat Eater, the Soul Sucker, etc. The background editing is also decent and highly restored. I don't know what the beautiful players will feel when they see it. What can they feel? If you have the ability, don't play it. I think they will like it more. Let's finish the game in front of us first. I haven't even bought the VR equipment yet. It hurts? It hurts too much. Let's go! For the version update, shouldn't we go to Shiri next door to set off fireworks? Yes. The inventory is already much better. Sell the inventory and make a profit. I think it's better to go to Pyongyang. Recently, the team over at Shiri seems to be begging for peace with us. The experience in reality makes them very helpless. As a group of people chatted here, they also started testing various new versions. Especially those who have VR equipment like Jiangbo, who ran over and took over various operations. Obviously Jiangbo is the captain, but he rubbed the driver's position, then grabbed the spaceship control rod, and slowly drove the spaceship out of the dock port under the skill correction. At the same time, he was still introducing an amazement. I can't fly a spaceship, but just like the feedback touch when I touch it. After agreeing to the skill correction, there seems to be a signal to directly guide me to operate, as long as I don't resist and follow the feeling to correct it. It's okay. Very smooth. Don't show off in front of those of us who don't have equipment. Do you know how miserable those who are still holding the mouse and keyboard are? The driver who made way next to him complained. Jiangbo had tried fighting games before, but fighting games can't compare to playing battleships directly. Then he seemed to think of something, and began to return the control to the driver and walked out of the bridge. What are you doing now? Jiangbo's roommate asked him. The romance of men is of course mechas. A real-life fight is so beautiful, and controlling a battleship is also explosive. The feeling of actually operating a mecha is even more exciting. The eyes of several other members who have VR equipment also lit up. At this time, they don't care about skills or professionalism. After playing for so long, the most basic driving skills are definitely up to standard. No matter. I just want to drive a Gundam. I am a Gundam. Jiangbo is in the latest version of a mecha in Star World, constantly performing various fancy operations. And the whole person laughs. This control feel, this guidance, and this completely simulated platform design are really awesome. Jiangbo wore a VR helmet, and as soon as he thought about it, His hands and feet in the game began to perform various controls in the mecha cockpit according to the guidance. The completely realistic control feeling. The interaction between various joysticks and the control platform. The slight pushback feeling that gave feedback to the brain. And the degree of weightlessness in the elevator. Really made Jiangbo feel crazy. The layout in the cockpit is so realistic. In the past, Star World actually had a lot of controls. But it was still based on buttons. So it was mainly the automation of the characters. But now that VR is connected, all kinds of detailed controls can be fully magnified. The operation has become more complicated. But there is more room for operation. Jiangbo can feel that in the early stage. VR equipment will definitely not be able to beat those who are still using computer equipment. But later, with the proficiency, with the signal guidance in VR, I am afraid that many difficult actions that computer equipment cannot do can be performed. After all you have to do is follow your thoughts. The body's reactions in the game far exceed those in reality. The fans who had been watching his live broadcast were also quite shocked. It's really a man's romance. Ah, I want it so much. Will there be less competition to buy the sports version? Rich people. It can be said that on the first day of the launch of this brain computer VR platform jointly launched by World and Umbrella, the test live broadcast started all over the world, which immediately caused global shock and sensation. The concept of VR is actually very clear, and some VR equipment can be manufactured now. I just didn't expect that this one could reach this level after interacting with the brain computer. The screen, picture, and controllability are all pushed to the limit, and the operation of cutting off the motion signal and directly giving signal feedback has even stretched the extension of the brain computer. Many laboratories have paid high prices to recruit those who have grabbed the equipment to come and do experiments. Many papers and speculations were also issued later. It's incredible. Compared with VR images, our laboratory pays more attention to the brain-computer connection method, intercepting motion signals externally without causing any impact on the body. This is definitely an epic breakthrough. In the future, it may be possible to complete surgery without anesthesia. Just block the signal directly. It is safe and efficient. And it can also eliminate some side effects of anesthesia. However, there are some things that need attention. Although this set of VR equipment will have a buffer mechanism at critical moments based on relevant data such as brain waves, blood pressure, and heart rate, it still has greater stimulation than ordinary games, and may cause danger to some groups with hidden diseases in the body. These laboratories are also considered to be conducting various analyses in a standard manner. Some cases of sudden death caused by playing games in the past are also listed. Although this has not happened to the VR equipment currently deployed. And even the cheapest version of the VR glasses box has detection and buffering functions. But some sudden stimulation and the individual's own situation are still difficult to avoid. There were also many people joking in Jiangbo's live broadcast room before. Although in theory, drugs like Ankangdon can prevent the disease to a certain extent, there are still related risks. However, this is a bit nitpicking, because almost everything you do will have similar risks. And the individual situation is different. Some people may get sick as long as there is a trigger. It's just that Umbrella is too popular. Star World is now the most popular online game, coupled with the scalability of the current VR platform. After all the attention is focused, the voice of this safety issue has begun to appear. However, for now, the flaws are not enough to cover the merits. But there are occasional strange voices. As I said, when De Pyongyang is busy cleaning up his own mess and trying to stabilize Umbrella and prevent the other party from coming down to make trouble, the world will seem very peaceful. Even to a certain extent, the emergence of brain-computer VR games can become an excellent place to divert attention. De Pyongyang is really cruel to his family, or to those who are useless to him. He does not hesitate to use contraband to make them drunk and dream. As a country with a large agricultural sector, as long as they ensure that the lower classes do not starve to death and then destroy them with contraband, it will not cause any trouble. De Pyongyang, which accounts for 5% of the world's population, accounts for nearly 30% of the world's food, meat, and drinking water. Every year, the huge amount of waste exceeds hundreds of billions of US dollars, which is enough to eliminate global hunger before carbohydrates are synthesized. But it is obvious that De Pyongyang itself has no such idea at all. Adequate food combined with contraband will keep the lower class from making trouble. On the contrary, those guys who are not contaminated with contraband and are strong will be more troublesome. Now there is one more thing to share attention, which is a good thing for them. So the mainstream of De Pyongyang is helping to suppress the possible safety risks of VR equipment to some extent. It's just that Pyongyang is also seriously divided internally. So there must be other directions to exert force. Which is why this strange voice appeared. Damn it. There is a detection mechanism, which is much safer than many other projects. But it keeps holding on. Qian Yayan looked at some reports and seemed a little angry. This is a joint venture product of its own. There is a share of interest of the world company behind every VR platform. As the person in charge of the world company for most of the time, Qian Yayan attaches great importance to the VR platform. At present, the core business of the world company has actually been transferred to TT. With TT as the center, all other businesses of the world company can be supported. In China, it is absolutely a giant. Independent. And because of Wang Yi's title, its status is quite transcendent. And now the new project of VR platform. Qian Yayan, who has a higher vision through the company's training, certainly knows the meaning behind it. This is a market of at least $1 trillion. Just look at Penguin's rush to ask for the opening of the port. When the VR platform becomes popular, it will probably occupy the rest time of most people. It will have a huge impact on the mobile terminal that is in full swing. Especially now that the popularity of robots is unstoppable and personal free time is increasing. It is even more so. But now some people are holding on to the issue of safety. And even some domestic papers and journals have begun to discuss this matter. Because it is about the absolutely correct thing of safety. With the reputation of the world company, it is not easy to ignore it directly. However, what made Qian Yayan feel a little relieved was that, even if this suspected problem was exposed, the vast majority of people still stood on the side of the world company. This is not just the reputation of the world company itself and the status of Wang Yi. For people who like games, you are going to use such a lame excuse to stop us from playing VR games? However, this group of sand sculptures also extended another kind of speech. Tell me, is there someone who deliberately led the rhythm so that others don't rush to buy equipment with him? I think you are not good people. Ah. Yes. The VR platform is so dangerous. Don't buy it. Please don't buy it. Pay attention to your own safety. Let me bear this pain. The health blogger is going to test the safety of this thing. Give me a chance. The patient who has already implanted an artificial heart wants a chance to test it. Chapter 473 Source of Life Weakness. There is nothing to be angry about. Do these remarks affect us at all? Wang Yi couldn't help but smile at Qian Yayan's angry look. He knew that this was the other party's performance in front of him. But it was more interesting this way. As for those remarks, as Wang Yi said, can this affect the world company? After staying in South Korea for a period of time, Wang Yi could also feel the South Korea chaebol's tolerance of those film and television dramas. This is also a kind of subtle brainwashing to some extent, making everyone think that this is normal. When something that violates public order and morality can be regarded as normal, it will be regarded as a new rule over time. Just like Pyongyang's donation. It is above board. Lobbying is also above board. Whether it is world company or umbrella. As more and more fields are entered, as more and more technical ceilings are broken, then the offended interest groups will naturally increase. Just like world company directly pressed the RE system under it. Will there be no complaints? No. In the future, there will be more and more people who will be offended. And there will also be more and more voices in secret. In the future, rumors that Umbrella is full of lizards and Wang Yi is an alien will not be strange. And it will not be stopped. But there is no doubt that while there are these rumors in secret, as Umbrella becomes stronger and stronger, the mainstream speech environment in the future will slowly become like the Gauls report on Napoleon. When you are strong enough, you will have enough praise without doing anything extra. Even from your opponents. But what if you are not strong enough? A smiling face to you is just a commercial expression. Considering personal physical problems, our company is also preparing to launch a new product in advance. The blood drop detection system. Some criticisms themselves can also be used as a motivation. Before, Umbrella still needed to spend $200 billion a year on data collection plans. But this time, it directly launched the blood drop physical examination equipment that has appeared many times during prosthetic installation and data collection. This can be regarded as coming into being at the right time. If this device is launched at the beginning, all parties will give some reasons and excuses. Except for a few places like colonies. Even big countries with good relations will have resistance. But Umbrella used money at the beginning. $200 billion a year. After obtaining the 100 million quota, the resistance to launching this detection device in the future will undoubtedly be much smaller. The data to be leaked has been leaked almost. This thing is really a physical examination that starts to charge money in reverse. Many diseases can actually be solved relatively simply if they are discovered early, or they can greatly delay the patient's life and reduce pain. But often when some diseases begin to show symptoms, it is too late. Now Umbrella's detection big data relies on a simple physical examination method of a drop of blood to obtain a more accurate prediction than ordinary routine physical examinations. This will undoubtedly be valued by many people. As for the accuracy of this medical examination instrument, although Umbrella has repeatedly stated that it is only possible, it is necessary to go to the hospital for detailed examination. But there have been many examples in the physical examination of prosthetic limbs and testers. Early renal failure and early various tumors have been detected in 100 million people, and the accuracy rate is quite high. Some people have just completed the routine physical examination in the hospital, and the problem was found by the medical examination instrument. Then enter the later enhanced CT, enhanced MRI and so on, and then find the problem roughly. Many people cannot be punctured because the lesions are too small, but they are still predicted by the detector in advance. This is the best live advertisement. So in fact, there have been some voices wanting Umbrella to roll out physical examinations. Now there are doubts about the VR platform, and the habit of the previous 100 million samples has made it easier for countries to accept it. The next rollout is also a matter of course. Even this time, Umbrella's deployment still adopts the agent model. Each place will find a local cooperative agent, and the establishment and daily maintenance will be handed over to the agent, and a 30% commission will be given for the profit. The safety problem was solved by the previous 100 million quotas, and now the interested parties have been attracted. So the next thing will naturally become easier. The more developed the place, the more attention is paid to physical health. You can see how popular it is by looking at those physical examination centers that have become industrialized. Now that Umbrella's machine has come out, it can be said that it has caused a huge impact instantly. Originally, forces like the Great Beauty Medical Association were quite repulsive to Umbrella's business stealing behavior. But after Umbrella directly selected them as partners, this repulsive behavior instantly turned into motivation. In the past, Umbrella's various drugs had already killed many medical fields, in addition to the culture medium used as the benchmark for various new drugs. In fact, in theory, Umbrella has already grasped the lifeblood of the pharmaceutical industry. Now, Umbrella has also divided some of the profits. This naturally becomes a favorable side. If there is a problem with the physical examination, don't you have to go to them for treatment? This is a win twice. The data collection speed will be greatly increased, and the samples are also increasing geometrically. These are several special reference fragments selected and analyzed by big data. Lin Shurqin now has the blessing of superconducting chips plus quantum. With a large amount of data gathering, Wang Yi can still get what he wants at the fastest speed. The previous research team and employees have laid the foundation for multiple improved surgeries. In combination with the current big data samples, Wang Yi combined the sequence modification of some of his cells and also performed some comparisons. Now Wang Yi's DNA sequence optimization is quite smooth. Everything is going step by step according to his original plan. The optimized central nervous cells began to wrap silver atoms for quantum connection. But now there is a new problem. He found that because the strength of the physical nerves has increased, the connection between the soul and the body has become unstable. Although it is still very slight, it has sounded his alarm. Now it has just begun to quantize, and it has appeared. This exponentially increasing fluctuation is actually a dangerous signal. This is a mismatch between the soul and the body. Perhaps a period of adjustment after each strengthening can solve the problem. But the index is increasing too fast, and the adjustment speed under normal circumstances cannot keep up, which will cause the later adjustment to take longer and longer. So he must find a way to crack it. In fact, the solution to crack it was also deduced by Wang Yi himself. It is to combine some relevant information about demigods to find a way to unite the soul and the body. After the unity of soul and body, although there is no way to prevent the fluctuation of the modification of the body after birth, as long as each time is controlled within a certain degree, the adjustment time after the improvement will undoubtedly be greatly shortened. He is completely walking his own way, which is completely different from the way circulated in the other world. But he will not be stingy with references and references. Now, what Wang Yi is looking for is to trace the origin and find the beginning of the combination of magic and life. In fact, a lot of data on Earth has helped solve many problems. Interesting. Eukaryotes are indeed derived from archaea. How is the collection of archaea samples going? Various unmanned equipment has collected 32 times the number of samples of all archaea discovered by humans so far, and has also begun to screen them. Lin Shirqin is quite reliable when she talks about business. Bacteria, archaea, and eukaryotes are the three major domains currently divided by humans. Viruses are quasi-organisms and are not included for the time being. It can be seen as the thickest branch derived from the ancient tree of life at the source of life. Then, on this thickest branch, it began to be continuously subdivided, forming all the species of life on Earth today. Humans, or Homo sapiens, are the only species that still exist in the genus Homo. Above them are chimpanzees, who are 99% similar to humans in genes. They belong to the same race as humans, and both sides have a common ancestor about 7 million years ago. Above that is the hominini, which is composed of humans and gorillas. And above that is the hominini, which is composed of the orangutan subfamily. And then the primates, with continuous division. All life on Earth can eventually be classified into this tree of life. Although at present, this work is still a long way to go. The DNA of humans and flies is about 40% the same. So the difficulty of division is naturally here. The diversity of many organisms can only be improved and speculated through archaeology and fossils. But with the completion of the division of the three major domains of bacteria, archaea, and eukaryotes, at least there is a main trunk. And the rest is to complete the puzzle. But now, more and more information collected by Wang Yi shows that the original three main trunks may eventually turn into only two domains: bacteria and archaea. Needless to say, bacteria. Many people are also very clear. The structure is relatively simple, and there is no too complicated cell structure. And many people may be unfamiliar with archaea. This is a kind of organism usually found in extreme environments, such as craters and hot springs. Because the living environment is too extreme, the number of samples collected so far is not large. Many samples show that archaea are usually relatively simple, but they have obvious molecular structure differences from bacteria due to different adaptation environments. However, this kind of sampling is relatively simple for Umbrella. With the material strength buff stacked up, there is almost no place that cannot be sampled with unmanned operation. So Umbrella collected a lot of unique archaea, which have complex cell structures like eukaryotes. It seems that it can be confirmed that the source of eukaryotes may have evolved from these complex archaea. Is life only of the Earth type? Obviously impossible. There are many kinds in the abyss alone. However, Wang Yi's foundation is human. So the root he seeks naturally starts from this. Now the verification of the perfect sequence has begun. And he has also completed a lot of changes in central nervous cells. But in order to solve the problem of combining his soul and flesh, Wang Yi also collected a lot of relevant data from Lin Shirqin. Want to find the answer from it. And under this search, he slowly realized that he must trace back to his origin and find the combination of the original creature and magic. Find the anchor points for tracing back one by one. Are humans smart? Humans who have become the overlords of the Earth are of course smart. Or it is precisely because of their intelligence that humans have become the overlords of the Earth. However, if humans are not stimulated by language and writing during the critical period of brain development after birth, and if they are not supplemented with knowledge later, this kind of intelligence will be greatly restricted. If some of the lower-class blacks, some natives and primitive tribes, and even children raised by wild beasts continue to regress, it can be found that the lower limit of human ability is much lower than imagined. It seems that there is an invisible lock binding it. The birth of life is the miracle of the Creator. Just like a monkey typing on a typewriter, forming the original source of life from countless impossibilities. Following the path of the ancestors and looking back to the past, Wang Yi found anchor points in many data, as if he spanned ancient and modern times and saw the heavy history called history. How long has mankind dominated the Earth? This new Earth overlord is so insignificant in the vast history of the Earth. Relying on the living fossil of archaea as an anchor point, combined with the analogy between Wang Yi's own DNA and the DNA of all mankind, he seems to continue this ancient record, pursue the legacy of his ancestors, and keep moving forward. Dinosaurs alone have three major periods: the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous. Stegosaurus and Tyrannosaurus rex did not even live in the same period and had never met each other. When single-celled organisms gradually evolved towards multi-celled organisms, it was good to have a mouth at the beginning. As they became more and more complex and had more and more functions, they began to evolve a second mouth. This differentiation can be observed from the embryo of an organism. There are two mouths in total. The first mouth in the embryonic period is used to eat insects and arthropods, called protostomes, and the first mouth is used for excretion by vertebrates, called deuterostomes. compared to the hundreds of thousands of years that humans have dominated the Earth. The ancestors of humans were eaten as snacks by the ancestors of insects for hundreds of millions of years. First, the first shrimp to evolve eyes was a protostome, which ate the ancestors for 40 million years. Then the second overlord trilobite that evolved a full exoskeleton was also a protostome, which ate the ancestors for 100 million years. The third overlord of the ancestors of arthropods, the sea scorpion, was also a protostomide. The fourth cornerstone that evolved a beak capable of breaking armor was also a protostomide. This initial one-step-ahead evolution directly accumulated hundreds of millions of years of long-term advantages for the protostomides. Fortunately, the protostomes were so strong that most of the competition was carried out among them, allowing the ancestors of mankind to survive and light up various escaped talents. One of the branches chose to continuously evolve the nervous system, strengthen sensitivity, and evolve the spine, strengthen nerve control, and open a new technology tree. So after the mass extinction caused by the huge environmental changes from the Permian to the Triassic period, all advantages were reset, and the ancestors of mankind finally turned over. It was only after the technology was restarted after the mass extinction that the ancestors of mankind discovered myelin sheaths, and the speed of nerve transmission increased from 2 meters per second to 100 meters per second, which was considered to have a subsequent future. Dinosaurs, myelin sheaths, eyes, posterior mouths, multicellular, single-celled, archaea. For a while, Wang Yi seemed to be tracing history and found the epic embellishment left by the archaea period in the genes. Meaningless fragments, without any effect, will be trimmed and removed by RNA during transcription. But this is a record of history. But unfortunately, the information that can be traced at present ends here. Going up, there seems to be information, but the source can no longer be found because there is no reference. The last piece of the puzzle is still missing as an anchor point. It's really a pity. It's just a little bit short. Wang Yi opened his eyes, and at this time his eyes were emitting a dazzling golden glow. Like a god. Boss, this paper may be useful to you. It is a Nobel Prize in the 1980s. Although it is a bit old, it seems to be just right for your problem. After Wang Yi had recovered, Lin Shurqin found another paper that she had found. This is an older paper, from the 1980s. But this paper made Wang Yi's eyes light up. Nobel Prize winner? It turns out that he has been walking into a dead end. And it turns out that he has always had an answer. In the eyes of this Nobel Prize winner, the DNA in the cell nucleus transmits information to RNA. And then RNA uses organelles to make various proteins. The process itself is somewhat redundant. I always feel that the addition of an RNA link is a bit weird. So I did some related experiments. A series of experiments were conducted on a single-celled organism called Tetrahymena. Tetrahymena has a useless DNA sequence, which will be quickly cut off by itself after RNA is transcribed, and then pieced together. According to the experimenter's understanding, there should be a protein that can recognize this useless sequence and complete the cutting and stitching work. Then he began his own experiment, putting all the proteins extracted from Tetrahymena and a section of RNA molecules that were not cut together, constantly eliminating proteins that did not participate in the cutting process. And the ones left naturally had the cutting function. That is, constantly using the elimination method to force the search. The experiment went quite smoothly, and the number of proteins was constantly reduced. However, later he found that after removing all the proteins, RNA could continue to cut. In other words, RNA has both the ability of DNA to store information and the ability of protein catalysis. If a substance with biological activity is born due to some accident, but this substance cannot replicate itself in a harsh environment, it will be meaningless and will soon disappear. Therefore, self-replication is considered to be the origin of life. DNA is the manual of life. RNA transcribes it and cooperates with proteins to participate in various reactions to achieve it. And the protein itself must first have DNA, the manual of life, forming the paradox of which came first, the chicken or the egg. But if RNA molecules can connect short chains of amino acids together, then it seems that all problems will be solved. At present, this hypothesis has not been verified. This is also the reason why it was ignored at the beginning. But Wang Yi does not need evidence. There is no way to verify it. So he will verify it himself. The original anchor point, the origin of the tree of life, the ancestor of all spirits. Everything will leave a trace. Even if the words written on a piece of paper are burned, the information of the content of the words will not be changed. It's just that the content will be stored in other physical ways. The same is true for DNA, the manual that records the history of human evolution, relying on the characteristics of his own plugin and the current information collection. Wang Yi constantly finds new anchor points one by one, tracing the footprints of his ancestors and tracing the origin. But this process is somewhat unsustainable after reaching the new anchor point of archaea, until this new direction appeared. In fact, at the beginning of the origin of life, RNA was used as the source to complete the resonance with magic. The source has always been there, spanning ancient and modern times, tracing back to the ancestors, to the source. Wang Yi also felt a kind of sublimation of his soul, a kind of unity with the original. For a time, Wang Yi even had a glimmer of enlightenment about the gods in the other world. Perhaps the path to God after demigods is to trace back to the origin. Each origin of life can only give birth to a limited number of gods, or even one god at most. So the subsequent evolution of the belief of living things from the source of life is also needed to maintain it. Wang Yi is not sure, and he doesn't know. Although he has glimpsed that secret, the path he has chosen is not this one. As Wang Yi merged with the source of life, his soul was anchored at the origin. The sense of disharmony when he completed the perfect sequence before also disappeared instantly, and his soul and body became one. As long as the speed of modifying the sequence in the future does not exceed the tolerance range of his own ability, then this new road can continue. The so-called gods are looking back to the past and tracing back to the origin. As for me, I want to open up the future. The earth could be considered a world without magic, and the lazy magic power is difficult to pry even for legends. However, today, some magic and soul detection equipment developed in many laboratories of the organization suddenly turned rapidly. Various warnings emerged one after another. The sound of woohoo even made them suspect that there was another invasion of the abyss. What's going on? Is this an abnormal agitation of magic power? Are there any special changes? It's bad. Auroras appeared in the sky in many places. Many flights were temporarily out of contact, and satellite signals were also interfered with. Is it a solar storm? No. The current observation shows that the activity of the sun is normal. It doesn't seem to be interference from cosmic rays. It should be the agitation of magic power. But when New York was invaded, there was no such a big fluctuation. On this day, all ordinary people could look up and see the colorful auroras in the sky. This is true no matter where you are, day or night. And for some reason, although it is a very unusual scene, everyone who sees the aurora in the sky feels an unusual sense of security. The couple who were arguing a moment ago stopped arguing after looking up at the aurora in the sky. It's so beautiful. Yeah. Just like you. You annoying guy. Standing on the Han River Bridge, the middle-aged man who was about to jump off the bridge after looking at the flashing reminder on the side of the bridge, suddenly found that he was not afraid of death. So what else was there to be afraid of? There are so many beautiful things in life. It's really too much to think about. I'll kill the boss when I get back. After climbing back to the railing in a happy mood, the middle-aged man also hummed a tune and walked towards home. Scenes appeared everywhere. All the resentful employees of Wang Yi's contract also felt something in their hearts and looked in the direction of Wang Yi from a distance. Enzo, who was whipping the slaves in the abyss and making them pile up silver into a giant silver fortress, seemed to have some feelings at this time. My goodness, what is the master doing? Is he going to become a god? But then his thoughts moved slightly, as if he was looking at a certain void. However, the barrier seems to have become weaker, which will increase the possibility of being discovered. But when he thought of his master's ability and the environment over there, as well as the nuclear bomb that killed his clone, Enzo couldn't help shrinking his neck again. In fact, even if he was really discovered somewhere, it was really a question who would be unlucky. He then turned around and yelled at the few rational individuals in the abyss that he had captured. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you continue to recite your lines? If there is a problem, I will peel off your skin. The abyss creatures that were a little distracted by the vibration of the magic tower stood up one by one after hearing the words, and began to recite lines like a live broadcaster. Everywhere was filled with hello. Traveler. May the abyss protect you. Time is money, my friend. When he opened his eyes again, Wang Yi's pupils seemed to have disappeared, and there was a sticky golden glow flowing inside the entire eye socket. After blinking a few times, it gradually dimmed and returned to normal. But the golden color in the pupils was like a god. It was not until he reached out and wiped his eyes that he completely returned to normal. Not bad. It's officially on the right track. Feeling the proportion of magic that can be forcibly pried in this lazy magic environment, Wang Yi also began to experience the difference in himself. Now even if the group of Abyss invaders has a strength that exceeds the original expectation, they can have a good time with him. Well, the barrier has become weaker. Is it my influence? With the resonance of the Mage Tower and his own ability bonus, Wang Yi also felt the obvious weakening of the space barrier within the range of the Earth's gravitational curvature. This is different from when he opened the Abyss before, and it will not connect to anywhere immediately. But there is no doubt that this will reduce the difficulty of capturing the Earth's coordinates in other places. This is related to my breakthrough and my anchoring of the Mage Tower at the key node. My own improvement also improved the abilities of some marks in the Mage Tower. It was a result of a comprehensive impact. And now I can use the Mage Towers as a springboard to directly achieve space teleportation with the help of the Abyss. Boss, congratulations. Lin Shurqin's smiling voice appeared, and Wang Yi nodded. You have also made an indelible contribution. But the boss's breakthrough caused some anomalies before. And now many parties want to ask Umbrella if there are any changes. The previous anomalies can be seen everywhere, and they can actually affect the mood, which is probably related to magic. Since it is about magic, Umbrella is naturally the most authoritative. After all, the meteorites of the alien visitors were captured by them. Let's be frank. The space barrier has become thinner. Well, let's say it may be the follow-up effect of the last New York invasion. Half true and half false. A pot was put on the Pyongyang. You see, the Pyongyang summoned abyss creatures, which made the Earth easier to be discovered now. Chapter 474 Member Points Advancement. The road to becoming a god? Anyway, it's not my road. So let's just keep it as a legend. Tracing back to the source of life. Truly completing the unity of body and soul. Theoretically it is no longer what a legend can describe. But this is what Wang Yi walked out of himself. Which is completely different from the road to another world. So there is no special feeling. Although the transformation of the whole body still needs a long time. But now Wang Yi has also found that his first goal has been achieved. Longevity. Although the lifespan of legends is long, there is also a limit. But now, tracing back to the source of life and merging with the original anchor point, Wang Yi can already feel the time peeling off from him. The soul that has undergone another qualitative change is no longer worn out. According to records, even demigods have a lifespan limit. And the lifespan of short-lived demigods is not even as long as the long-lived legends of the immortal species. But Wang Yi can already be sure that if he does not suffer from external forces, he will be immortal forever. Even if there is any accident, as long as the species evolved from the source of life still exists. Even if there is only one single-celled organism left. After enough time of precipitation and accumulation, it can crawl out from the source of life again. Perhaps, in terms of vitality, it has already reached the level of a true god. Master, there are only 8 places of flesh and blood of your family that are still under research. Other places should be sealed up one after another. Enzo's voice was connected to the Abyss and the Congo's Wizard Tower and transmitted back to Wang Yi. Umbrella has already reported that the previous anomaly may be the weakening of the barrier, which will make the Earth's coordinates easier to capture. There is still an effect. Many laboratories have sealed the Abyss flesh and blood that are secretly studied. But even at this time, there are still 8 places where Enzo can capture the coordinates. This time made Wang Yi not know how to describe it in words. These 8 places can be sensed by Enzo, which can only be said to be the corpses of Enzo's family. Otherwise, Enzo would not be able to capture them so easily. In other words, these 8 places can only be said to be the minimum. Let them go. Wang Yi sighed. Now his initial small goal has been achieved. But for the subsequent road, the new road he needs to open up alone still requires a lot of knowledge and inspiration accumulation. Theoretically, the best way is to develop a civilization where all people are actively learning and researching, and then constantly guide the direction and progress of research by themselves. More and better top scholars should be born to complete in-depth exploration and brainstorming. However, at present, this is still a long-term project that is a bit of a headache. As long as humans have not become extinct, it is estimated that there is no way to stop the internal fighting. We can only guide them to form a new set of rules as slowly as possible. Others who don't want to learn can help themselves to open up new maps at this time. The existence of Umbrella's model does have unique advantages, because the company's model can get rid of most of the responsibilities. Even if, in fact, both Umbrella and World Company are touching conscience in the eyes of many people, it is still the same. In fact, Wang Yi only did some of the duties that a large company should perform. Nothing more. On the contrary, a country has to take care of everything from firewood, rice, oil and salt to birth, old age, sickness and death. So after analogy, there will be such a bold operation as de Pyongyang to contract out important public responsibilities such as firefighting, emergency, trains, and communications. Because this way there are fewer responsibilities. It is more flexible. As for the derailment of de Pyongyang's train, signal coverage, slow firefighting, and sky-high rescue costs, it doesn't matter much. But even such a de Pyongyang needs to consider too many more aspects than umbrella. At present, for umbrella and Wang Yi, it is okay to keep paying money to poach people. As umbrella becomes more and more powerful, poaching will become easier and easier. Nowadays, there is an increase of one laboratory outside that has not signed a deep confidentiality agreement almost every few days. And more researchers who have signed a deep confidentiality agreement and started to access core data are also increasing. Similarly, some theoretical directions that Wang Yi needs are also improving every time. And the feedback is getting higher and higher. To some extent, this crucial step from legend is a greater achievement than the 3 years of traveling to the other world. This is the combination of two civilizations. The spark of civilization collision. Oh, dear boss. When can I go to the abyss? I have completed 2 surgeries of strengthening. In the video that Lin Shurqin connected, an old man with gray hair but looking quite energetic kept praying to the screen, with a bit of fanaticism in his eyes. It's okay to just enter the abyss now. But the continuous erosion of your sanity after entering the abyss makes it impossible for you to concentrate on research. What you need to do now is to perfect your research while taking time to practice night breathing and meditation. Waiting for the next strengthening operation. Can't you build a silver magic shielding room? Of course. But that will affect the research results. Won't it? Okay. Oh, by the way, the 2 old guys who signed the contract recently may have some problems in their minds. You have to pay more attention to them. Thank you for your concern. It's okay. You can do your work with peace of mind. As long as you sign the agreement. It's okay. Wang Yi smiled and hung up the call. And didn't care too much about it. The act of planting nails has never stopped. Umbrella's secrets are too big. It's impossible not to covet them. But it doesn't matter. The peripheral laboratories have limited access to information. And the core ones will have stricter management. Combined with the attraction of the Dihua technique and the original cutting-edge research, they will sooner or later become real members of the family. Boss, the credit point system has been fully constructed. Although it was launched through the game and our own items, the relevant personnel can still see our intentions and ideas. Lin Shurqin released a prototype of a system with a relatively large impact at this time. Even her usual laughter and joking made her feel a little solemn at this time. Currency. This is definitely a very sensitive nerve. At the beginning, de Pyongyang did not hesitate to violate international law, bypass the Security Council, and invade Iraq despite the opposition of her allies. All for currency. For this, they really don't hesitate to start a war. But they have already decided to find an opportunity to fight. And now the timing is just right. Banks can be said to be a business that involves the foundation of the chaebol, the top financial tool. Even with the current size of Umbrella, it does not have its own banking system. It is only with the convenience of artificial intelligence control that Umbrella has its own accounts in many banks. And the next credit points have actually begun to tentatively extend their tentacles to a certain extent. It is quite sensitive to be able to involve currency, such as penguins have been hit. However, Umbrella relies on the control of Mexico to create a new currency that is legally compliant. And it is not a big problem. Didn't de Pyongyang always claim that the Federal Reserve is private? Umbrella is so strong. It is not too much to make a private one. Right? And Umbrella is not ready to eat a fat man in one bite. Even if others know their intentions, they must take it step by step. This first step is naturally only for its own products. Member points only. Don't worry about it. Considering the company's consumption of silver, the company will launch a new purchase method, which will give priority to all the company's products including robots and VR platforms. The sudden official announcement of Umbrella has directly attracted great attention. Nowadays, buying Umbrella's products can directly make money to support the family and truly become a winner in life. This point can be said to be highly valued by the world. Don't look at the 3,000 yuan per month here. The robot works to support me. But foreign countries also attach great importance to it. Although foreign countries cannot compare with domestic manufacturing, the high price of labor costs like de Pyongyang will make the robot itself more practical. That is, Umbrella has stated that it will give priority to meeting the production capacity of its own products. So the supply of robots has given a certain proportion of priority to a certain country. so it will appear more popular in China. But in fact, foreign robots are also hard to find. Now suddenly saying that a new purchase channel is open. It is naturally attracting much attention. Our company will launch a credit point system, which only accepts silver exchange. Each gram of silver can be exchanged for 100 credit points. Half of the new products produced in the future can only be purchased with credit points. And there is a 10% discount. The purchasing power of credit points is comparable to the price of silver, and can also be directly exchanged for the corresponding number of US dollars. It can also be exchanged for euros. But a 50% depreciation fee is required for euros, and a 10% depreciation fee is required for silver. The importance of silver has been infinitely highlighted since the emergence of Umbrella's magic theory, and the explosion of Umbrella's various products. Under the hype of international speculators and the original demand, the price of silver can be said to have risen rapidly, heading straight for the price of gold. Now the price of silver has broken through the 200 yuan per gram mark, and it is still rising steadily. Many people are predicting that if Umbrella did not have a large number of silver mines in its own hands, and had an absolute say in silver pricing, it would definitely exceed the price of gold in the future. International speculators are afraid to speculate in silver now. In fact, one of the main reasons is that Umbrella has too much silver reserves. If the price is too high, Umbrella will come out to dump the market when it sees good profits. And then it will really cry to death. When the price of silver is stable, and the growth rate in the long run exceeds inflation, it will lead many people to hoard it. And there are already a lot of silver scattered among the people. So the amount of silver among the people is actually not small. But it is not circulated. The new regulations of Umbrella this time are undoubtedly another impact on the price of silver. The price soared by 10% on the same day. However, after Umbrella stabilized itself and ate the money of those speculators, it immediately calmed down and dared not make any rash moves. The silver reserves are not as good as Umbrella, and the US dollar reserves are not as good as Umbrella. It is better not to commit suicide at this time. Just follow the soup. If you really dive in, won't you be easily cooked by Umbrella? They can directly crush you with their left hand and right hand. You have to know that in the battle with South Korea, Umbrella also won at least tens of billions of US dollars. And the cash in hand is really huge. Not to mention the silver mines. Mexico, Brazil, Kangaroo, Africa, Japan. There are a lot of high-quality silver mines in Umbrella's hands. If Umbrella wants to smash it, it is not a problem to cut the current price of silver in half. After all, for the commercial use of silver, it is originally Umbrella itself, and other parties can only hoard it or do some research after buying it. It's just that Umbrella itself is mostly self-produced and self-sold internal circulation. So it seems that the impact is not great. The credit points launch now really make all parties feel a little headache and at a loss. Is it over the line? They just have their own membership points system, and they can only buy their own products, which is really nothing. But Umbrella's products are too excellent, and everyone wants to grab them. Silver can be directly exchanged for credit points, with 1 gram being exchanged for 100 credit points. But credit points can be exchanged for an equivalent amount of US dollars based on the real-time silver price. This is equivalent to anchoring the credit points to the US dollar, the euro and silver at the same time, which not only ties up the two most widely circulated international currencies, but also ties up an important precious metal with a limited number. Because Umbrella itself has a large number of silver mines, it can easily influence the price of silver, plus the depreciation fee when credit points are exchanged for euros and silver. So even if the market is expanded, there is no need to worry about any bank run phenomenon. It can be said that this credit point system has just been proposed, and it has immediately pried a lot of sensitive nerves. It has to be pried. It involves currency. Admittedly, at present, it seems that silver is required to exchange credit points. Even if all the silver in the private sector is exchanged, the volume that can be carried is actually limited. But once the credit points are recognized, they can also be regarded as a currency for preserving value. And Umbrella can issue more by itself, as long as he firmly grasps the foundation of the credit point and does not have any credibility problems. Then the credit point itself will be quite strong. Just like when the euro was first born, the internal circulation of the eurozone is enough to stabilize the euro price. It was favored by the world as soon as it came out, and it was in the limelight. Then Iraq, which announced that it would use the euro to settle oil, was beaten with a bag of laundry detergent. Now this sudden emergence of credit points is just a beginning. It seems that it is just a convenient membership points for exchanging Umbrella products. It seems that there are no other currency attributes for the time being. But this potential has been reflected. The Pyongyang stock market, which was just pulled back by a wave of operations by Pyongyang and finally got out of the influence of the New York invasion, is crying again because of Umbrella's operation. And the CPI is also obviously soaring. The Pyongyang authorities, who had finally suppressed it, started to curse directly. Then the current acting leader, who had been wiping his ass, also patted his ass and left, and directly passed the ball to the new leader, who had won the election. Umbrella's credit point system is shameful and a damage to our Pyongyang. It must be stopped immediately. The leader who just took office, before he even had time to warm up his chair, immediately made a righteous speech on a certain website. Even if the credit points are still just a membership points card and have not yet caused any real impact or threat, only some people who want to buy products in advance will redeem them. This guy, who originally claimed to make Pyongyang great again, directly took it as the first of the 3 fires to be burned by the new official. Respect the laws and choices of all countries. Credit points will no longer be used in Pyongyang. Those who are interested can go to Mexico to buy them. We will transfer the priority purchase capacity that belongs to Pyongyang to Mexico. Umbrella responded politely. What's wrong? Umbrella's credit points are not currency. Are you mentally retarded? You still boycott it. It's just membership points. Corporate bonds are more circulated than credit points. You can't take away our chance. I have gone to Mexico to complete the exchange, and the robot has been bought home. The last time you made the lottery for the holographic bracelet only have 1 million places. Do you want to do it again this time? Similar remarks and dissatisfaction are everywhere on Pyongyang's VV platform, YouTube, a certain book and a certain special. At the beginning, because of Pyongyang's attitude, Pyongyang was allocated a very small number of places in Umbrella's tester recruitment. Many people felt that they had lost money that could have been picked up for free. I was already very dissatisfied with those guys, who often took videos to show off. As a result, now that they finally have another chance to buy Umbrella robots, they are blocked again. The benefits that this robot can bring are even greater than the original tester. But Pyongyang, who has already sensed the danger of Umbrella's move, not only did not compromise at all, but also hurriedly arranged for the newly appointed finance minister to fly to Europe to gain the support of allies. This incident will not only impact the US dollar in the future, but also the euro. However, for the eurozone, it has failed to shake the status of the US dollar, and the external transfer is not as urgent as the US dollar. It is more for internal use, so it is not so urgent. But no matter how important it is, they are allies in a key position. Although Gaul was defeated by Umbrella, it will still cooperate with Pyongyang at this time. It is just that it will take the opportunity to put forward many conditions to Pyongyang, which is not a problem that can be finalized in a short time. But at present, the ambition of credit points can be seen. But the threat is still too early. If the currency wants to be recognized, it can refer to the Pyongyang's targeting of the British pound. It can be said that as long as Pyongyang does not act recklessly, reaps within an appropriate range, and does not eat so ugly, it can almost be jointly maintained by all parties, including a certain major country. For example, when they came to ask for help during the financial crisis in 2008, they really got a lot of money. A stable financial order can be said to be a win-win situation, and appropriate taxation will really not matter. It's a pity that the essence of Pyongyang represents the focus on immediate interests, and because of the internal divisions, the original gentle harvest has become an ugly grab for food. It's acceptable once, and it's tolerated twice. But if you keep doing this, who will be happy? It's just that the fist is big, so I can only tolerate it for the time being. A child once asked a certain fate how to pay back the money he owed. A certain fate gave a standard and beautiful answer. That is, to give it to the child's grandson to pay it back. Everyone knows that this kind of harvest cannot last long. But for them, as long as they are stable while they are there, they don't care about the flood in the future. However, as many people have said, the current credit points themselves are just membership points. Even the circulation level is not as good as some corporate bonds. Some large companies directly issue bonds to buy things from some suppliers, as long as they can ensure that the large companies are always prosperous. This kind of bonds is actually quite popular, and Umbrella's own ability is needless to say. If it really issues bonds, it will really be regarded as an excellent financial product. Although the credit points now do not have any high interest attraction, it is possible to buy those rare products of Umbrella in advance, which is attractive at all. There were many silver collections in the folk before, although some people sold them for turnover after the price soared. As long as they are not very tight on hand, they are still willing to use silver, which is obviously still on the rise, as a value-preserving product. Now that credit points can be exchanged in real time according to the silver price, it is naturally not a loss. Being able to purchase umbrella products in advance and enjoy a 10% discount is definitely a pretty good deal. TSK. This is a bit big. Jin Xiang looked at Umbrella's new policy, and then he went to the backstage to check some credit point purchases. And he was also a little shocked. It seems that he also saw Umbrella's ambition. The most important thing is that he found that some banks have regarded credit points as a financial derivative product and have exchange channels. Anyway, it follows the silver price, and it is almost the same to treat it directly as a silver roll. Perhaps, we also hope that Umbrella can attract firepower. Jin Xiang's position can feel that if Umbrella had not come out of nowhere, it is very likely that the situation would not be so harmonious at the moment. To a certain extent, helping Umbrella is also to reduce its own pressure and achieve win-win cooperation. All products are sold at a 10% discount. Come to think of it, Umbrella hardly does promotional activities. Jin Xiang looked at some of the displays on the back-end page and couldn't help but sigh. He had done activities before, but this was considered to be funded by his agency, and Umbrella itself has always been relatively cool. Activities? Discounts? Price cuts? Buy if you want? But this time, in order to pave the way for credit points, an unprecedented 10% discount was given. It is a full range of products including drugs, culture media, batteries, etc. Umbrella's culture media has become the top of the current medical industry. Batteries have been reduced in production and increased in price since the last fire incident. And there are also supply restrictions. But now, these things that can be called basics have also been added to the credit point purchase platform. And things seemed quite subtle before. Most of them were exchanges by individuals, because robots are still bound to individuals. But with a 10% discount on batteries and culture media, and with more quotas, some companies and enterprises with greater demand for these products will definitely join in. That is to say, Umbrella still has some sense and did not directly announce that batteries, culture media and other items can only be settled with credit points. After all, they were prepared to do it step by step. Otherwise they would have started to overturn the table a long time ago. Chapter 475. Flocking and the Impact of the Beauty Industry. In a conference room, it looked very simple, and there was not even a dedicated conference table. A group of people were standing or sitting around the sofa. Many people were still lighting cigarettes or smoking cigars, making the scene smoky. And this group of people obviously looked very solemn. And many people could even be described as ferocious. And some people spoke with a heavy tone of emotion. Lawless. Lawless. How dare they? Damn it. A company. Why? Since it relies on Mexico. Then we will just push it over. Enough. As a group of people continued to criticize, they stopped temporarily with a loud laugh. An old man who was sitting in a wheelchair, but obviously looked very energetic, glanced around. Although his hair was completely white, and he looked very old, he seemed to have quite a lot of prestige at the scene. If someone who knew this group of people appeared here, they would find that they were all the leaders of some of the top banks in the United States. And there were also several people from the Federal Reserve and the International Monetary Fund. If they really stamp their feet, they can shake the world economy. At this time, they appeared here not because of the financial system problems that broke out after the invasion of New York by the Great Beauty, nor because of some disposals related to Japan and South Korea. It was purely the credit point system newly launched by Umbrella. They can feel the threat under this system. This threat is far greater than the threat of other currencies to the US dollar, because it controls food, is tied to bulk resources such as minerals, and has oil dollars. The US dollar has always occupied a very important proportion of international currencies. A part or even a large part of the money earned by everyone in the world is taken away by the Great Beauty. Although it seems that the proportion of the euro is also large on the surface. In fact, the euro is more because of the internal circulation of the EU and the large volume of transactions related to the EU. So it seems to have a high proportion. In terms of real liquidity, the US dollar still occupies an important position. At the beginning, the US dollar pulled down the British pound, so they can know what is a threat and what is not. The sudden credit point, even if it is only a point for the time being, has already shown enough threat and resilience. In fact, for capital, it is not necessary to tie it to the Pyongyang. But just like the relationship between the organization and the Pyongyang, the ties are too deep at present. and they will rise and fall together. So we can still reach a consensus on some major directions. It's just that when it comes to their own interests, there will be other different choices and actions. This group of bankers is actually the same. The assets in their hands are all US dollar assets, and they cannot accept the impact of the challenge to the US dollar. So when the Pyongyang targeted Iraq, it was able to pass so quickly and easily put aside internal conflicts. If Umbrella divides the benefits of credit points and everyone eats the fruits together, then maybe some new chaebols and high-tech groups will express their support in return. However, Umbrella used to often do some things to share fruits. But since it has grown wings and exposed its fangs, it rarely makes any concessions. We can't even solve all our own problems now. Let's gather allies first, and try to win over other parties. Challenging the existing order will cost you a price. The old man in the wheelchair knocked on the ground with his cane, and he seemed very calm. This matter can't be rushed. Umbrella is not a rock, and we must take a long-term view, regardless of the various parties meeting in secret. Anyway, after Umbrella proposed the new credit point mechanism, many people who have silver on hand or are obsessed with buying robots also chose to exchange points for credit points. However, under the regulation of Umbrella's own silver reserves, silver did not surge, because the things that can be exchanged for credit points are all Umbrella's own existing things. Anyway, the circulation of silver will eventually return to its own hands. At this stage, Umbrella's control over credit points and silver is almost infinite. No one is stubborn enough to speculate on the price of silver at this time. The wave of speculators who were killed by Umbrella before are still here. A new wave of robots and VR platform equipment has been sold, and many people have once again started live broadcasts to show off their products, especially the current Starry Sky world. This super control performance, picture and NPC upgrade interactivity are really addictive. The immersive feeling of VR mode also completely kills all other products. Even some people who didn't play games at the beginning have started to get in touch with VR platform technology at this time. After all, the scenery in Starry Sky World is also quite good. Now there are limited games on the platform, so naturally they all enter Starry Sky World in piles. Formed the second period of rapid growth of players. And because the VR platform itself is open source, major game manufacturers have also announced that they will enter the VR platform and develop their own games. At present, it seems that the R&D capabilities are indeed unmatched, and it is difficult to catch up with Starry Sky World. But the problem is not everyone likes this kind of game. They can go to seize other leisure markets. In addition to game companies, many software companies have also expressed their willingness to develop corresponding application software to join the VR platform. This VR platform can also be connected to mobile phones. That is to say, it is very likely that those who wear Bluetooth headphones when going out may change to wearing a VR device on their heads. The tide of the times is rolling forward. And if you don't want to be eliminated by the times, you must adapt. How many software service providers were eliminated because they did not follow up with a mobile terminal in time? It is likely to be the same in the future. The previous holographic bracelet platform is bound to the mobile phone, and it can only be regarded as a derivative product of the smartphone. However, the current VR platform is completely different. We will create the concept of metaverse on the VR platform and build our metaverse community. Let this become a real second world. A certain book claims to be the founder of Lizard Man, and also issued a deafening shout. And he did it more thoroughly, directly changing the name of his company to Metaverse. In fact, he had some ideas, but the hardware equipment could not keep up before. Now after seeing this VR platform, all his ideas are connected immediately. No matter what impact the credit points may bring. For these capitals, no matter whether there are organizations behind them or the big beautiful authorities, they will inevitably flock in for their own interests. Many companies and groups, such as a certain song, fruit, a certain special, a certain management, etc., have successively announced okay. The same is true in China. Except for Penguin, which has obtained the interface in advance. Other internet companies are no exception. Umbrella and World Company only need to hold the VR platform. That is, the more developers enter, the better. They can all contribute to the VR platform and operate their own part well, saving the energy of Umbrella and World Company. Except for the game aspect that one attaches importance to. The platform only needs to formulate rules and collect taxes. A unique technology. A unique platform. Letting you in is already a great mercy. And not even collecting taxes. Is it really a charity? And when the time is right, all consumption and transactions on the VR platform will also be priced in credit points. The taxes paid must also be in the form of credit points. World Company announcement. To celebrate the version update, Star World VR Edition will launch the first Star Cup mech fighting competition. Registration starts now. Players can DIY their own mechs. The following are the restrictions on the mech parameters and specifications. When all parties are searching for credit points and VR platforms. World Company, which has no affiliation with Umbrella, is also carrying out some of its own operations step by step. The man's romance driven by Big Pineapple can be said to have swept the global gaming circle recently. Various mech control videos, competitions, and battles have begun to appear. It's just crazy. Every frame is a movie, with various real versions of Gundam. Many players who didn't get the VR platform originally also lined up like crazy after seeing these pictures, and then took out silver to exchange for credit points, or directly use the exchange channels that the bank has opened to pay some extra handling fees to buy the financial product credit points. The subsequent exchange process is all handled by the bank. Although it is a bit expensive, it is very convenient for people who don't have ready silver. Moreover, although the bank will charge a handling fee, the purchase of credit points itself can be discounted by 10%, which can actually make a small profit. Robots and VR platforms have recently become Umbrella's most popular products, seamlessly connected to the Tracker electric car, which has slightly reduced its popularity. Even some car owners, who were originally prepared to bite the bullet and buy Tracker, have turned around and taken out the money to buy some robots. Tracker is cost-effective, almost killing all cars of the same price or even high price. From then on, there are only Tracker and other cars at this price. But even so, compared with the robots that started working to support the family later, Tracker seems to be nothing. For those who can afford it. Of course, I want both. But in reality, the price is still very stressful. You can't have both fish and bear's paw. So you can only give up fish and take bear's paw. Relatively speaking, the equipment of VR platform is much cheaper, although there is also a more expensive sports version. But the price of $2,999 and $69.99 for the ordinary version and deluxe version is very affordable. Many people may not pay $29.99 to buy a mobile phone, but they will buy a VR platform with such performance for $29.99 without hesitation. Moreover, the production capacity of VR platform is obviously much larger, and the production process is relatively simple. After the product has been out for so long, it has been popularized under the stimulation of credit points. At this time, the first Starry Sky Cup Mecha Fighting Competition was born. Just in time. This Starry Sky Cup is the first large-scale event after the appearance of VR version, so it must be held beautifully. From the preliminary to the final, we must strictly control it. We can even package these players into new business cards, and if they are willing, we can directly sign them and send them into the entertainment industry. Qian Yayan said with a very strong aura at the venue. The heroic oil outfit, coupled with the beautiful face and delicate light makeup, plus this kind of aura, can be said to have a direct effect. And the World Company itself has an entertainment company under its command. Its own movie box office has been a champion, and the Starry Sky trilogy also complements the game. It can be said that the effect of this competition is comparable to those large-scale talent shows. It is even better than the orthodox talent shows. In addition, in terms of prizes, from participation awards to the finals, Umbrella's new products can be used. The champion can get a Sweeper C-type robot, plus a credit point reward. You can discuss the specific specifications yourself. Qian Yayan herself will not care about too many details. Just set the tone. The rest can be arranged clearly. The World Company already has its own entertainment company, and its artists and IPs are quite powerful. There are many professionals. And there is also TT, the source of traffic. How to warm up and how to make this event famous is definitely a matter of one's own ability and means. Mr. Qian. We have always had a good relationship with Mr. Qin. He is also a well-known player in the game. I think we can ask him to promote it. The game planner of Starry Sky World raised his hand to ask for instructions. Okay. I will contact him personally when the time comes. Qian Yayan nodded. She also knew that the Qin family had picked up such a big bargain now because of their own man. So it was very simple to say low for such a small matter. The original relationship was to help each other. Okay. The remaining departments of you discuss how to cooperate with each other, and then come up with a charter. I will report to Mr. Wang. After that, Qian Yayan left the venue with high heels. A South Korean fairy stood at the door and respectfully opened the door for her, and then followed behind her. After Qian Yayan left, the atmosphere at the scene was slightly relaxed. My goodness. Miss Qian's aura is getting stronger and stronger. It's really amazing. You can't tell that she is only in her 20s. Yes. I also think that Miss Qian has become more beautiful. I'm not flattering her. It's true. I heard that there is a trial product of Umbrella's skin care lotion. I think I want it. I don't know when it will be released. Okay. Let's talk business. I didn't dare to flatter her when she was here. And now she can't hear me. With Wang Yi's blessing, Qian Yayan's skin is not only better and more beautiful, but her memory is enhanced. Her reaction is more flexible, and her body is more agile. In addition, she is in a high position and her aura is getting stronger and stronger. However, her strength is not enough to flatter Wang Yi. After reporting to Wang Yi with 2 South Korean succubi for an afternoon, she said to Wang Yi after sending them away, "When will the Umbrella skin care product be released?" "You don't know?" "I'm fine. But recently someone attacked Sister Shioka, saying that she had plastic surgery too frequently." Qian Yayan waved her fist in anger. After seeing some of the troubles Lu Shioka had when she became a big star, she almost learned from Wang Yi and rarely appeared in the media. So the troubles she suffered were still smaller. Although Lu Shioka had a huge backer, she was still a popular female star, and a young female star who quickly won the title of actress. There will be gossip. This is unavoidable. It's just that Lu Shioka's personality doesn't care about these things, let alone come back to say anything to Wang Yi. So Qian Yayan was a little indignant. In fact, it had already happened last time. But it wasn't as serious as it is now. It should be soon. Since the credit points have been launched, Umbrella should also launch some matching unique things. Wang Yi couldn't help but smile as he looked at Qian Yayan, who was reapplying lipstick. What he pursued was a smooth transition without completely overturning the table, to ensure that there would not be a full-scale world-destroying war in the end. And there would not be too much turmoil. So after the credit points were just launched, they adopted this model, instead of taking advantage of the victory to directly announce that culture medium, batteries and other products only accept credit points. And there was no ambiguity in using US dollars for external purchases. But some things that can cause a relatively large impact, but not so much that people are directly crazy, become the unique member redemption product of credit points, which of course is also fine. Beauty products with excellent effects are very suitable for this positioning. It is women's nature to love beauty. Qian Yayan still likes to wear light makeup such as lipstick even with her current foundation. And many women will appear to be a little fanatical or even crazy about love of beauty. This is not something that can be solved by saying that it cannot be materialized. And in terms of the battle of public opinion and influence, their strength can also be seen in various places such as Moat, Zaya Hongchu, Weibo, etc. It is typical to spend little money and do big things. Well, it is not small in fact. The scale of global cosmetics is hundreds of billions of US dollars every year. Generally speaking, what products are most closely connected with the most cutting-edge technology, beauty, and health care are well-deserved. Usually some concepts that are still in the laboratory, or just some speculative papers, will be applied to these two fields at once. What quantum, photon, graphene, stem cells, regeneration, anti-aging. As long as you can think of words, they can appear in these two industries. Even when radium was first discovered, it was directly added to lipsticks and health products. In order to ensure the effect, opioids might also be added to help refresh people. It's so pleasant after using it. Isn't it definitely the effect? Although now with the increasing standardization of various rules, the relative danger is not so exaggerated. But with the capital and power, relying on money to continuously pour into some laboratories, some strange studies will gradually appear in some cutting-edge journals. Maybe the content of these studies themselves is not wrong, but they are likely to be deliberately guided in the desired direction. Then, there are all kinds of skins, and all kinds of strange words are added. Nothing else. Too much profit. Just like glasses can be sold by pound. But you can make up a long gimmick prefix. Even in the 2 or 3 years since magic was proposed, the beauty industry and healthcare products industry have already proposed many magic packages. What magic essence, aura rejuvenation, magic beauty capsules, etc. Various papers of Umbrella are often cited. Looking at the big posture, it feels like cooperating with Umbrella. But they won't reveal any evidence. In front of a luxury cosmetics counter, the salesperson was selling something to a couple in front of him with a friendly smile on his face. This lipstick uses the most cutting-edge magic crystal technology. Umbrella has published it in the journal Nature. Magic has a very obvious effect on anti-aging. Many top laboratories in the world have also published corresponding papers. And ours. The couple in front of him. The man has a greasy face and a little bald. And looks like he is in his 40s, while the woman is cute and charming, full of youthfulness, and behaves intimately. They are definitely the best customers. Based on the years of experience of this teller, the possibility of a deal is more than 70%. Having worked at the luxury goods counter for so long, her vision has been completely cultivated, and she can judge a person at a glance. Those college couples come here just to see the world, and their total weight is less than 100 yuan. So they are too lazy to care about them. And this kind of person is definitely a big customer. Oh, dear. I want this one. It's the latest magic version. You know how useful magic is. Really? How much? The bald man hesitated, but couldn't stand the pressure on his arm. Someone had sold him a magic health product that claimed to be able to strengthen the penis. But the effect was quite average. Not as good as the blue pill. Now anything with magic has a price. The bald man is also a businessman, so he is clear about the tone. I have never seen Umbrella add magic gimmicks to its products. Now is our special price period. The original price is 13,888. And the current price is 8,888. If you are willing to buy this magic beauty combination gift package, the original price of 88,888 is only 68,888 now. After hearing this, the salesperson immediately showed a bright smile on his face. Not only did he quote the price of the previously recommended products, but he also took out a set of combination gift packages with quite luxurious packaging. The sparkle of the artificial diamonds on the gift box made the enchanting beauty unable to move her eyes away. Dear, I want this. Although he knew there must be a pitfall, the bald man still sighed when he thought of the bags he bought. It's up to you. It's up to you. But just as I was about to swipe my card, a news story was broadcast on the TV hanging in the mall. The TV programs that were hung here were originally on some beauty channels. It can be said that it was not a major news and would not be broadcast. But after turning around and seeing the content of the broadcast, I understood why. It was about Umbrella. And it seemed to be about beauty products. An Umbrella researcher accepted an interview with the media. Professor Mori. Many beauty and health products are now under the banner of magic. Is there really such technology? The reporter's opening question was quite direct and went straight to the core. It also immediately made the three people who were preparing to trade in front of the TV pause. They are free to use whatever banner they want. But as for magic technology, I think there is still no such thing. Now, apart from us, there are not many laboratories that can put magic into practical use. Even if there are, most of them are in other fields. Then the reporter began to ask again. Doesn't your company sell culture medium to the outside world? This should also be considered as the use of magic. Right? Many new drugs are based on this. And beauty products are probably made from culture medium. Right? This program itself is not intended to undermine the stage. And it even has the intention of forcibly linking the beauty industry and magic. Anyway, as long as the guidance is appropriate, there is no problem at all. This time, in fact, it is mainly to increase the gimmick by using culture medium as a name. But unfortunately, the guest himself came from Umbrella, and it is impossible to manipulate according to their script requirements. Yes, but the destination of the culture medium we sell is still relatively clear. The pharmaceutical industry may have related research and development, but we don't give any quotas to the beauty and healthcare industries. As soon as this series of questions and answers came out, it directly caused an uproar. It can be said that with the emergence of the concept of magic, too many things will be involved in this. Even some fitness coaches in gyms can fluently say some magic-related words to get you to buy classes. Umbrella has never taken the initiative to clarify this kind of thing. It is too aloof. It is precisely because of this that all parties have gradually become more and more unscrupulous. The benefits are too great. Any industrial product with a cost of a few cents can be sold hundreds or thousands of times with a little packaging. And selling contraband does not have this profit. This also means that Umbrella's first clarification will have a wide impact. Those magic health clubs, magic skin rejuvenation, magic health care, etc. will all be severely impacted. However, the word magic is not a patented word, and it is not illegal for others to use it. But the things in it have nothing to do with the concept of magic. Of course, if they really have researched something, I think there will be big chaebols who will hire them at a high price. But obviously, there is no. Umbrella's Professor Mori's tone is flat, but the sense of looking down on it can be felt through the screen. The faint disdain and ridicule made the men and women who were about to buy give up the idea of buying at the same time. They would be regarded as idiots. At the same time, the institutions, organizations, and companies that had benefited from the magic bonus for so long were also jumping up and down. Damn it! How did you say that? How could you do that? You eat meat? Let us drink some soup. Can you be so sure? The reporter asked with some doubt. Of course. We actually have some experimental products internally. But we just don't sell them to the public. As he spoke, he also gave an example. You should have an impression of Liu Shiuka, the superstar who has become popular in the East recently? The host nodded quickly. Of course. Although the Starry Sky trilogy has not been released worldwide, I have actually seen it. It is quite outstanding. Her acting skills are also significantly improving. Moreover, I feel that she is getting more and more beautiful. Beauty, at least for humans, is not divided by race. At most, the points added in terms of aesthetics are different. But when beauty reaches a certain level, no matter what race it is, it will be considered beautiful. Your feelings should be correct. She is one of the testers of our internal skin care products. After hearing this, the host showed a look of surprise. Skin care products? I thought she had plastic surgery. Is it all the effect of your skin care products? I know that she also endorsed lenses for your company at the beginning. Yes. We have cooperated before we became famous. And in order to ensure the effect of skin care tests, we have signed some agreements that do not allow the use of other products and plastic surgery. At this point, Professor Mori seemed to pause, and then took out a half-open toothpaste-like unmarked sample from his bag. This is what I use on a daily basis. You may try the effect. Professor Mori smiled and handed the sample over. At this time, the host signaled the camera to zoom in. And it was an unexpected discovery that although Professor Mori's appearance was ordinary, a Mexican-American mixed race, but his skin was really good. And the high-definition camera kept zooming in, and could not see any flaws on his face. The host was a little surprised at this time and said, "Oh, you don't wear makeup?" "Of course. Why would a researcher like me wear makeup? It's just that I used to have oily skin and often got acne, which affected my mood. So I took care of it on a daily basis." Chapter 476. Are you serious? Status. Looking at what Professor Mori handed over, the host seemed a little hesitant. It was quite rare to be able to invite a researcher from Umbrella to talk this time. Everyone knows that Umbrella is rich and powerful, and its R&D capabilities are also amazing. It has both money and potential. After it has gained momentum, it has begun to recruit experts from all walks of life. It almost involves all walks of life, although most of them are just ordinary cooperative relationships due to the harsh conditions of cooperation. They still have a strong influence. What's more, this time we are going to talk about the magic direction that Umbrella is best at. So the original gimmick this time is very sufficient. But I didn't expect that Professor Mori played a little unconventionally, which was completely different from what was expected at the beginning. But Umbrella has always been beyond common sense, although it is different from the original program content. As a host, she doesn't want to offend Umbrella. Besides, as a female host, she is also quite curious about the effect mentioned by the other party. Liu Shiuka, the new film queen, has already made a breakthrough in international influence. Although the Starry Sky series cannot be broadcast overseas, even movies that accept investment from the world company will face various difficulties overseas. But there are too many players of Starry Sky World. After all, there are channels to watch it. The popularity has not diminished at all. Liu Shiuka is getting more and more beautiful, and Starry Sky has become a topic of discussion. The news of plastic surgery is not only spread in China, but also abroad. There are even many people asking where can you get such natural results. As a result, it is said that a beauty product that Umbrella does not sell to the public is used, at least from the current skin of this researcher. Although the skin is slightly dark because of the mixed Mexican, it is really shiny. Although he looks very ordinary and is a man, he still gives people a sense of beauty. At first, I thought it was the impression brought by the researcher's identity. But after a closer look, I found that this was purely due to the other party's skin. Use it now? Holding the 3-no product in his hand, the host asked again. Of course. You can apply it to some places first. The effect is quite obvious. But it's best to remove the makeup first. The researcher politely made a gesture of invitation. This host didn't get promoted by her appearance. So although she also wore professional makeup, it was more to match the lighting. And it was not very thick. After hearing this, she hesitated for a while and nodded. although her own program is closely related to the beauty industry. But if such a heavy thing is exposed on her own program, it will undoubtedly bring her huge fame. In fact, she contacted the other party at the beginning and sounded out the situation. The main purpose was to get Umbrella to officially announce that magic is effective for beauty, and to justify many beauty products. Anyway, as long as they recognize this statement, they can talk about it in the direction they want later. Originally, they thought that after being on the show, as long as they threw out this concept and justified it, it would be okay. After the material is available, the rest depends on the major products to package themselves. I didn't expect that there would be such an impromptu performance. However, the other party is Umbrella, which means that he can't afford to offend, and also means that what he says is trustworthy. The host first used makeup remover to clean all her light makeup, revealing her original situation. Fortunately, she was not a host known for her appearance, so there was no serious contrast before and after. There were just two inconspicuous dark spots on her face, which would be a bit unphotogenic under the light. Is this a skincare product? It's not a cosmetic, right? Can you tell me about the effect and function? Holding the 3-note product in her hand, the host asked again. Of course. In fact, many principles of various beauty products and beauty instruments are very clear, at least in theory. There is no big problem with those statements. This skincare product actually combines several small functions at the same time. First, remove dirt from pores. Some sediments that cannot be removed from pores. Heavy metals in makeup. Mites and other dirt can be cleaned up. And the effect is most obvious the first time. You should be able to feel it intuitively at that time. Second, tighten pores to prevent further damage, and make the skin look more delicate. Third, even if it is a long-term effect, to a certain extent, you can regard it as the rejuvenation of the skin. This is an extended product of our research on stem cells. It cannot restore important organs, but it unexpectedly completes a kind of repair of the dermis. In addition to the third point, the first 2 points should be visible on the spot. Why not give it a try? The researcher smiled and made a gesture of invitation. The host holding the 3-note product also seemed to be tempted at this time. It can be said that there are too many beauty products similar to what the researcher said, and there are almost only a few items over and over again. People who do beauty makeup can recite it easily. It is not brilliant in terms of the statement. But the other party is Umbrella. It can't be true the next moment. She squeezed out part of it very skillfully and began to apply it on her face like a facial cleanser. She kept rubbing it until bubbles appeared, and then wiped it off with a wet wipe on the spot. After the wet wipe was wiped, she looked at what the wet wipe wiped off, but she couldn't help but exclaimed. Just like many facial mask ads and some cleaning ads, there are actually some grease and stains on the wet wipes. I never thought that my face would be like this. She knew what those ads were like. Either people who had never used it had some initial stains, or they had used special means to adjust it. But she was different. After all, she was a host, and she paid great attention to cleaning and maintenance on weekdays. But she never expected that it would be washed like this for the first time. In terms of pure advertising effect, it was actually average, because there were too many similar ads. But only the host herself knew that this was really true. I actually tested it myself. If you are interested, you can take the wipe things to test to see what the ingredients are. According to some of our current test results, most of them are some heavy metals in cosmetics, which are difficult to wash out in daily cleaning, the researcher explained, and then reminded, you can now use your own lens to enlarge the skin on both sides of your body at the same time. Then take a photo and save it, and wait 5 minutes to see the effect of pore contraction. Nowadays, holographic bracelets are all using Umbrella's own lenses, so the effect is naturally great. After removing all kinds of beauty enhancements, the host also took a photo after hearing this. After zooming in, you can actually see the contrast between the skin on both sides. The continuously enlarged pores can still see some black spots on the unused side. The enlarged pores picture can only make people feel disgusted. The uneven skin and the visible oil accumulation are definitely pictures that could have been mosaicked. This is not because the host doesn't like cleanliness, but the heavy metals accumulated in cosmetics are difficult to be taken out by normal means. Just like when the human body is poisoned by heavy metals, they will accumulate in the liver and cannot be discharged. But obviously, this 3-no face cleanser can. When washing, constant rubbing will stimulate the enlargement of pores. And after washing with clean water, the magic factor inside will slowly undergo subsequent repairs. Magic factor is actually not a new word in skin care products. It has been almost overused. But this time Umbrella's is real. 5 minutes later, the camera system of the bracelet was used to zoom in and capture again. The unused side was still the same, although the roughness and unevenness of the skin can still be seen on the used side. The pores that were originally enlarged have indeed shrunk. There is no need to use screenshots. Some people who watched the live broadcast directly completed the screenshots before and after the program was used, even without zooming in. Just looking at the screenshots can feel a more obvious change. The part that was obviously washed is more delicate and shiny. In terms of the effect, it is not exaggerated. Some comparisons before and after makeup are more exaggerated. But the deadly thing is that this is not a cosmetic. It is similar to the change after washing with facial cleanser. And the tightening of pores is only reflected after wiping. This effect? Explosion. Completely crazy. In front of the screen of the mall, the man and woman who were originally preparing to buy a big gift package suddenly felt a sense of boredom. At the beginning, the beautiful woman who kept begging the sponsor to buy it now also regarded the big gift package she originally wanted as Mrs. Nyo. Honey, I want this. Yes. Yes. But Umbrella hasn't sold it yet. Let's hear what they say first. Okay. The cashier who had gotten the duck but lost it, while cursing and resentful in her heart, could not take her eyes off the TV. After all, she was a woman, and a cashier who specialized in selling such luxury cosmetics. She was already quite envious of the products she sold on weekdays. But because of the problem of income, she only bought the cheapest ones to keep up appearances. Now Umbrella's live test of the things really made her speechless. She was in this business. Didn't she know how effective it was? As long as Umbrella didn't use special effects, it was really like this. Then this product could kill all skincare products. It is understandable that cosmetics can have this effect. And it is even weaker. But skincare products, she wants it too. And women who saw this program could hardly take their eyes away. Umbrella has never boasted since its debut. When a company has always been right and has been creating miracles, their credibility is already here. Even the host was breathing rapidly. And then he applied some on his face and rubbed it continuously, covering his entire face. Are you kidding? This is not for sale. If you don't take the opportunity to get it, what if you don't have a chance? As the host's face was full of bubbles and then wiped with a wet wipe, you can indeed feel that she is much more spirited. Obviously she didn't wear makeup, but she still maintained enough luster under the light of the camera. Sorry, I used too much, the host said hypocritically. It's okay. Our internal employees still have this benefit. I don't like it. The dark-skinned researcher smiled dumbly. In fact, there are some of our own products, but I don't care about them. This facial cleanser can prevent oiliness and can be used casually. Such Versailles words almost made the host's body separate directly. It was all thanks to the host's own quality that he survived. Then he said with a little expectation, "Oh, then what other products are there? Isn't Umbrella going to sell them? The beauty industry is a big profit." Well, not yet. The output of this thing is still not large. It needs a more advanced culture medium. It's too wasteful. We are not planning to expand production. We can use it casually and record some related research reports. The researcher looked indifferent. I said before that even the repair and reversal functions are derivatives of the study of stem cell repair organs. Myocardial cells and central nervous cells cannot be repaired. And finally, a useless function that can repair the skin was developed. As for the market? Actually, I don't think our company is short of money. Another Versailles statement. But it makes people feel like it's the truth. Then, in the regretful eyes of the host, this interview ended. Although it did not achieve the program effect she originally wanted. The content itself was quite explosive. Umbrella showed the world what a real skincare product is. Deep cleans dirt, tightens pores. And the key is that it can also reverse the skin condition, although the last item cannot be reflected in the program. Umbrella's reputation, which has never been exaggerated, has directly made half of the world explode. Protest. We also want this skincare product. Why can only you have it? This is disrespectful to women. This is discrimination. Start selling it quickly. Many people who can pay a lot of attention to skincare products have good conditions and relatively more free time, so they can have more energy. Just like Weibo and some public opinion platforms. The influence of the female group is unquestionable. Even De Pyongyang did not expect that Umbrella, which they had tried every means to attack and discredit, but could not do anything about it, actually poked such a big hornet's nest this time. At that moment, the person in charge, who had just taken office and faced a lot of trouble, began to speak on a certain special Don't discriminate against women. I support you. In fact, this person in charge often makes some comments on a certain website, which seem nonsensical in themselves. But in fact, they are quite effective whistleblowing. This is not an official release. And he himself has the identity of a person in charge. So he can play a very subtle role. Try to see if there is room for change if you say something wrong. If the effect is good, you can just go with the flow. This time is actually the same. It immediately received a lot of reposts and likes. Even when this matter was brought to the East, it was completely crazy. Gmail. Charge them. Great. Good things are secretly used by yourself. What do some researchers want? Why not give it to me? This is discrimination. Yes. Yes. It turns out that Shuka used this product. Can I use it too? There are also a lot of discussions in some of Liu Shuka's fan groups and forums with half-black fans. Haha. I said at the beginning that it couldn't be plastic surgery. I'm in this industry myself. No matter how good the plastic surgery is, there will be flaws. Liu Shuka's expressions are too rich. This is not only an improvement in her acting skills, but also means that she really doesn't have them. Yeah. Look at her action scenes. How many actresses can reach this level now? She rarely uses a double. Come on. Now you are all coming out to talk about it. Why didn't you say it at the beginning? I didn't know that you black fans would tear her apart at that time? You can't stand her doing well. I don't care about her so much. Shuka just needs to be responsible for beauty. And Umbrella also showed an attitude of unexpected, and rarely took the initiative to explain and respond. Our beauty products are just some byproducts of our medical research. They are defective products that failed. They just look good, so they are used by our own people. The production process itself is too complicated and not suitable for commercialization. But after making this official announcement, the voice of Crusade became more intense. Finally, they announced helplessly, we can do some optimization research to see if there is any way to increase the production or improve the effect in disguise. They looked reluctant, as if researching this thing would delay things. Although it was just such a statement, it was at least stable. In fact, just like the current luxury beauty products, most girls still cannot use cutting-edge brands. They are too expensive. So if Umbrella can't increase the production, most people will miss it. Now Umbrella's reluctant statement to study it still makes them very happy. But some of the original beauty product and skincare product manufacturers are not happy at all. They are just living a miserable life. Before, relying on the hype of the magic concept, they directly changed their skins and reaped a wave of dividends and made a lot of money. But in the end, before a few days of good days, they were directly wiped out by Umbrella. Although skincare products are not cosmetics, they also occupy half of the market. What can we do? The key is that Umbrella itself is not soft or hard. The military and medical industries have no way to deal with them, so they have to fight for their lives. They can only send people to express their desire to cooperate, but they have no intention of doing so. It's just a rumor. They are not interested in skincare products. They are not interested in cosmetics. You can do it yourself. Then, Umbrella proposed a plan. The diluted product will be used with the beauty instrument. The beauty instrument itself has Umbrella's light source, which can be used with the product for deep absorption and increased efficiency. However, the initial production capacity is also limited, so it is regarded as Umbrella's membership product to give back to users. It can only be traded with credit points. The big beautiful new boss was originally announcing this as a great victory in a certain special. But when he looked back and saw this plan, he felt his forehead throbbing. Damn. Liar. I believed you. It's all scripts. All routines. In the vertical store, against the background of an ancient street, a fight scene with hundreds of extras cooperating with actors was being performed. It was probably a roundup of the East Factory's soldiers disguised as street vendors and hawkers in order to hunt down the protagonists. And the armored men were ambushed in the house. As the protagonists, of course, they would notice something wrong from the actions of some vendors and pedestrians in advance, and they would not fall into the trap completely. The next scene would naturally be a big scene of pursuit and conflict, because he is a veteran martial arts film director in Hong Kong. He has a good grasp of the timing and dares to have so many people at the same time. For the division of the camera, the actor's actions are quite in place. The scene was also very hot. The actions designed by the professional motion control team allowed several actors to fully demonstrate their own advantages. Not only clean and neat, but also able to reflect a kind of chic and chivalrous spirit. Especially one of the beautiful women in tight clothes. Just a simple white robe. Under the belt, She showed her proud figure, and also had a heroic feeling. The key is that her action coefficient is extremely high. The difficult action is combined with her own figure and face, which really has a pleasing feeling to watch from the side. Duh. With the last series of flying kicks on the wire. The last shot is standing firmly, which really reflects all the scenes that the director wants to show. After that, they kept clapping excitedly. Good. She is worthy of being the new generation of the queen of the film industry. She is amazing. Really amazing. While praising, the ball director also scolded others. Look carefully. How dedicated she is. You let the stunt doubles do the difficult actions, and you can't perform as well as her. She is still a mid-career transformation. With such efforts and talent, she deserves success. As a veteran director, Wuko also shook his head at the current entertainment industry. In terms of performance ability, the popular traffic stars are not as good as the former extras. This one is the exception. She is really a flag bearer. And she is a woman. No matter what the background is, no matter what the status is, Wuko is quite satisfied with the other party's dedication and ability. Director Wu, you are too kind. Lu Shirka smiled politely, and then let the makeup artist come over to wipe the sweat and touch up the makeup. After all, it is a costume drama, and there must be costume requirements. In this regard, Lu Shirka will be the embodiment of the top stream. They are served by a female group from South Korea and female bodyguards from Umbrella. This kind of card itself can reduce most of the troubles in daily life. Although the number of people in the team seems to be similar to that of ordinary top-tier stars, the quality is too high. At this time, the second female lead of the crew, a beautiful woman who looks only 17 or 18 years old, came over and said to Lu Shirka with a tone of admiration and envy, "Sister Shirka is really amazing. These actions can be shot in one shot." Sure. You are also working hard. Lu Shirka will not get close to others casually, but she will not ignore them casually, and maintain a more polite distance. She knows that she is not just representing herself, and there are too many people who may want to do something with her as a breakthrough. For the entertainment industry, her identity is mysterious, but it is not difficult for some people to know. By the way, Sister Shirka, are you using the non-sale skincare products of Umbrella before? Zhang Shirshir blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Yes, the effect is quite good. Although Lu Shirka knew that she didn't rely mainly on this skincare product, she would still use it on weekdays after she came out. It's quite useful for washing her face. Since the interview with Umbrella, various actresses and crew members who had worked with her before have come to consult her. Lu Shirka, who knew that this was an explanation, would of course admit it openly. At the beginning, she was the one who brought the A1 glasses when Umbrella just released them. She is definitely a veteran of cooperation. But she is not a kind-hearted Mithra Buddha. Forget about asking for gifts. If the quantity is not enough, she will find a channel to buy it herself in the future. And with her status and background, she has the confidence to refuse. Hee. I also grabbed some. But I have to use it with a beauty instrument. I want to ask if this thing is better to use directly in large quantities. Zhang Shirshir stuck out her tongue and asked what she wanted to ask. Unlike robots and VR platforms, the matching beauty instruments and skincare products are not bound to individuals. So although the number is relatively not so sufficient, it is easy to be snapped up. But for those who have money, they can still find a way to buy it. Now, everyone is scrambling for that set of skincare products. Umbrella rarely has things that can be scalped. If you grab them and sell them, you can make a lot of money. That is, the Umbrella system is powerful. There is no script or software to buy them, and physical ones are not good. You can only buy one set at a time, so you can only rely on your hand speed. I think it's better to use a beauty instrument. Now it should be that the production capacity is not enough, and it is diluted. You can't concentrate it together to achieve the effect. I heard that the effect of using a beauty instrument is almost the same, Lu Shirka said with standard words. Ah? So? I know. Thank you, Sister Shirka. After thanking her, Zhang Shirshir jumped away, looking full of youthful vigor, lively and cute. However, Lu Shirka knew that the other party debuted as a child star, and his family was also in the entertainment industry. And he was not as naive as he seemed. Lu Shirka was treated well by everyone in any crew, from the producer and director to the extras. They would greet her with a smile. But she was not fascinated by the superficial glamour. She was able to get all these because her background was strong enough. Nothing more. Once she weakened, Who knows what attitude the people who used to greet her with a smile would have? Only they themselves know what they really think behind their backs. The rumors of plastic surgery before, as well as the vivid and half-true and half-false descriptions, were probably spread from the crew they had worked with. But this is also a kind of fun in the entertainment industry. But then she frowned again. Okay, it's fun. But it's so troublesome to go shopping with that guy after becoming too famous. Many people in the circle like to go shopping abroad. In addition to luxury consumption. The biggest point is that they know fewer people, which can reduce a lot of trouble. But obviously, it's almost impossible for her to go abroad. Hey, is our big beauty unhappy? What are you thinking about? A familiar voice came, and Lu Shuka's face was happy to see Wang Yi and Qian Yayan, who came to visit the set. Why are you here? You didn't even say hello. Lu Shuka went over excitedly and punched Wang Yi. Qian Yayan, who was standing next to him, consciously made way for him with sunglasses on. Then lowered her sunglasses and scanned the crew to see if there was anything worth a fresh dessert. Except for Zhang Shishir. Everyone else seemed ordinary. Then, he walked towards Wuke and said, Director Wu, is it okay for our Shuka to take a leave? Qian Yayan's tone was very calm. But she had her current strong aura. And even Wuke felt a wave of pressure. The pressure brought by the world company. Young people today are really amazing. Of course. I just finished shooting a set of difficult shots. It's time to take a break. I wonder how long it will take. Wuke certainly didn't want to. But this is the investor. The industry leader. And even the overlord of the entire internet industry. No matter how reluctant he was, he had to greet him with a smile. A week. No problem. Wuke was being naughty. But he still smiled on his face. But even Lu Xiaoke was a little surprised. And then turned around and asked Wang Yi. 1 week. Where are we going to play? Xiongzhou? No. We're going to Penglai. Chapter 477 Penglai Amazing Effect. On the other side of the video call, Ma Dong was holding his baby. Looking like a father. When he heard Wang Yi's words, he showed a happy expression on his face. I've wanted to go to Penglai for a long time. But it's not open to the public. I took a yacht to go there. This time, I'm lucky you. After going out for so long, Wang Yi has completed his most critical step when he came back. Of course, he won't wind himself up. Now is the time to slowly digest what you have gained. It's best to empty your mind and relax. Now that the credit point system has been launched, skincare products have also moved half of the sky. Although it is still the nature of membership points, it can be regarded as slowly flowing out. In fact, for Wang Yi, he doesn't have to use credit points to replace anything, as long as he can achieve his general purpose. It doesn't matter what kind of settlement and circulation is used, but whether there is a credit point system itself is very important. When the time comes to go to the other world to develop some turnover, it is definitely necessary to bundle game coins and credit points. At the same time, whether there is such a thing catching up behind also represents the degree of currency in circulation. Just like now, many things are indeed more advanced when imported. But if you can't make them at all, the price will at least be several times higher. As long as the credit points are set up here, they can play their role. Penglai, Umbrella's headquarters. The first maritime city of mankind. A miracle of industry. To this day, there are still a steady stream of offshore platforms being built and then transported to nearby waters. Some will also complete the expansion and connection with Penglai, and extend the edge of the entry shape along the interface that has been reserved. In addition, it seems that new platforms are being built next to it. However, it is different from the various environmental damage and military threats when Penglai was just completed. Now, even if there is no clear demarcation, the nearby waters are still considered to belong to Umbrella's sphere of influence. Even planes passing through the airspace will report it first. In fact, there is no concept of airspace above this kind of surface hull. And there is certainly no concept of 12 nautical miles. But nearby ships and aircraft will naturally abide by it. And de Mailong has never had any warships come to express freedom of navigation. However, civilian cruise ships and yachts pass by every now and then to watch. The streamlined fuselage of the Gulf Stream broke through the clouds and landed on the runway on the top floor of Penglai. Since the completion of the merger, the appearance of Penglai has changed dramatically from the previous steel skeleton. The exterior looks like the streamlined silver-gray color of a space city, and the surface is extremely smooth. The upright mass projector soars into the sky, filled with an invisible grandeur. This thing does not only represent satellite launches, but theoretically it is also the world's strongest electromagnetic cannon. in addition to the mass projector. Another more majestic tower next to it has also revealed its prototype, which looks like a command tower-like building, with a soft glow on the top. It is Wang Yi's latest version of the Mage Tower, and it is also the core of all Mage Towers for the time being. It's so magnificent. Looking at the enlarging sea city below from the window in the air, looking at some cargo planes coming and going at the airport, and the flat runway, Ma Dong's face was full of amazement. His wife Xia Mei was pregnant again, and at this time, she was also holding their eldest child and watching from the window. The human cub, who could not speak yet and only knew a few simple baby words, was also giggling at this time, without any fear. Then, the plane landed. The magnificent sea city can be felt in the air, and with the comparison of the landing of the plane, the vast area can be felt even more. The top of the city, which is completely airport-like, is far larger than the scale of all airports. And even though it already has a place that can park thousands of large aircraft, Pulai still has a sufficient number of lifting equipment. Even aircraft of the size of 747 can take off and land easily. After landing, this Gulfstream also stopped on a landing platform and slowly sank to the lower level. Feel the specifications and size of this landing platform. Ma Dong couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement. Wow! This landing platform can accommodate both large and small in 225s. Right? I think so. After all, we need to look far ahead, Wang Yi said casually. The technical requirements for this thing are also very high. I heard that the latest aircraft carrier of the Great Beauty had problems with this thing. Haha. It's not difficult. Umbrella's materials have always been unique. They are powerful and can fly bricks. Wang Yi laughed. At this time, the runway above has been closed again, and the landing platform has also sent them to the lower level. The stairs were lowered, and Wang Yi and his party also walked down. The captain, co-pilot, and several flight attendants also came down with a somewhat restrained expression. An Umbrella Ghost employee came to greet them. Welcome everyone. As long as you are Professor Wang's friend, you are our distinguished guest. Relax. It's okay if you want to take pictures or even live broadcast. The outer perimeter of Pumlai City will be open to the public soon. Wang Yi smiled and reminded them without caring. Will it be open to the public? Is it really okay to start broadcasting? Ma Dong said with a little astonishment while holding his own child. Of course. It has been expanding all the time. And a lot of living and leisure areas have been expanded. In fact, after the lifting platform came down, it was not that kind of rough industrial style. The connection between the falling platform and the surroundings was quite natural. Not far along the passage, it turned directly and came to a street. It was obviously inside the city, and there were airport runways above. But the lights gave people a feeling of natural sunlight, which was quite comfortable. There were not many people on this street, but from time to time, there were some freight vehicles moving, and the vehicles seemed to be completely special, perfectly matching the streets. And there is no cab. It looks like a large moving cube. In addition to the orderly shuttle of small drones carrying goods in the sky, there are also some conveyor belt-like devices on the top, with a large number of modules hanging for continuous transportation and transfer. Just a glance, you can feel a terrifying efficiency. It obviously doesn't look like the previous steel style, but it gives people an industrial atmosphere more and more. Is this really filmable? Ma Dong swallowed his saliva. Haha. This is just a video of shipping goods. Don't worry. I still have this face. I won't take you to the internal factory. Wang Yi laughed. The Wraith employee who came to pick you up at the airport also grinned at this time. It's okay. Professor Wang has the right to make these decisions. Even if I take you to the factory, you can rest assured to shoot. When Ma Dong heard this, he really started to shoot the scene in front of him. He was very careful not to frame Wang Yi. The main pictures were the movement of these vehicles, and the pictures of air transportation. He then added a voiceover of his own. Guess where I am? My dears? Ma Dong became famous because of live broadcasting. And the first product he brought was Umbrella's A1 glasses. To this day, Umbrella's Lao Don Ma Kai Feng tradition is still maintained. Trackers, sweepers, and even VR equipment still have this custom. Well, of course, skincare products are not. And because of Ma Dong's promotion, he has a high degree of interaction on weekdays. And TT has more fans than Lu Xiuke. He casually took a photo and let others see this picture. And soon fans began to leave messages. Is this a game screen? Star World? I haven't seen this scene before. A new map or a new function? A new game on the VR platform? Brother Ma is a dad every day. How long has it been since he last live-streamed to sell goods? And Ma Dong didn't keep his fans in suspense. And then, he posted another dynamic. Pum Lai. How about it? Beautiful. Right? Simply a few words. But it caused 1,000 waves. Pum Lai. This is the headquarters of Umbrella. In fact, the news about Pum Lai has never stopped. It's just that there have been too many heavy news all the time. There are zombies and the abyss. And in terms of technology, there are prosthetics and robots. It really makes people overwhelmed. These corresponding heavy news will have a lot of derivative information. And combined with the entertainment aspect, it really makes people's attention fragmented. At this time, most people can only shoot some scenes of Pum Lai's exterior, so they don't pay much attention to it. The most attention-grabbing time is when the Pum Lai mass projector launches a satellite. As a result, Ma Dong shot a very sci-fi scene here. I thought it was from a VR game. But you told me it was from Pum Lai? Inside Pum Lai? Hack. Is this true? Brother Ma originally started out by bringing Umbrella's goods. I remember Xiaoku did the same. Didn't he start out as a villain? Uh-huh. Oh my god. Brother Ma got into Pum Lai? Can we shoot it? Umbrella is not to be messed with. Be careful. I thought it was some new VR game. Now the VR platform has completely opened the interface. With the launch of some game engine software by World Company, many companies have also announced their entry. Now there are actually several more VR casual games. In addition, a game company from Japan launched an indescribable game at the fastest speed, which was well received. Originally, even if a new company launched this kind of picture quality, it is not difficult to understand. Then you told me it was true. Uh-huh. Don't worry. I have already asked. Ma Dong simply turned on the live broadcast while talking, and then said to the Umbrella employee who came to receive him next to him, "Excuse me, can you appear on the screen?" "Of course if you need it." The Wraith employee smiled politely. Even if Ma Dong only opened the live broadcast temporarily, the number of people in the live broadcast room was increasing. In addition to his original fans, there are all kinds of people who went out and pulled in. Can you help introduce it a little? No problem. In fact, the outer area of Pum Lai will be open to the outside world soon, and there will be some Umbrella products for sale here. In addition, brands from all over the world are welcome to apply. We have applied to the MO authorities for preferential treatment in the duty-free zone. The introduction of the Wraith employee made the people in front of the screen, who had just heard the news and came to eat melons, feel unusually excited and shocked. Pum Lai is going to be open to the public. I must go there. The first city on the sea. The only one. In the past, the only ones who could see the closest distance were those cruise ships that specially chose to stop in stormy weather to avoid the storm. Finally, I can see what's going on inside. It seems to be very efficient. But why is the production capacity so low? I want a robot. But I can't buy it even after exchanging credit points. I'm curious about what Pum Lai is making. Anyway, the mass projector was taken out quietly. The mass projector has been launched several times recently, but from the official website, it seems that it is just to calibrate the parameters. I guess they are going to do something else. Yes. In fact, robots are now also being manufactured. Pum Lai is open to the public. Can we settle there? Must it be in Mogwa? Beautiful place. I wonder how much a night in a hotel costs. Seeing that this Umbrella staff member said so himself, Ma Dong also took the opportunity to ask the fans questions. Will it be possible to provide settlement after opening here? And the employee also answered quite straightforwardly. Of course. In fact, the main purpose of this opening is to complete the absorption of some talents and bring some popularity here. After a pause, he continued, these will be announced sooner or later. And it's okay for me to say it in advance. Initially, we are preparing to absorb 1 million people to settle in the first batch. Don't worry. Our Pum Lai space utilization rate is very high, and the average personal space is still very spacious. But our demand for settlers will be relatively high. Originally, Umbrella, or Wani, needs talents the most. All kinds of directions are fine. Although Umbrella has been hiring and poaching everywhere, the harvest is not bad. In addition to those who work for Umbrella, some accidentally born inspirations can also be used to screen some. The requirements for settlement are actually mainly to test thinking ability. There are academic requirements, but the purpose is mainly to ensure basic knowledge rather than pure fantasy. The rest are some relevant test questions and answers. As long as you can pass the test, you can obtain the permanent residency of Pum Lai. The way to maintain it is to do the test questions seriously every month. The test questions are all open-ended. Just answer them seriously. After passing the assessment and being selected, only your attitude will be considered. It is even okay to answer some wild answers to the questions. It can be said to be quite simple. For the selection of talents, if you are a perfect match, you can directly cover all the expenses of food, clothing, housing, transportation and treatment. Generally, you need to spend a sum of money to rent by yourself. But you can also enjoy the corresponding benefits upon lie. Let's go. I'll take you to the living area. After saying some conditions and attracting various wow in the comment area, the resentful spirit employee took the lead to pass through the passage of the engineering vehicle and entered the living area. He casually called an automatic unmanned tourist sightseeing car. If the unmanned transport vehicles and drones that keep going back and forth in the engineering area give people a sense of oppression, the sudden birdsong and fragrance of flowers in the living area are completely different styles. The neatly trimmed and arranged plants according to specific aesthetic rules give people a refreshing feeling at a glance. The robot mowing the lawn that sprinkles water automatically occasionally, and the fountain in the center. It's like a paradise. Moreover, there is a sun in the sky. That is simulated sunlight. And the various proportions of light have been adjusted to ensure that the damage to the skin caused by sunlight is controllable, while promoting calcium absorption in the best way. The staff of the Wraith gave a brief introduction. It is actually a very complicated problem for light to completely replace the sun. Let's not talk about the problem of magic. Just the different components of some light in the sunlight have different effects. And it also has two sides, such as ultraviolet rays are harmful to the skin, and polar ultraviolet rays can even blind the eyes. But ultraviolet rays can also sterilize, keep the room from mold, and promote calcium absorption to a certain extent. So it is necessary to adjust the best frequency and composition. At least the composition of the sunlight adjusted by umbrella is probably the best for most people. This is the best ratio simulated by Lin Shirqin through big data. And there are various differences in the morning, noon and evening. And the first impression of this living area street is that it is full of leisure and life. A garden life without a fast pace. A coastal town. A paradise on earth. In Pumlai, all trivial matters can be handed over to robots. And all aspects can be completed and satisfied. What people living here need to do is to relax their brains, find inspiration, and do what they like. If they are selected by answering questions every month, they will also receive a considerable reward. While introducing, the staff of the Wrath Spirit also took everyone to some entertainment facilities. Whether it is to satisfy young people or middle-aged and elderly people, whether it is home or sports, any personality and any hobby can get the desired choice here. Golf, diving, rock climbing, parkour, bungee jumping, holographic simulation, horror house, real-life CS, script hall, sports version VR platform, cafe, gym. A large number of overflow facilities that are always maintained by robots can allow people living here to enjoy anything they want. Moreover, it is said that the first batch of closed beta players of Abyss World will also be selected from the settlers. The whole network exploded. Whatever you want, you can have it. Everything. Robots serve everything. Any hobby can be satisfied. And you can travel around the world after getting rewards. Those who don't like traveling can also have all the virtual equipment. And even Abyss World, a so-called fully immersive brain computer game, will select the first batch of closed beta people here. What is this? Buff is full. What kind of paradise is this? I want it. I want to go. 1 million places look like a lot. But in fact, there are very few. It says that you can bring your family with you. So one person may take up 3 or 4 places. What can we do? Roll up. It only requires an ordinary college degree, which is not a high requirement. The degree requirement is just to ensure the most basic knowledge. They seem to want thinking. But the degree is also a plus point. And project research will also be a plus point. Everyone needs to pass the Red Queen interview separately. My goodness. As soon as this paradise was thrown out, it immediately attracted global attention. Food, clothing, housing and transportation are all free. And medical care can also enjoy Umbrella's cutting-edge technology. What is this concept? Nowadays, the medicines that Umbrella has taken out are already exaggerated. And so are the culture media. But it can be seen from the beauty products before that Umbrella has better ones for its own use. This alone is enough to attract many rich people. Especially those rich people with some chronic diseases, waving their money with red eyes. But unfortunately, Umbrella is not short of money. But for this, Umbrella's official website also issued a statement. As for medical treatment, passengers can also pay for treatment at their own expense when there are beds. It almost seems to be in line with the response. Ma Dong also filmed a picture of his wife being examined. The technology is really high. Umbrella is not only strong in blood testing. Xia Mei, who didn't change her clothes, was lying in a streamlined instrument that looked like a space capsule, and beams of light began to scan her whole body. Then, a very detailed information analysis began to be carried out next to her. Umbrella's blood test had already felt exaggerated before, and most potential diseases could give some reminders. But looking at the detailed test report in front of me, the comments below the video were directly blown up. There are extremely detailed lists of nutrient intake, muscle ratio, blood vessel toughness, organ aging degree and approximate age, specific functions, etc. In fact, for example, when the liver and kidney function tests show abnormal indicators, it usually means that obvious damage has already occurred. Both the liver and kidneys are very important organs of the human body, and their own compensatory ability is also very strong. But now, after the instrument in front of me scans, it can list the small hemangiomas that appear there, the efficiency and degree of liver cells, the width of the renal artery, and the possibility of secondary hypertension, the degree of insulin resistance, etc. At the same time, it was determined that Xia Mei had a 90% chance of developing gestational diabetes in the next 2 months. And some conditioning suggestions were given. After the delivery is completed and adjusted, recovery can be completed. Generally, no external intervention treatment is required. Mainly some nutritional supplements and adjustments, relying on the body's natural adjustment ability. At the same time, due to pregnancy, hemorrhoids, and a certain degree of lumbar protrusion appeared. This can be completed in the medical cabin after delivery. Lumbar problems are also a serious problem that troubles people today. Moreover, lumbar disc protrusion can only be nurtured until surgery is performed when it is unbearable. But the suggestion given here is that the reset can be completed through the medical cabin. Naturally, it has attracted the attention of many waist friends. Hack. Help. I have this too. I want to reset it too. I remember someone said that Umbrella's robots can replace doctors, and then someone pointed out that even if they are to be replaced, they are also special surgical robots. Is that the case? It is very likely that Umbrella spends 200 billion every year to collect various data. And now our physical examination data. I am afraid that they really have made some amazing treatment instruments. It seems that they don't plan to sell these to the outside world. Pumli welfare? This is too high. As for the remaining questions, Umbrella did not explain. Ma Dong himself went for an examination. His examination results were worse than Xia Mei's, mainly due to the congestion of some soft tissue contusions during the previous filming. They are all old injuries, all of which are soft tissue. This is almost unsolvable for the current medical community, and they can only find ways to alleviate it. However, because Ma Dong was not pregnant and could let go of his hands and feet, the treatment chamber directly gave repair suggestions. If there are intestinal polyps, they can be removed directly. If there are soft tissue contusions, they can be injected for recovery. A series of suggestions and repair options were given. Then Ma Dong was a little confused and chose one. And then he was asked to go out and take off all his clothes. When the mosaic screen was completed, Ma Dong re-entered the treatment chamber, and a ventilator-like mask covered his head. The next moment when he was awake, the nerve signal was hijacked, making him lose his perception of the body. Then the treatment chamber began to inject some green solution and filled it up directly. What happened next? Ma Dong had no idea. When the solution receded and he regained control of his body, Ma Dong felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. I feel like I've been reborn. I can't quite put it into words, but I just feel so good. The Wraith employee who was showing them around came up and explained with a smile. The human body has a strong ability to compensate. Even if there are some minor problems, it will be compensated by strengthening other parts. If there are some soft tissue bruises, the brain will block some pain signals, but the discomfort is always there. Now, the heaviness and burden are gone. Maybe you can try to do some movements that were painful before. As the ghost employee finished speaking, Ma Dong, who was born as an actor, immediately started some muscle stretching movements. After all, he is an old actor, and these processes are quite familiar. It was just because of the injuries from the previous work that he couldn't let go. But now he found that the movements that he couldn't do before are now quite easy to do. Splits, leg stretches, high leg lifts. Although a little unfamiliar, the few movements that were obviously practiced made Ma Dong feel like he was back to his youth. The occasional waist pain, pleural and shoulder and neck pain all disappeared. And he felt like he had lost more than 10 pounds. And he was floating when he walked. Damn! I was strengthened. In fact, some athletes with old injuries will feel more obvious, which is normal. It's just equivalent to your injury repair. The repair of soft tissue is still much simpler than that of organs. Our beauty products are actually a byproduct of this repair technique to a certain extent. Umbrella's prosthetics have actually helped many disabled people. Now that this effect and speech have been exposed, it has caused an uproar around the world, especially those athletes who retired due to injuries. Their faces were full of excitement. Soft tissues such as ligaments and menisci are vital to the human body. It can be said that they are related to every sport. But soft tissues themselves are prone to damage, and irreversible cumulative problems may occur over time. All professional athletes suffer from this. There are also some problems accumulated from injuries and car accidents when they were young, which will be expressed through the pain accumulated in soft tissues. The continuous release of inflammatory factors will become more and more obvious with age. This has always been a major problem in the medical field. At present, in addition to physical therapy methods such as hot compresses and massage, the most commonly used methods are closed needles and painkillers to relieve them. But now, this problem has been solved like this? Umbrella never brags. The credibility is extremely high. You can see it from the effect of the beauty products. So, now everyone is concerned about only one topic. Let's not talk about settling down or not. When will Punlai open to tourism? Chapter 478 bound heat popular all over the world. While the outside world was clamoring for Punlai to open up for tourism, Wang Yi and his party experienced various projects in Punlai here. In a week, they only tried a small part. After all, it is impossible to explore each for a few minutes. And they must spend time to experience it. Especially Ma Dong. After repairing the hidden injuries of soft tissues in the medical cabin, he was able to feel the comfort and physical strength of returning again, and tried diving, swimming, and fishing in the sea. On the plane back, looking at Punlai far away below, Ma Dong also showed a trace of emotion on his face. Sure enough, a healthy body is the best. It's really amazing. This time he seemed to be playing crazy. But all the happiness was not as good as the repair of the medical cabin. The feeling of returning to the peak gave him an impulse to shout wantonly. And those high-energy entertainment projects themselves were a channel for him to vent his joy. Ma Dong's net worth is not low now. But now he feels that this treatment is more cost-effective than his entire net worth. Of course, this is also related to people's personality. For many young people, they are willing to sacrifice some of their health in exchange for improved material life. But for many people who have already achieved financial freedom and money has become a number, they will not hesitate to exchange most of their net worth for a healthy body. Only when you lose something can you cherish it. When you were young and had fun, you could not imagine that you would have pain here and there in the future. And many of them were irreversible and recurring. This is especially true for athletes, migrant workers, and other people who overdraw their physical strength. I'll help you get an ID card. You can come anytime you are free. And you can also bring relatives and friends to play, Wang Yi said casually. As one of the earliest friends I met, this benefit is completely insignificant. Thank you. Oh, by the way, you have a mecha fighting selection recently, right? I have signed up normally, but I heard that young Master Qin will hold a show match. So I'll open the back door. Ma Dong smiled and began to ask for a place in the fighting match. Of course, with his current popularity, he wanted to help stir up the atmosphere by proposing this. No problem. Wang Yi knew that Ma Dong had good intentions and wanted to help promote it. However, the popularity of this mecha competition itself has become popular in a rather unexpected way. Even if there is information about Punlai recently, it can't be suppressed. After all, even if Punlai is open for settlement, there are only 1 million places, and most people know that they have no chance. But the mecha fighting competition is open to all people. The first event held on a VR platform. Now artists from other companies have taken the initiative to come and want to participate in some exhibition matches. For free. Or even at a loss. This is the popularity of the VR platform now. And then, what further hyped up the popularity of this mecha fighting competition was that the World Company made an official announcement. In addition to the original rewards, the top 16 players in the mecha fighting competition can obtain the right to settle in Punlai. But fake matches are strictly prohibited in the competition, and the places cannot be bought and sold. At that time, there will be a Red Queen to supervise and judge the whole process. Players who have obtained the right of settlement can come to Pumlai with their whole family. Moreover, the enjoyment of Pumlai benefits does not depend on nationality, but only on the right of settlement. After obtaining the right of settlement, you only need to complete the questions on time and seriously to keep it. And there is no restriction on living here. Originally, they are enjoying a lot of benefits, so naturally there will be no forced retention. In addition, the top 128 players can get a free 7-day round-trip tour after Pumlai is opened. Round-trip air tickets and all daily consumption in Pumlai are free. And they can also enjoy a free medical cabin test and treatment. And the treatment opportunity can be transferred to immediate family members. The first 1,024 players can obtain the application quota for traveling to Pumlai, which can be traded freely. Almost immediately after the World Company's announcement, Umbrella Company also issued a notice. The day when the Mecha competition ends is the day when Pumlai opens to tourism. The first batch is the quota obtained from the Mecha competition, and the subsequent quota is to be determined. Because the VR platform itself is jointly launched by the World Company and Umbrella Company, it is normal to cooperate with each other. The relationship between the two companies has always been quite good, and they are absolute strategic partners. On the contrary, this open expression did not arouse any deeper suspicion. And if the settlement rights of the top 16 are only available to the top operation masters, then the rankings of 128 and 1024 behind them obviously give more opportunities. The selection of mechas and the installation of modules in this competition have their own limitations. There is no suppression of godly equipment. It all depends on your matching and operation. And the competition, before the game is launched, you can make temporary adjustments, and the traditional BP mode is adopted. Modules such as power, module, and defense will have corresponding points, which cannot exceed this total score. It can be said to be quite fair. In addition, the VR platform looks at the brain's reaction. Even if some people can't keep up physically, as long as their brains can keep up. The VR platform has just been launched. So in theory, if you immediately conduct some targeted intensive exercises and form some conditioned reflexes of operations, you really have a chance to touch these rewards. It ignited a huge enthusiasm in an instant. Since the World and Umbrella issued announcements one after another, the already popular VR platform has become even more popular. The exchange of credit points has seen another peak. In addition, various monsters on the internet have also emerged. The operation course of the Mecha Master, from entry to mastery, only costs 19.9 yuan. One-on-one teaching by the captain of the Mecha team of the T0 Alliance. Private Mecha tutor. Please contact if you are interested. Mecha training. Not to mention, these courses immediately attracted a lot of attention as soon as they came out. Many people who didn't play games before and joined purely because of the rewards of this event have fallen into the trap. After all, even driving practice is a mess. Although this VR platform is operated by direct brain signals, it is common to have problems with hand and foot coordination when you are nervous. At least except for some sports geniuses in this area. Ordinary uncles and aunts still need time to get started. At least this class will definitely miss it. So it's just about participation. In fact, there are not many people who sell courses like this. Except for speculation. Because those who really have the chance to hit the top 1,024 have all started high-intensity training. VR platforms have only been popular for so long. And except for a few geniuses, most people just get better with practice. Just like those esports players. The training time is definitely so long that they want to vomit. The practice of finishing off the enemy has to be trained into muscle memory. Although the VR platform directly commands brain signals, it also needs to train the reflex of this operation. A national mecha craze and a national mecha style have emerged. Some small skills, tricks and routines in live broadcasts and videos can immediately get super high likes. What Z-shape displacement, triangle kill, 3-point sniping, etc. It is obviously a traditional online game, but it seems to have become a new competitive event in an instant. The key is that many well-known athletes have also announced that they will participate in this competition and started targeted training. It is not clear how powerful the other functions of the medical cabin are, but at least the fact that it can treat old soft tissue injuries is a temptation that these athletes cannot refuse. Even if their worth may ensure that they can buy a place afterwards, or enter through normal channels in the future. But who doesn't want to be quick? Who doesn't want to prove themselves? At least in terms of training and reaction speed. Professional athletes believe that they are not inferior. Raising his hand and looking at the palm of his hand, Wang Yi also felt the movement of several single-celled organisms on his palm. Obviously, they are single-celled organisms. But when the sunworm preys on ciliates, Wang Yi still feels a wonderful feeling. Then he raised his hand, and the invisible force sent all the single-celled organisms in his palm into the culture medium. Now even if it is a single-celled organism, it will not be crushed to death if it can be spared. Of course, if it blocks the road, it will be stepped on to death. And letting it go is only relative. Although all creatures on Earth are now considered his natural dependents, sharing so much will dilute the love, the source of life. It took a while to take this critical step. Whether traveling or playing, Wang Yi is actually in the process of adapting. A very interesting feeling and state. Although I have walked my own path, I can also feel the evolved faith. Not limited to humans. I feel that all creatures have given a kind of will strengthening in the dark. But unfortunately, faith is poisonous. Stretching out his fingers, it seemed to outline a ray of aurora-like brilliance in the air. And the next moment, it was thrown away by Wang Yi and dissipated. The power of faith is a very interesting thing. For example, the grass-head god has been blessed by faith. The full use of faith can also exert a strong power. And it can also be combined with magic power to explode, forming a kind of enhanced attack, which should be the prototype of divine art to some extent. Absorbing it can also complete self-improvement. Perhaps the path of the gods is like this. And they can constantly strengthen themselves with the power of faith. Because of Wang Yi's own title, he can clearly feel that the so-called power of faith does not necessarily require others to worship or praise you. Even if there is no feeling at all. As long as the will is born from the same source of life, some will be given. The only difference is that if a fanatical belief is formed, the number will be greater. Or it can be much greater. But belief is poisonous. Every individual is different. Not to mention all the species contained in this source of life. In the early stage, relying on the transformed soul, absorbing these can achieve rapid improvement. But as the toxicity in it accumulates more and more, a certain degree of backlash will begin to appear. This may be the reason why the gods of the other world are not visible, or they are sleeping or leaving. However, Wang Yi has also found several means of relief or direct resolution. For example, the more single the main race providing the belief, the more single the belief, the less the toxin, the more synchronized the thoughts and the more pious, the easier it will be to absorb. When the speed of soul improvement exceeds the accumulation of toxins, if it can be ensured to be suppressed all the time, it should be able to be maintained for a long time in theory. At most, when it can't hold on later, absorb less, or adjust the type of belief to complete the suppression, and maintain balance by nesting dulls. These are just Wang Yi's guesses based on some characteristics of the current belief. And he is not going this way. By overclocking and self-transformation of central nervous cells, he, who has completed the unity of body and soul, can strengthen himself. He directly stripped out all the beliefs, and had no intention of absorbing them. It is the right way to ensure that one's own soul is flawless, and walk on one's own road to heaven. The evolution of life is really magical. Feeling the various microorganisms everywhere, Wang Yi couldn't help but reveal a fatherly love smile. The continuation and evolution of genes themselves are not always consistent. It is more appropriate to describe them as evolution. Higher organisms themselves may not completely meet the demands of gene continuation. With the emergence of the brain and the improvement of intelligence, this contradiction will become more and more obvious. Individuals will want to survive forever. But for genes, if they can't give birth to children, they will have no use value. Too long a lifespan is not conducive to the adaptation of genes to the environment. So as human lifespan increases, there will be more abnormal diseases. In fact, this is not abnormal. This is part of the gene. Helicobacter pylori has coexisted with humans for so long, and is also a major cause of gastric cancer. But studies have shown that this thing can also prevent asthma to a certain extent when humans are young. The gene pool of cockroaches and locusts is more complex than that of humans. Coupled with their short lifespan, they can ensure that even if they encounter a harsh environment, they can quickly extract from the database to complete their own changes in a few generations. Arctic cockroaches secrete antifreeze by themselves, and when locusts are tempted to feel that next year will be difficult to pass, the next generation of locusts that lay eggs will form a locust plague. And locusts that form a locust plague usually produce some biological toxins through self-transformation to ensure that birds do not eat themselves. Bacteria are attacked by antibiotics, and can quickly develop drug resistance through rapid reproduction and iteration. The essence of organisms is not that the more complex and advanced they are, the longer their lifespan will be. Everything is only for the transmission of genes. But they have chosen different evolutionary routes. When it is believed that the brain and wisdom hinder transmission, brain degeneration may even occur. For example, after the sea squirt completes the attachment, it will eat its own brain, reduce consumption, and greatly increase the chance of survival. Australia's wild cats have increased their body size by 20% in a short period of time. In fact, humans have also been evolving and adapting. But the cycle of each generation of humans is relatively long, so it is not obvious. There have been many mass extinctions in the history of the Earth, and the endings are almost exactly the same. The more complex and advanced the organisms are, the easier they are to be extinct because they can't keep up with the evolution speed. On the contrary, lower organisms are more likely to adapt to the drastic changes in the environment, and the lower organisms that remain can evolve various levels on the food chain in the new era, forming a new cycle. The emergence of intelligent creatures is just one of the countless coincidences. Reading the traces of existence and the memory of history, Wang Yi seemed to have a long river of time flowing in his eyes. Then, he also completed the sequence transformation of today's share and felt a little impact on his soul. This shock also made Wang Yi shake his head. At this point, even if the speed is fast, there will still be shocks. Tut-tut. Before the soul and body were not united, the transformation of cells was an exponential improvement, and the soul that could only improve linearly could not withstand it. Each time the adaptation time would be longer and longer, until it was worn out by time and consumed. But now, it is equivalent to that one's own transformation can be improved synchronously, and can maintain the same amplitude. In the early stage, it may not be as big as the improvement of directly integrating faith for refining, but the speed in the later stage will far exceed those so-called gods. But I'm not sure how they do it. It would be great if I could catch one and study it. Thinking of this, Wang Yi was also a little tempted, but he quickly gave up the idea. Gods live long and see for a long time. God knows how long they will exist. As a late stage, there is no need for me to be so anxious. For example, after becoming a god, the strength of ordinary gods increases by 10 each time. As the strength increases, it may reach 11 or 12 every year, and then continue like this for 10,000 years, tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of millions of years. And Wang Yi's first increase may only be 1. But the second time is 2. The third time is 4. The fourth time is 8. In this case, let alone 10,000 years. Even the gods that have existed since the birth of the universe will catch up sooner or later. The 10th power of 2 exceeds 1,000, and the 27th power exceeds 100 million. So once there is a slight soul shock, Wang Yi will stop immediately, because the next impact will double. It has to be digested well, and to speed up this digestion process, in addition to time, is endless knowledge and inspiration. The scholars on earth are the endless treasure house, because omniscience can be omnipotent. Ha ha. Finally got it. With dark circles under her eyes. By Bing finally grabbed the Umbrella skin care product set in the early morning and laughed like a copper bell. In fact, this set of skin care products from Umbrella is quite expensive, even if you pay with credit points and get a 10% discount. The beauty instrument costs more than 6,000 yuan, and the skin care products cost about 800 yuan a month. However, compared with the effect, this price is completely not a big deal. In the past, the prices of luxury skin care products and beauty products could easily crush Umbrella's products. This can only be said to be a conscientious enterprise. Because of the pricing, it has attracted widespread praise from the majority of women with average income. Some people even fought each other because the product was sold at a low price. Because there are too many people buying it, it is impossible to grab it. The second-hand dealers in the non-credit point channel have already hyped up the beauty instrument to 14,000 in a short period of time. Skincare products have even reached 4,000, and it is still rising rapidly. And the continued surge in prices is completely within expectations. This is completely in short supply. It is precisely because of this that Bai Bing has been waiting hard. And she finally grabbed it after a week of continuous grabbing. And she almost died suddenly. It's really that everyone is grabbing it. After finally grabbing it, she looked at the time and took out a pill of Ankangding and ate it. And then fell on the bed. It felt like she had just closed her eyes, and the alarm clock rang. This sleep time. Ankangding can't save me. She yawned when she got up. Since taking Ankangding, she rarely felt tired when she got up. Usually 3 or 4 sleep cycles can make up for it. But I have slept too little recently. so I find time to take a nap at noon. However, when she thought of the skincare set she had snatched, she was secretly happy. It was equivalent to saving a lot of money. As for selling? Not possible. For girls, beauty is the most important. And at this moment, her cell phone rang. But it was the skincare products she had just snatched that had been delivered. This is the benefit of having an experienced store in the same city. Umbrella. I'm here. Without any hesitation, she took the package and started to try it out. She didn't even eat breakfast. Anyway, she had Umbrella's stone-dissolving medicine, so she wasn't afraid of gallstones. After fiddling with it for a while, looking at the clean stains and the beautiful face, she was too lazy to put on makeup. She hooked her shoes and went out. In the elevator, she touched up her lipstick in front of the mirror and quickly scanned a high-range shared battery car of the World Company and rode quickly towards the company. When she arrived at the travel agency, looking at her colleagues, who all had dark circles under their eyes, Bai Bing also smiled and greeted them. Good morning, everyone. Did you all stay up all night again yesterday? Did you get it? Gongzi also had dark circles under his eyes, and he couldn't help but say with some envy when he saw Bai Bing's tired but rosy face. He has a girlfriend, and now she is clamoring for this skincare product. But the second-hand price is too expensive. Originally, when the second-hand market was only 50% more expensive, he confidently told his girlfriend that the price would drop and she had to wait. As a result, his girlfriend had already placed an order and returned it at that time. But now it is skyrocketing, and there is no intention of stopping at all. A new price every day. Are you kidding me? It's just a skincare product. Is it that exaggerated? What if it's a few days late? Will I die if I don't use skincare products? But the price won't drop at all as he complains. There's no other way. He can only bear the pain and keep his head down. He will have to stay up all night to grab it. If he doesn't get it, he will have to buy the high-priced scalper products this week. After all, it's Umbrella's product, so there is no script or software to grab it. At least they are on the same starting line. It's a blessing in disguise. Didn't Xiao Bing use makeup today? A middle-aged woman, who looked to be in her 40s, and well-maintained, looked at Bai Bing with some surprise. Yes, I tried the new product, and I didn't expect it to be so effective. Gongzi couldn't get to the point before, but now that his colleague pointed it out, Bai Bing smiled reservedly. It's really a magic tool. Where can there be something that has such an effect in one use? Cosmetics? Foundation? What is that? Just put on lipstick in the future. Let me see. Let me see. A younger girl with freckles on her face ran over and looked at Bai Bing's complexion with envy. It can be like this in one use? While saying this, she directly put it on. Hee. I didn't expect it to be like this in one use. Long-term use seems to be mainly anti-aging. I'll take a photo and see the effect in a month. You see, I was in a hurry to go out, and I haven't applied it on my hands yet. The difference is so big. It can be said that a group of people around were very envious of Bai Bing for getting it. This thing is really being snatched up by both men and women. If you don't use it yourself, you can give it to your girlfriend. If it doesn't work, you can sell it and make a lot of money. Umbrella's products really won't treat users unfairly. Robots, VR platforms, and trackers. Which one is not a hit? This made Gongzi next to him even more jealous. And then he said, but if you count it, you are really lucky to be able to grab a robot. A batch is released every month. I must try it this time. Yeah, I can just lie down. Now that the production has increased, the chance should be greater. By the way, Gongzi, didn't you sign up for the mecha competition? How is it going? Bai Bing said in a good mood when she returned to her workstation. Don't mention it. Those who sell courses are fake. If you want to enter the top 1,000 by starting training temporarily, don't even think about it. But later I thought about it. Even Bolt, Schumacher, Kobe, and even Jordan have announced that they will participate. How fierce is the competition? Jordan is also participating? And Schumacher, I remember, was injured and unconscious? Old Zhang, who was holding a thermos cup, was also a little surprised. He was a fan of Jordan at first, but now he doesn't watch the game much, so he didn't know the news. Shuma has heard about it. It seems that there was an accident in a skiing accident. Yes, this game doesn't require much physical strength. It requires reaction. But Jordan is a little older, and his reaction speed should not be as fast as that of young people. But no matter what, He was a professional athlete before, and I feel that it is still worth watching. But I don't know if he can impact the top 1,000. As for Shuma, I also went to find out. It seems that he is using brain-computer connection equipment for professional rehabilitation training. Although he can't move freely, he can use brain-computer connection to enter the game. Kobe also retired this year. If he can get a quota to repair his hidden injury, I don't know if he will come back. It's really exciting. Tennis Grand Slam, football superstar, basketball all-star, as well as rugby, badminton, table tennis, racing drivers, gymnastics, swimming. Retired players from all walks of life have announced their participation. The VR platform has just been launched not long ago. Although the game is an old game, the operation is brand new. There is a chance for latecomers to catch up. It can be said that the popularity of this mecha competition itself has even overshadowed the upcoming Pakistan Olympics. Almost everyone is discussing it. Originally, because of the neon zombie virus and the invasion of New York. South Korea also had a small outbreak later. And now a global project to boost morale is urgently needed. So the postponed Pakistan Olympics is in the limelight. After all, Pakistan's climate is here and will not be affected too much. As a result, the temporary world company has announced a mecha competition, which is so crazy. Whether it is LOL or eating chicken, there is no comparison between various competitions and the mecha competition. Moreover, the prizes given out by the mecha competition are also real money. The quota for settlement cannot be bought with money, and the quota for free treatment and the quota for going are also bought at a high price early on. The free treatment of the top 128 can be transferred to direct relatives, and couples can also be counted. A typical reward for getting into the top 128 and getting a rich woman. This is not counting the various rewards that will be given out, such as the Sweeper C-type robot, trackers, and credit points. It is no exaggeration to say that this game has attracted worldwide attention. It is hard to tell that it is a game similar to esports. Young people are very receptive to VR and esports. But in fact, the influence is still somewhat inaccessible to older people. And not everyone likes games. But because those veteran athletes announced their exits, they directly attracted the attention of all men, women, and children. Under such high heat, various media certainly would not let it go, and found Jordan, who has become the boss, to interview him. Mr. Jordan, are you participating for that treatment? If the treatment is completed, are you interested in returning? The reporter's question was very direct, and Jordan's answer was quite natural. In fact, with my worth, I can buy a spot afterwards. But I want to see where my limit is, which is also a new challenge. As for returning compared with Jordan in the posters and videos, Jordan in reality is obviously more haggard. At this point, Jordan sighed. I'm old, so forget about returning. I just want to relieve the pain in my body. That's all. Maybe you don't know. Now I really rely on the pain-relieving effect of Ankangding to hang on. And I have even tried stronger drugs before. I think this is a problem that every old athlete needs to face. Jordan's true feelings also touched many people, and then began to look up the situations of some old athletes. Blocking needles and painkillers almost accompany life. Originally, athletes seemed to be healthy and strong in everyone's feelings. However, after a closer look, it was discovered that the average lifespan of athletes is actually shorter than that of ordinary people. Excessive exercise and overdrawn exercise are actually a long-term damage. The accumulation of various soft tissue injuries is also the most common manifestation. Not only athletes, but also migrant workers, action actors, and people who do all kinds of physical work will have it. Even people who sit in the office for a long time will have strains in the waist muscles, shoulders, etc. These are difficult to avoid, and will become irreversible as time goes by. For top athletes, they all have extremely professional medical teams, and various measures and rehabilitation exercises from surgery to rehabilitation are in place. But even so, they can only alleviate as much as possible. It is precisely because of the more injuries that they know more. If any other company came up with such a gimmick, it would definitely be sneered at. But the other party is Umbrella, a company that creates miracles. Even now, Umbrella has launched 20,000 satellites into space, and robots are everywhere. But it cannot hide the fact that they started with biology. This is their old business. Chapter 479 Opening Gathering of Stars. A huge stage was built in Hengwon Square in the Magic City, with modular products and the assistance of robots. It looks just like building blocks, and it appeared from nothing overnight. When someone took a picture of the scale of the stage in Hangwon Square the next day, they were all stunned. This is too efficient. The most important thing is the images projected in the sky, the passing spaceships, and the hanging planets all show the use of holographic projection here. At present, Umbrella sells holographic bracelets to the outside world. The tracker and sweeper also have holographic combinations. But the holographic devices for formal use outside are not sold yet. So there is no doubt that this must be the scene of the opening ceremony of this Starry Sky Cup. The VR platform was created by Umbrella and the world, so it will definitely support it this time. The opening ceremony has not yet started, and the scene only played some background patterns and some looping music, but it attracted a large number of people. Without prior notice, people gathered by word of mouth. Fortunately, they contacted Umbrella Company in advance to maintain security and order on site because they were worried about trampling. Robots also completed the diversion and guidance on site. Those internet celebrities who have been riding on the popularity recently came here after hearing the news. Many people who were not in Shanghai beat their chests and stamped their feet, cursing the official for not informing them in advance. It was really unexpected that the popularity this time was a bit beyond expectations. In fact, Wang Yi didn't expect that those sports superstars would emerge one by one. After all, sports superstars have money, and they will definitely get a place in the future. Perhaps, they also want to prove something. After all, they are in competition. Without a heart that never stops and the pursuit of continuous climbing, they can't reach the level of superstars. Behind the venue, Wang Yi sat here and chatted with young Master Qin. Young Master Qin, who had always been served by others and never showed any restraint in the past, was a little bit uncomfortable in front of Wang Yi at this time, but not as natural as Ma Dong next to him. After all, the two sides are just dog meat friends in the true sense. The kind of fox friends and dog friends. And because of Wang Yi's communication, Hung Wan is now making too much money. Umbrella's ability to attract money, even if it leaks a little, can make a lot of money. Through the VR platform that World and Umbrella cooperated with, it can actually be seen that in theory, the best agent of Umbrella in China should be World Company. They actually threw it directly to him. The benefits are too great, and it is not a problem to meet each other. Wang Yi knows a little about Qin Xiang's thoughts, but he doesn't care. It takes a lot of energy to spread it offline. World Company was originally just as change for entertainment. Now at this scale, there are actually all kinds of demons and monsters inside. This is something that a company cannot avoid after it becomes bigger and stronger. After all, the structure of World Company and Umbrella is still different. Even if Qian Yayan controls the overall situation and Lin Shiqin helps, there are too many branches and details below. As long as there are people, loopholes are easy to appear. Absolute loyalty is still a fantasy under normal circumstances. And Wang Yi can't knock Duwashu on the side of the World Company. Even if there have been many examples of killing chickens to scare monkeys in the past, it is impossible to eliminate them. The greed of getting more is a basic motivation of human beings. The more capable people are, the stronger this motivation will be. So maybe in Qin Xiang's view, this is a great benefit. But for Wang Yi, doesn't it save a lot of trouble? If you have this spare time, you can just develop some new products? Money is just a means to achieve the goal. To put it bluntly, this is also working for yourself. Fortunately, Qin Xiang is a little more restrained. But he has received elite education and has been in contact with various bigwigs since he was a child. That kind of mentality is still very stable. So he will not lose his composure. After hearing what Wang Yi said, he nodded and said with emotion, "Yes, the popularity has completely exceeded my expectations. After those sports giants left, I also became a heat seeker. Originally, Qin Xiang was one of the players specially invited to play the exhibition match this time. No matter how big the event is, it has to have some gimmicks. Qin Xiang is famous and is a player, so he is naturally suitable. As a result, when the first sports superstar left, the domino effect appeared, which was really unexpected. Now the top traffic in the entertainment industry is crying and shouting to come and ask for a shot. Many stars have also announced that they will participate in the competition and started to train temporarily. But after this, the plan that was set at the beginning will no longer be expanded. It is mainly Qin Xiang, Ma Dong, Lu Xiuke and Lu Zhen, the actor who often hugs Wang Yi and licks him on the internet, to play an exhibition match. Who is not? Haha. It's a big bargain. Ma Dong also laughed. In fact, he originally wanted to help stir up the heat. But in the end, he also turned into a bargain. It is true that I have taken advantage. But the popularity of Ma Gu and Xiaoke does not need to be hyped anymore. And Mr. Qin does not care. I am the one who has taken advantage the most. Lu Xun laughed and praised three people at the same time with one sentence. When he first cooperated with Ma Dong in filming, he still ordered him around. But now he is called Ma Gu all the time. And it is completely seamless. At the same time, he is also very proud of his wise and heroic behavior at that time. I have been licking all the way. All kinds of fancy tap water. And many people say that I am a licking dog. What's wrong with licking dogs? You can't lick even if you want to. Okay. It's about to start. You guys go and get busy. Don't worry about me. Wang Yi casually looked at the time and smiled at everyone. At that time, Ma Dong and Lu Xiuke will be the hosts. They were the first batch of anchors with A1 lenses and umbrella. And they are definitely the veterans of the cooperation. Ma Dong has the opportunity to go to Pumlai in advance. And Lu Xiuke will also have the opportunity to get the internal skin care samples. Add to that a top influencer and a top actress. And the cards are definitely full. They didn't announce the opening ceremony because they were worried about the large number of people, but only announced the competition process. They made quick preparations on the spur of the moment. But when the opening ceremony was officially announced, Hangwan Square was already crowded with people. And it was no exaggeration to describe it as a sea of people. However, because of the large number of robots controlling the scene and the umbrella security team, the order was quite good even though it was already dark. As Ma Dong and Lu Xiuke walked onto the stage, the holographic projection on the scene had already turned into the background picture in the game, echoing with the two of them. It seemed as if the two of them were stepping directly on the starry sky, which was quite dreamy. Ma Dong stood on a star, looking at the audience below and the live camera with emotion and said, 3 years ago, I was still an old villain, and everyone could only know me in some gift pictures. Ma Gu was still an old veteran at that time, and I was just a pure newbie. Lu Xiuke also showed a nostalgic smile to the camera. At that time, the three of them lived next door to each other in a rental house, gnawing on beef bones, as if it was just yesterday. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 years have passed, but everyone has undergone earth-shaking changes. Bringing umbrellas A1 glasses is our common starting point. And today, the holographic imaging based on A1 glasses and the stage presented by the VR platform also represent a new era. As soon as the voice fell, the holographic images on the scene suddenly surged. Under the array of many drone combinations in the sky, the holographic scenery instantly enveloped the entire venue, covering all the people who had already lined up. It made everyone feel like they were stepping into the universe and forming a new world directly in the form of holograms. Hack! Bunker! I was almost scared to death. Hee hee. The robot clearly had a prompt at the beginning. Explosion! So beautiful. Under the linkage of the drones in the sky and the holographic devices on the stage itself, the combination that instantly covered the entire venue was like pulling everyone into another world at the same time. And this picture was also fully reflected in the original official live broadcast and the live broadcasts of many people on the scene. Those who did not arrive at the scene because of the sneak attack on the opening ceremony and only saw the live broadcast of the opening ceremony also felt a sense of shock. In fact, the holographic bracelet has been used for so long. I felt that I was used to the holographic technology. Now I find that I still think it is too simple. Yes, the tracker and sweeper also use holographic technology, but neither of them has this shocking feeling. Of course, the holographic bracelet needs to be simplified due to structural problems. It cannot cooperate from multiple angles and still lacks this immersive feeling. Think about the ambush of the Gulf Foreign Legion in Africa. It was directly a phantom tank. Everyone knows that Umbrella has more advanced holographic technology. At that time, Gaul was directly pressed to the ground and rubbed like a child. Some survivors are still in PTSD, and they still have nightmares when they think back. But now it is used directly at an opening ceremony. After the completely immersive feeling appears, there is a feeling that is completely different from VR. Real immersion. But soon, everyone did not pay too much attention to this new technology. After all, holographic technology has appeared, and more advanced ones have also appeared in Africa. Now they are more concerned about this competition. At present, there is still some time before the official competition, and there should be some other programs. Sure enough, the next thing is that Lu Xiuke, Qin Xiang, Ma Dong, and Lu Xun will start the mecha show match to explain the relevant rules in a practical way. Each of the 4 people also used a standard prototype of a different model. They are Zaku, Warrior, Jim, and Bazum. Since the mecha appeared in the internal update of Star World, the structural copyrights of various classic models have been purchased. The reason for choosing these 4 small mechas is also to explain the restrictions on the performance points of mechas in the fighting competition itself. Liu Shiuka, who operates Zaku, took the lead in explaining okay. The reason why we chose these 4 basic models is because their body points account for the lowest proportion, and they can use the components with the most points. This competition is not a competition of equipment crushing, but relies on equipment and operation. The point system we designed will not have all-round mechas, and how to temporarily deploy them at that time also needs to be played on the spot, adopting the traditional BP mode. The next moment, Liu Shiuka and Ma Dong started the battle drill. First, each player disabled 5 options in the dazzling array of module pools and mecha pools. Then, each player started to select the corresponding mecha and weapon modules. The order and number of disabled and selected options are very similar to the situations in various competitive games. Finally, Liu Shiuka chose Zaku with assault rifle module and melee equipment. Ma Dong chose Warrior with long-range sniper and melee modules. Terrain selection is also to BP the battlefield you don't want first, and then randomly select the remaining battlefields. When the game progresses to the 10-24 group stage, the 3-game 2-win mode will begin. The top 128 will start with 5 games and 3 wins. The top 16 will start with 7 games and 4 wins. The rules were actually issued a long time ago, so that the players can conduct special training. But after all, the situation in the game is still different from the official competition. The scene is also a demonstration of the actual rules on the spot. Then Ma Dong's warrior mecha was pressed to the ground by Liu Shiuka's Zaku. At a long distance, the assault rifle fired disturbances, and with a quick close-up, it was quickly killed when the melee configuration was similar. The comments outside were full of 666. Haha. So funny. Lao Ma, that big and strong man, was beaten by Xiaoko on the ground. The scene was so beautiful. I would believe it even if you said the other way around. Lao Ma is a sports expert, and his muscles are not made of drugs. How can there be such a big difference? But Liu Shiuka is amazing. She rarely uses a double when filming. The movements in those martial arts movies are so clean and neat. It turns out that women are so good at playing games. Haha. You still look down on us girls. Long live Xiaoko. Beat them up. Amid all the cheerful comments, Qin Xiang and Lu Zhen soon decided the winner. Of course, Lu Zhen, the actor, lost regretfully, but Qin Xiang was the one who played the game the most among the few people, so this was also normal. When it came time for Qin Xiang and Liu Shiuka to play against each other, some people had already started guessing activities. Let's see who will win. Although many people supported Liu Shiuka, most players still voted for Qin Xiang at this time. No matter what, young Master Qin is still the leader of our alliance, and his actual combat ability is still good. Yes, although it is unlikely to hit the top 10-24. He also has the dignity of an old player. This BP is very rational. It should be because he saw Liu Shiuka's melee mad dog mode in front, and directly banned all the propulsion modules. However, Liu Shiuka did not ban them. He could not ban them all with the number of times in his hand, but he could choose the remaining T0 propulsion with the advantage of first selection. If Shiuka wants to catch up, he will have to use the 2 chances in the backhand on the propulsion module. He will lose a step in the choice. There are quite a lot of players in Star World, and the recent popularity of mechas has made many people quite clear about the performance parameters of various mecha modules, and they can talk about which one is better. Because of this group of theoretical parties, those who are just casual players, or those who have just come into contact with, or even haven't played the game recently, can also roughly understand some of the meanings. It's this BP that Liu Shiuka suffered a loss. There are even professional game commentators who make special explanations in their live broadcast rooms. As you can see, our leader Qin is indeed an old player. He has an advantage in BP. Compared with Liu Shiuka, he has an extra shield. When facing Liu Shiuka's attack, he can respond calmly. He also chose the medium-range MR47 electromagnetic gun, which is currently recognized as the king of medium range. On the other hand, Shiuka, although relying on the 2-handed push assistance of the backhand to ensure the opportunity to close and catch up, but because of the lack of a module, the medium-range containment is obviously at a disadvantage. The S-18 carbine in his hand is also a live ammunition type. Although the containment effect is very good, The live ammunition impact after hitting can effectively disrupt the opponent's balance and reduce the speed. But the hit rate is relatively low, and the control is more difficult. The disadvantage in the midterm shooting is too great. All kinds of introductions are well reasoned. Then I saw Liu Shiuka driving a Zaku and rushing towards Qin Xiang like a mad dog. The hit rate of the live ammunition carbine makes people scalp numb. It forcibly suppressed Qin Xiang, who had an absolute equipment advantage. If he hadn't had an extra shield, he would have been blown up before he even got close. In front, that was to give Ma Dong some face. And Liu Shiuka and Qin Xiang were not familiar with each other, so there was no need. Then, from a close distance, Qin Xiang, who had similar melee equipment and an extra shield, was torn into pieces by Liu Shiuka's 3 Zagu axes. In the previous preparation period, Qin Xiang had such a big advantage, relying on his familiarity with the performance of each module to take advantage and forcibly complete the restraint match. As a result, he operated like a tiger. And the record was 0-5, being slaughtered without any ability to fight back. They were not at the same level at all. As soon as this scene came out, it instantly caused cheers from the entire network. Haha. So funny. My goodness. Did the leader let me win? Bullshit. Xiaoka's firepower and close combat reaction. She can drive a Zaku into the fleet and get in and out 7 times. Awesome. A heroine. I used to think she was very cool when I watched martial arts movies, but now I realize I underestimated her. She is beautiful and capable. Damn. I feel like I'm in love. Wake up. It is rumored that Xiaoku is being kept by someone, and the backer is quite strong. Support your sister. Haven't you seen her family background? Her father owns 2 listed companies. That's right. In the past, some people have always criticized our Shiuka for plastic surgery. It turns out that she is naturally beautiful, but her skincare products are better. People in the entertainment industry are jealous. Shiuka hardly accepts any business activities except for advertisements and endorsements of a few world companies. She is a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. There was a small fight on the internet because of the result of this game. But it is obvious that Liu Shiuka has just come out of the plastic surgery storm. When the fans are fighting, they tore through all resistance. The result of this game is actually taken for granted to some extent. Liu Shiuka's subtle enhancement by Wang Yi is not just physical fitness, but all aspects of reaction have begun to exceed the scope of ordinary people. Especially reaction speed and thinking speed. These will be more obvious. In reality, it can't be beaten. But there is definitely no problem on the VR platform connected by brain and computer, which is obviously higher than ordinary people. Although the Starry Sky world has not been practiced much, there is no way to do it with strong ability. Talent suppresses everything. With the end of the warm-up match, the countdown to the official competition has begun. Then, the faces of sports superstars and popular top stars appeared in the sky of the holographic scene. After obtaining the consent of the contestants, these hottest contestants and events will be specially selected for simultaneous live broadcast. If you know the game code of your friend, you can also search directly on the online live broadcast platform to watch. However, if it is on the scene, the choice is still limited. After all, even if it has been fully holographic, and the sky around is full of various screens, it is still quite limited compared to the total number of contestants. Maybe in the later stage, one-on-one competition and explanation can be carried out. But it is obviously not possible at the time of the preliminary selection. Only some of the most popular contestants can be selected for competition. Mr. Joe? Jordan. Oh, I'm your fan. I signed up for this game because of you. I didn't expect to meet you in the first game. I'm so excited. There is a time for trash talk between opponents, as long as you don't swear, in order to make both sides more enthusiastic. Of course, match fixing is strictly prohibited, and this will be judged by the red later. The reverse operation of buying off the opponent's opponent to match fix will also be circumvented through the adjustment of the game. After the top 128 announce the schedule, the players will go to Penglai, where they will ensure that they live under the eyes of the Red Queen and can also guard against subsequent secret operations. Moreover, the rewards for the competition have reached a certain level, and the cost of bribery itself is also quite high. Coupled with the deterrence of the Red Queen, it can be said that the possibility is suppressed to the lowest. However, even so, when Jordan found that the other party was his fan, he smiled bitterly and said, "Thank you for your attention, but I hope you will respond with all your strength." Of course, the highest level of star chasing is to defeat idols. Basketball is impossible. but I want to try the mecha competition. Then, both sides entered the BP with high morale. And the styles they chose were quite similar. That is, the high-speed melee type. Jordan, this fan, did not brag. He really went all out. But Jordan also showed the strength of professional athletes after targeted training. Old Jordan, can he still make a living? This is the question raised by many young fans after he announced that he would participate in the competition. The great waves wash away the sand, and generations of superstars emerge. Now it is no longer Jordan's era. But in this game, the close combat mecha competition, the amazing sword light and shadow, and the sparks when close weapons touch each other, all show the ability of this former superstar, no longer bound by the old body with hidden injuries. Although the thinking speed is slightly inferior to that of the young, the VR signal takeover makes up for the lack of reflex nerves. And there will be no situation where the brain can keep up, but the hands can't keep up. The results of the hard training of this professional athlete are also fully reflected. In the end, he completely defeated his fans cleanly. The king is back. And those who can be carefully selected from so many games on the first day are mostly players with huge influence in the world. Kobe, who just retired, also showed amazing dominance. And these professional athletes seem to like close combat mecha, because this is the best way to play their advantages. The figures of Yao Ming, Uncle Long, Li Jie, Xingxing and others also flashed on the screen. And it can be seen that they are all very fighting. The momentum of who else but me is that many of them have just started playing games. But they completely suppress those normal game players. The main reason is that the VR platform has just been released. VR operation is completely different from the previous computer operation. The details are full, just like a real mecha control panel. This makes the biggest advantage of old players is the analysis of data and understanding of equipment. But these advantages can be completed at a very fast speed for top players, who have a complete team of targeted training. Although those who sold courses and sparring partners on the TT platform were laughed at by many people, there is no doubt that this business is really hot. Uncle Long's moves. The stars are all out. Li Jie is so hardworking. Really so hardworking. I can understand that. I heard that his physical condition is very bad. I'm afraid he is determined to win. Not just him, but everyone is so hardworking. How can there be simple characters who can fight their way out in the past era? No matter what industry or profession, people who can climb to this point will have their persistence and perseverance. All the stars are gathered together. I'm suddenly moved. Yeah. Under the technology that Umbrella's medical technology can resolve soft tissue hidden injuries, those top stars, who are good at sports and action scenes, have chosen to fight on their own. There are only so many places in the initial stage. Everyone wants to be in the first batch. What if there are not enough places to sell? People can only rely on themselves. In addition to these traditional superstars, a group of esports players and anchors who have risen rapidly with new internet such as esports and live broadcasting also participated in it. However, relatively speaking, their cards are obviously not comparable to those in the previous ones. They can't hang on the live Starry Sky stage with limited scenes. They can only watch and search on the internet. Many of their fans are still supporting them. Retired esports players such as Ruofeng, Factory Manager, Mala Xianghua, and PDD. There are also hot players such as Feek and Shugo, all of whom participated without exception. And they also have corresponding coaching teams. Many of them have also started playing Star World in advance and are more familiar with the rules and accessories. In addition to being young, thinking faster, they also have unique advantages. But even so, in PDD's live broadcast room, the original relaxed expression on the host's round face gradually became solemn. The preliminary round is a points system, which does not mean that you will be gone if you lose one game. Everyone will have at least 10 games. Then, the calculation is based on the win-loss points. If the top 24 cannot be selected to enter the group stage after 10 games, the remaining players will play extra games until all are confirmed. Anyway, mecha fighting is usually faster, and there is no ink. The screening efficiency is actually very good, and will not be delayed for a long time. As a retired professional esports player, PD still has his own pride. The front is also a way to overcome all the obstacles. But when he met an athlete from the provincial track and field team in the 7th game, an athlete whose name he had never heard of, and who had never won international awards, he was directly forced into a corner. If it weren't for his familiarity with the performance of the machine, he finally fought back. I'm afraid he would have been completely torn apart by the opponent's mad dog mode. After the game, He was a little confused and asked the fans in the live broadcast room. No way. So strong? I only know that he is an athlete. I haven't heard of him. It seems that he didn't even make the Olympic team? Damn. Even now, PDD still hasn't recovered from the previous game. Too strong. He knew that the opponent's strength was actually above his own. He played a little trick to deceive the opponent later, and barely won by relying on his familiarity with the game. To put it bluntly, even if they face each other again, it's probably useless after the opponent knows this trick. PDD never underestimates those athletes who suddenly come back, because he himself is also a retired esports player. He knew how much improvement and advantage the VR platform would have after eliminating the interference of body reflexes. But no matter what, he originally thought that he was a professional esports player, and he once again took out the spirit of the competition training that year and asked someone to train him for such a long time, let alone pursuing the top 16. The top 128 should still be stable, right? At the very least. The bottom 1024 is definitely no problem. The previous game also confirmed this point. During the game, he still had time to brag with his fans and was at ease. But after the winning streak, he started to meet the winning streak opponent under the matching mechanism of the Red Queen. This was only the 6th game, and he almost flipped over. Just an unknown old athlete from the provincial team has brought this kind of oppression. He can feel that the other party is really trying hard. My dears, I feel that I am in big trouble. Have I exaggerated my boasting? Chapter 480 Go All Out, the Return of the King. The Starry Sky Cup was already extremely popular even before the quota for Umbrella's Punglai was released. Even though it was only the first event, Starry Sky World itself is an old game with many fans. So there will definitely be various speculations and fan groups fighting before the game, just like some traditional esports events. For example, I guess so-and-so can make it to the top few and so-and-so will definitely win the championship. The difficulty of controlling the VR platform is actually very high, because the control is very complicated. Even now, most people can't beat those who control the computer mouse. This Starry Sky Cup did not restrict the participation of computer mice. According to the proportion of the first game published, the winning rate of computer mouse control accounted for 80%. But it is undeniable that the upper limit of computer mouse operation is much lower than that of VR platform. 2 consecutive wins will drop sharply in an instant. 3 consecutive wins are only rare. So for the result of this game, most of the netizens' original speculations were the first batch of professional players who used the VR platform in Starry Sky World. The esports attribute of Starry Sky World is not high on weekdays, and it mainly depends on character development and teamwork. But because of the popularity and playability of the game, retired esports players like PDD will also enter this game. After all, their fan base itself has this attribute, and they also like games, so they will not miss it. They have accumulated more than 2 years of game experience, and they are also professional players. So even after those superstars have announced that they will participate in the competition, this group of former Starry Sky World professional players are still ranked higher. Among them, although PDD is not the most advanced one in the guessing, he is also ranked very high. Just like what PDD boasted himself. The top 16 is difficult, but the top 128 is not stable. At worst, the top 1024 can be easily grasped. With this kind of strength, it is normal to easily win all the preliminary games and enter the top 1024, even if they will match opponents with the same wins after winning many games. There are too many contestants. It doesn't matter. But who would have thought that this was only the 6th game? And the opponent was not a famous player, but he could fight with PDD to this extent? That crazy energy can really be felt through the screen. If PDD was not really an old game player, and had a good grasp of various performances, and used a very good strategy, I am afraid he would have been defeated directly. This I don't remember this athlete at all. I can't even call out his name. And I don't even think he looks familiar. Me too. In fact, we are not familiar with most of the athletes who will participate in the later Pakistan Olympics. Yes, you may pay attention to it if you win a gold medal, but in fact, many people will forget it after a while, unless it is a very important gold medal or a lot of gold. You can watch PDD's schedule here instead of watching Jordan and Kobe's games. It can be said that you are a die-hard PDD fan. I also support PDD a lot. They really didn't expect the previous match. However, a friend who came back from another live broadcast room spoke up. Brothers, we really thought too much before. Those professional athletes, who have been training since childhood, their fighting spirit is really scary. I watched a game of Kobe before, and he completely suppressed Faye and beat him without any chance of fighting back. Hack. Kobe versus Faye? What kind of combination is this? Oh my god. It seems like I'm watching it. I'm going to find the video, and we'll be back later. For a while, there were fewer people in the live broadcast room, which made PDD feel a little speechless. However, he also wanted to watch it. It's just that the rest time of the preliminary round is so long. And soon, he was matched with his match again. The previous one was the 6th game. And this is only the 7th game. This means that the opponent is also a 6-game winning streak. However, PDD, who was fully prepared, found that this opponent was obviously much weaker than the previous one. It should be a wild player. Although the strength is not weak, he was still easily defeated by him. This made PDD smile again. Brothers, it should be a matter of luck before. After all, there are so many players. I think it's okay. But his mouth seemed to be enlightened. The next moment, another athlete was ranked. But this time it was an athlete from Pyongyang, and an NBA player. But he was also the kind of player whose name could not be called. But the fans were still very powerful. And someone recognized the other party. Ah, I remember this. This is the backup center of the Magic team. Really? I have no impression at all. No sense of existence. Indeed, there is no sense of existence. A standard NBA blue-collar worker. But after all, he is playing in the NBA. And being able to get in shows his strength. He looks honest too. Well, it always feels derogatory to describe NBA players as honest. I've seen his games. And he is indeed a top defensive tool man. Not very offensive. Petey also saw the words of the fans in the barrage. And he was still worried. The previous unknown athlete had already brought him a big shadow. And now there is another one. After entering the trash talk time, both parties chose to agree to connect. An old face with some vicissitudes appeared on the other side. A standard Western face, with a little stubble, looked a little decadent. And the angle of the helmet made him look a little dull. It really confirmed the title of honest and simple. With simultaneous translation, there is no need to worry about communication problems. PDD, who is very good at livening up the atmosphere, grinned and said, "Hello. I have seen your NBA games. I hope we can also have a wonderful confrontation later." As a foreign friend, his attitude was more formal. The other party looked at PDD and nodded. "Hello, young man. You are very young. And you don't look like a sumo wrestler." The sentence "don't look like a sumo wrestler" directly ignited the live broadcast room. A group of water friends, who were originally nervous and constantly analyzing, laughed instantly. "Ha ha. Don't look like a sumo wrestler. Funny." The key is his serious expression. He is really not joking. He has analyzed it seriously. Ha ha. Teacher Piao was hit hard. I saw the anger bar. If it was just a taunt, it wouldn't make them so happy. The key is that this guy said it seriously, seemingly realizing that he had said something wrong. This unknown NBA blue-collar veteran also took the initiative to apologize. "Sorry. I may have said something offensive to you. Mainly because I subconsciously thought of you as an athlete. You can win so many games in a row. You must be an esports player or a professional gamer. It's really amazing." PDD, who was originally very good at speaking, was also hurt by the previous sentence, and just laughed dryly at this time. If it weren't for maintaining his image, he might have spit out foul language. Then the other party didn't stop talking to himself as if spitting beans. "As you can see, I am an NBA professional player. I really like basketball. I have liked it since I was a child. In addition, I am tall. So I was successfully admitted to high school with my basketball talent. And I went all the way to the NBA. I used to fantasize about entering the NBA, becoming a top star, and reaching the pinnacle of life. But reality has taught me that talent is more important than hard work in this world. No matter how much practice I do, no matter how much I target, all I can do is to fulfill my duties and complete defense." PDD laughed dryly and nodded while listening, while the fans on the other side were also complaining. "I am 37 years old this year, and my contract will expire in 1 year. And I think my team will not renew my contract. A player with no characteristics and reaching retirement age, in addition to bringing back a body of injuries, actually did not bring back much money. I am different from other players. I don't like to spend all my salary. I have saved a lot, and I may be able to apply for a middle school assistant coach in the future. But I really don't want to give up basketball. I don't have the money to grab the quota decided after the game. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity, I'm afraid I won't have the money to pay for treatment. After talking to himself, he looked up at PDD. And that kind of hot eyes seemed to ignite PDD through the screen. The fans before the live broadcast seemed to be able to see the fire in the other party's pupils. I said so much. Not to win your sympathy. Not to ask you to let me win. But to tell you that I will definitely go all out in this game. PDD, who was originally laughing dryly, heard the other party's words, and seemed to remember himself, who was regarded as an internet addict, with the misunderstanding of his family and the ridicule of others. He came here all the way with his love for esports and hard work during training. And for this competition, he also specially found a team to conduct targeted special training. My own efforts are definitely not small. My body also has many problems. I am not an athlete, but I am also a former professional esports player. And I will also go all out. PDD, who has always been laughing and not serious. And all kinds of chats and complaints. This time's expression and attitude made many fans seem to know him again. Damn. This game is really different. What kind of operation is this? Controlling the mecha. PDD, who was dizzy with the screen spinning in front of him, forced a wave of extreme operations. Finally, after the opponent rushed in, he barely exchanged one arm with one arm. Then he rotated the body to open up the distance again, and continued to use shoulder-fired guns to repel the opponent's approach again. If it weren't for his richer game experience, he might have been killed just now. This is the unknown NBA bench player? I am a well-known esports player after all. Don't underestimate me. Boom. As the melee attack approached again, PDD's attack was blocked by the opponent's broken shoulder, and he was shot through the cockpit. And then the two big words failure were displayed in front. After winning 7 games in a row, he finally fell in the 8th game. But although he lost, PDD had nothing to regret, because he had tried his best, and he had shown his sweat and strength, which was worth it. It's a pity. It was just a little bit off. Yeah, we could have died together. Almost. But it was a good fight. I like it. Come on. Let me get to know you again. Unlike the previous mocking hip-hop of the fans, this time there were many encouraging comments, which made PDD laugh. Don't worry. A loss is nothing. I'm still in the top 10-24. And now I'm off from a winning streak. The next opponent is not so strong. PDD smiled heartily, and soon entered the next game. Then I saw Faku with a paralyzed expression on his face. Oh. Yes. I seem to have heard that he was beaten by Kobe before. Damn. An NBA bench player beat himself like this. It seems normal for him to be unilaterally rubbed. Compared to PDD's enjoyable game, the unhappy expression on the opponent's face seemed to indicate that he has not come out of it yet. Esports players are also proud. And some of them have strong personalities. Feek is definitely one of them. Then, PDD was furious and yelled, "You can't take it out on me. I'm still speaking for you in the live broadcast. You're still cutting people's sticks." What a beast. And lost the second game. Situations like PDD are not isolated. When everyone was optimistic about esports players, the rapid rise of traditional sports athletes was so unexpected. Even if the VR platform has just been opened, the mecha has become much more complicated after opening the control module. And the control is completely different. Everyone's control starting point is similar. But the problem is that the old players of Star World are more clear about various information parameters. And no matter what, in an esports competition, you will definitely subconsciously think that the previous esports players are easier to get started and young people are more adaptable. But the fact is not so. Is this a brain computer? So magical. Seeing Jordan killing all around. I feel that my youth is back. Looking forward to the duel between Kobe and Jordan. This time, there is no physical disadvantage. But have you noticed that some masters are completely unknown? With no news at all. I know. Those are retired pilots. Hack. Yeah. Shuma's strength is also obviously superior. And he is absolutely T0. Is he still receiving treatment now? It really depends on the operation. Because of various upsets and various kings returning, the holding of this Starry Sky Cup can be said to be extremely successful. With the end of the preliminary round, all 1,024 players have been released. PDD has squeezed into the list anyway. Obviously, so many players have been listed, with a ranking of 10-24. Later, everyone realized that there was really no ordinary person on this list. Those who are not famous are either pilots or retired special forces. Former esports players, like Big Nose Ruofeng, were eliminated. And there were quite a few who failed to make the list. Various upsets. Various dark horses. The group of young actors in the entertainment industry were completely wiped out. And only a few veteran action stars made the list, including Uncle Long, Li Jie, Billy Chow, and Chong Wei. It's not that those martial arts directors and top stuntmen are not capable, but they don't have the money to hire a professional team for targeted training. Just like pilots and special forces, most of them rely on their own personal abilities to get in. So the proportion is not high. Those who can squeeze into 1024 are definitely ace pilots and soldiers. After all, this is a game. Targeted training and an efficient training team are very important, especially when the VR platform has just been open for a short time, and many contestants have not been exposed to Star World before. This is a game that really changes the status quo. Amazing. Being young has advantages, but there is no absolute advantage anymore. I really cried when I saw Yao Ming killing everyone. I really feel that I have become younger. I didn't play games before, but now I have bought a VR platform, which is really good. It can be said that the warm-up of this event even exceeded Wang Yi's original expectations. After all, although Star World is a groundbreaking game, for many people who play Earth Online as a game, no matter how good the game is, they probably won't be interested. This time, relying on the authenticity of mecha control and the influence of those old superstars, this VR platform has been popularized again. Then when the future Abyss mining comes, the acceptance will be stronger. The internet is full of replays of various wonderful videos, especially those old superstars. Every battle has a large number of views and reposts. It is like a global competitive event. Such good news is in front of us, making many foreign capitals very envious. They even began to lobby for the lifting of the ban on the World Company. There is no way. Professor Wang is a great scientist who doesn't care much about gains and losses, and the previous sanctions have no effect on the other party. He didn't compromise at all. Instead of continuing to hang, it is better to let everyone cooperate and get some benefits. The impact on the surrounding is quite large. Is it their mercy to let De Pyongyang lift the restrictions? In fact, it is only because they find that it is useless and can't be stumped that they let go. Only by being strong can they cope with all problems. Any prayer for peace is illusory. If you give in, you will be pressed step by step. And just after the top 10-24 teams were announced and the game time was announced, slowly, because of the fermentation of those game videos, a new and strange view appeared on the internet. This view was made by a video blogger who edited and compared videos. Hello everyone. I am a fan of Lu Shuka and also a senior video blogger. Through my editing, I found some incredible problems. Now please judge. Then, he sent out some wonderful clips of mecha fighting in the preliminary round. The most exciting clips of Shuma, Kobe and Jordan were edited separately. Then the next moment, the scene of Lu Shuka beating Ma Dong and Qin Xiang in the exhibition match was edited. Then through time, distance, super slow motion and other means, it was replayed frame by frame. According to the calculation, a conclusion was drawn. Lu Shuka's reaction speed is one body length faster than everyone present. Actually, I just wanted to see the difference between Shuka and those top guys. So I made this. But the result surprised me a little. Do you think so? Because Lu Shuka was completely suppressing Ma Dong and Qin Xiang. The exhibition match was not very exciting. Just a warm-up. Then, there were some jokes and topics left. The frame-by-frame reaction is not something that can be seen by the naked eye. Just like many passers-by look strong and powerful. But after comparing with active professional players, the difference in details will be infinitely magnified. There are so many wonderful videos to watch. But I won't pay special attention to those of Lu Shuka. The competition is about mechas, not her. So I watch them if they are not pleasing to the eye. But who would have thought that a fan of Lu Shuka would specially dig these out? The result is that after digging it out, wow! Lu Shuka's reaction is even faster than those top players. If the mecha is just fast and has good performance, it may be some blessing and benefits given by the exhibition match. But the problem is that the operation reaction is not improved by adding buffs to the performance of the mecha. Just like a wildcat catching a snake, it relies on faster reflex nerves. Relying on the seemingly weak gap, you can ensure that you will never be bitten and finally successfully catch the prey. The operation of esports players is often the same. 0.1 seconds faster will result in a completely different result. And it is obvious that Lu Shuka's reaction speed is obviously one body position faster than the fastest reaction of the current few people. For this, a reporter went to Wu Cassette to interview him. Lu Shuka, who never cared about these things, glanced at it and just said, "Maybe I have practiced Chinese martial arts. He didn't respond directly, because he was confident. Liu Shika always had an interview awesome syndrome in front of reporters, and didn't care about giving reporters face. A lakeside villa in Central Europe has been transformed into a top-level ward at this time. A large number of expensive medical instruments can be seen in the room. This is where Schumacher, once known as the King of Cars, now lives. As the most famous racing driver in history, Schumacher escaped from the race unscathed, but fell into a coma due to a skiing accident. However, his wife Colleen did not choose to give up, but chose to spend a high cost to complete the life extension. Switzerland also has an extremely developed medical industry, and with Schumacher's own worth, he was pulled back from the gates of H.L. Then, with the advent of Umbrella's culture medium, relying on some new drug tests based on the culture medium, the King of Cars, who might have almost been in a coma, finally woke up from the coma. But he just woke up and couldn't even communicate with language. But it happened that at this time, Umbrella's brain-computer device appeared. After repeated discussions by many top doctors, it was decided to rely on this set of equipment to conduct some rehabilitation training for him. And the effect was unexpectedly amazing. This time, another group of doctors came to the scene for a OK consultation. Shuma, how do you feel? A doctor in a white coat looked at the former racing king, who had shrunk to 1.6 meters due to years of bed rest. And there was some sigh in his heart. Feeling? It feels great. I seem to have found my old goal again. Umbrella, how long have I been in a coma? Can you give me an exact number? An electronic sound came from a small speaker at the head of the bed. This is the connection completed through the brain-computer connection device. The functional module of Shuma's brain itself has not been damaged. The relatively large impact is the external connection. Now he can't speak. He can only move his eyes. But all this has solved many problems under the brain-computer connection device. At least it allows him to communicate with the outside world and understand the situation. Originally, these doctors just wanted to use the brain-computer interface to complete some tests to see Shuma's situation. But the result is unexpectedly good. The main functional areas of the brain have not been damaged. After some debugging using the brain-computer chip, the voice problem has been solved. Even tried to connect prosthesis. However, just as Umbrella did not launch supporting devices for patients with high paraplegia, the issues that need to be considered are more complicated. Note, high paraplegia is not a vegetative state. There is a fundamental difference. Shuma's body has now shrunk to about 1.6 meters. And it is indeed not suitable for them to force a set of brackets to start exercising. We must find a way to carry out some comprehensive repairs. But just as they were discussing and putting forward various opinions, the situation of Ma Dong going to Peng Lai for medical treatment appeared. Then Peng Lai's more advanced medical system was exposed. This immediately made this group of famous doctors come to a unanimous conclusion. If there is a place that can really treat, it is undoubtedly Umbrella. So they made some suggestions to Shuma's wife. Originally, they were going to wait for Peng Lai to open and then spend money directly. In terms of Shuma's worth, even if he has spent a lot so far, it is still easy. But after Shuma knew about it, he decided to participate in person. Considering his physical condition, the doctors finally agreed to let Shuma try. After lying down for so long, he really needs a place to relax. For this competition, a professional team was invited to conduct targeted special training. As the former King of Cars, Shuma also completed the hands-on at an astonishing speed. However, even though Shuma has started to participate in the competition and has already obtained a guaranteed quota, he still feels like he is living in a dream. Have I been sleeping for more than just this long? Why did the world change when I woke up? Umbrella came out of nowhere, and we were also caught off guard. They changed the world directly. It's hard to explain their achievements in a short time, but they are indeed a very young company. They only appeared the year you had the accident. Umbrella is good at creating miracles. I think your greatest hope lies in them. Through the current brain-computer test, we know that the main functional area of Shuma's brain has not been damaged much. His reactions and thoughts can easily generate corresponding signals. But his brain's external connection function has been greatly damaged. Yes. So even if Umbrella Company only has the kind of performance shown before, it can better restore Shuma's weak body. Maybe it can complete the remaining operations through some prosthetics, which is at least much more convenient than lying in bed now. Just when they were discussing the situation here, a nurse suddenly came in and said to Shuma's wife Colleen, "Madam, a reporter wants to interview Mr. Shuma." Hearing this, Colleen couldn't help showing a look of dissatisfaction on her face. "Didn't I tell them not to bother us? It's really hateful." Colleen and Shuma still have a deep relationship. After Shuma's accident, Colleen, who had been protected by Shuma for the first half of his life, chose to protect Shuma for the rest of his life in her own way. In fact, a doctor had already suggested euthanasia at the beginning, because the medical conditions were really so that unless a miracle happened, there would only be pain left. This was especially true when it was known through brain waves that Shuma himself was conscious. But Colleen refused. If she agreed, she could legally obtain Shuma's property and live the rest of her life in style. But in the end, she chose to fight the disease, try to use drugs to relieve the pain and put him in a state similar to coma, so as not to drive people crazy with the loneliness of complete confinement. A lot of money and energy were spent to prolong Shuma's life. Now, in fact, to some extent, it is also a victory for her persistence. At least she has seen hope. She has always been very low-key. That is, actively receiving treatment, and rarely accepting media interviews. She also doesn't want the outside world to see the powerful Shuma become like this. Originally, it has always been nothing. But Shuma suddenly appeared at the Starry Sky Cup Mecha competition, and he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Even though he has faded out of the public eye for so many years, Shuma's reputation has not diminished at all. This naturally caused a huge sensation and a huge topic. In this case, it seems natural that another reporter came over. "Dear, I think maybe I can talk to the reporter for a while." Shuma obviously heard this through the external device and said to his wife. He was naturally very grateful to his wife for the hope of regaining a new life. He also knew the pressure he had brought to his wife over the years. However, since he had woken up, even if he was still lying in bed, he should still block the storm outside.